Hello. It is January 28th. Actually, very recently talked about Silent a whole bunch. But I talked about Silent like halfway through Defect month, and now it's Defect month. And next month, I want to play Rotating, and I want to kind of have a clear schedule to do that. So I wanted to talk about Defect a bunch now already, which should be fine, but I will like have Silent fresh on my mind probably as we go through this. And in terms of Defect, we'll see. We'll see. Let me take a look at my defect stuff this month. All right, cool. I actually wrote out all of the runs that I played, mostly this month. Oh, that's meant to be 12:30. Typoed somehow. Because I feel like it's instructive. So the narrative of this month was very like it was very narrative to me. The narrative was narrativing. I came in and I played Defect like the way I remembered playing Defect, basically. Because I haven't played Defect. I haven't played Defect specifically almost ever, I think. Maybe when it was first released in beta, I played it for a few days exclusively. But other than that, I've only ever played Defect and Rotating. And I haven't played Rotating for, I don't know, a hot minute. It's been at least the Ironclad and Silent months, right? And I wasn't playing that much Spire in 2025, so I haven't played that much Defect. So I came in and I just kind of played Defect the way I remembered playing Defect, which we'll get into, but like basically centered around defragment and recycle as uncommons. Like either you get a lot of focus with Frost Orbs and you win that way, or you get an infinite, which likely has a recycle and you win that way. And there's a lot more nuance to it than that, but that is the fastest way I could say. Like basically those are the cornerstones of the class kind of idea. And I won decently, lost a few, and then I was like, okay, but it's Defect month. I want to like explore the character, right? So I started like experimenting with things. So one thing I'm really interested in with Defect is you do have access to self-repair. So in runs where you get a self-repair, you can take a lot of hallway fights. So it's kind of like the Ironclad month I was talking about, how because of your starter relic, you can get to a point where hallway fights actually heal you. You have access to other sustain on the character. You have decent max HP, so you can play in a way that takes lots and lots of fights. And if you prioritize making sure your deck is good at those fights, you can get a lot of card rewards, and that can lead to you winning in late game. And it makes some sense to me that Defect could play that way, because Defect also has a card pool that wins late game very well. We'll talk about that more later. But basically, I think that Defect scales better with cards than relics relative to the other characters. Defect still likes relics. The other characters still like cards. But in terms of like which things make Defect win, I think Defect's more winning based on which cards it gets over the course of the run than the other characters, where the other characters do care a bit more about the relics. In terms of proportion, I don't know. Maybe Defect is like 55-45 and the other characters are like 45-55 or something. It's not like a huge difference, but it's a little difference. Largely because like all the strength relics struggle to find a place. A lot of your block comes from orbs, and so dexterity relics don't find a place very well. There's some other stuff. There's some other stuff. Anyway, so I tried taking a lot of fights. And I woke up on the morning of the 11th, and I played a lot of runs, and like my goal was like, okay, how many fights can I get into Act 1? How much can I build a deck to take all the elites? Can I keep doing it in Act 2 and stuff like that? And the answer was like, no. No, I died a lot. Now, it's possible that if I keep iterating on this, I get better on it, right? But it's not like I've never tried before. My understanding of how to path through Act 1 as Defect as it stands, and how to path through Act 2 as Defect as it stands, is based on having played Act 1 and 2 and seeing how much I could do without dying. So there isn't that much room here to really push it further. But like the things you can do, which I don't always do, are you can take more of the like kind of okay value commons and uncommons, the things like charge batteries and auto shields and maybe streamlines, I don't know, sweeping beams perhaps. Like there are commons in the card pool which I don't always take or I don't always take multiples of. Like, I'm pretty happy to have an auto shields, but I don't think I'm taking two. If I already have another good block card, I'm likely not taking the first. Stuff like that. So, like, there is some room to expand in that direction, and that's what I was trying to do, and I was just losing a lot. I wasn't really satisfied with just that, though. I woke up at like 3 a.m. this day and obviously played a lot of runs, and arguably not that well. And also toward the end of the day, I did start, like, I made it to at least the end of the run 4 times. Although note that I lost 2 of these, which is like, when you're building a deck which takes extra cards in order to address early game, you can end up in late game situations which are just worse than they would be otherwise. And so, yeah, I'm certainly not satisfied with, like, I would not say I've tried this to the fullest extent and know it doesn't work based on having tried this for a week, which is what I did. But I did it a bit and it felt like there were major issues. But anyway, I kept trying. Like, this little streak in here, I did really well, right? Like, 8 out of 9 times I made it to the heart, but still, I'm like dying to the heart, which doesn't feel like a thing Defect should be doing a lot. There are lots of issues here where, like, I'm ending up with decks which just have too many cards, and so I can't get the good stuff into play before I die. Defect does not have as much max HP as Ironclad, and that makes up, like, that's a big deal. Sometimes also you can go through like 6 elites and the reward that you get just isn't really better than a card that you skipped to survive the elite fights. Like, you might have gotten offered, I don't know, a defragment early and been like, no, I really need to take a ball lightning so I can fight Gremlin Knob or something like that. That's kind of a ludicrous example. I don't know. but something like that might have happened. And you look at what you actually got from the elite fights versus just like going to question marks and hallway fights, and you're like, I should have just taken the card. What am I doing? I've got like these extra commons in my deck to survive. I had to rest instead of getting upgrades. And the rewards weren't even that relevant for me winning the late game. So what's going on here? So anyway, I tried all that. I definitely like didn't work it out a lot. I died a lot to Book of Stabbing, which was really interesting to me. I don't really know what to think of that. The ways to beat Book of Stabbing on Defect are like have a good deck or get Static Discharge, I think. It's not a fight you have a ton of agency with regard to. Go for the Eyes was a really big card through all of this, because like you keep getting offered Go for the Eyes. It's a common on Defect, and you're always like, I don't know, this character can make like 100 block. Do I really need to weaken things? And like, it hits for 3. Like, it is an attack. It's technically good against Gremlin Knob. Maybe I should take it. Maybe I shouldn't. And so I was thinking, like, can Go for the Eyes do stuff in Act 2 against Book of Stabbing? Because like, if you have a Go for the Eyes plus in that fight, it like kind of helps. But honestly, it like really doesn't. Like, what you actually want for that fight is like Static Discharge or maybe a multicasted Dark Orb or just a strong deck, like just something good. So anyway, we did a lot of that. Actually died a surprising amount to Gremlin Gang, which was weird to me. I think like on the 17th, these 2 deaths are both to Gremlin Gang and these 2 deaths are both to Book of Stabbing, which like, it feels like if I'm trying to fight elites really hard, I shouldn't be dying to Gremlin Gang, but I just like was. The ways to beat the Act 1 elites as Defect actually do center a bit on block. Against Lagavulin and Sentries, Defect's quite into block, and against Gremlin Knob, you don't mind some Frost Orbs either. And so, walking into a Gremlin Gang fight and just like not being able to target Lightning Orbs at the most dangerous thing and not drawing a good attack card on turn 1 or whatever, I could absolutely die to that fight. It's not like I died from 50 HP to these fights either, right? I died from like 20 HP, but it happened. It wouldn't surprise me that much if that was Gremlin Gang too. Could also be Gremlin Knob. I died a decent amount to Gremlin Knob and Gremlin Gang. And like, there's a commonality there, right? Where those are the fights where you do actually want more attacks, whereas Lagavulin and Sentries, you want like Frost Orbs and stuff, and you just, if you don't die straight away, you'll win the fight as Defect. So, Book of Stabbing? Is Book of Stabbing also a fight where that's true? It might be, yeah. Quite possibly. Um, Throughout all of this, I was also at the same time experimenting with going heavily for strike removes in Act 1, which, like, I kind of phased in and out of it. It wasn't a consistent experiment by any sense of the imagination. This was like a fever dream where I woke up at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or something and played like 11 runs in one sitting. So, like, you know, it is what it is. But we did all that. And then toward the end of the month, I was like, okay, what if I just like resolve to go back to the things that I know, like work on the character and try to do well with them? And so, uh, around about the 20th, I was just like, okay, like let's just do our recycle infinites and our defragment scales. And I just started winning a bunch of the character again. And so sometimes people ask me what my like defect win rate is on stream, and this is the thing I thought this was very illustrative of. In the entire month, I won 48% of my defect runs. If you count the times where I wasn't doing this experiment in the middle of the run, I won 78% of my defect runs. Which one's my defect win, right? Like, this isn't only counting the middle part. This is counting all of it, including the start and end, the 48%. Um, I don't know. I I find it kind of a difficult number to give an honest response to if someone asks me what's my defect rate. Like, uh, in theory, I think I can win like comfortably above 70% on defect if I'm playing well and doing a thing that I know works, but over the course of my life, have I won that much? No. Do I know, like, can I win 80%? Not really. Like, I don't know. So, it was a cool experiment. I had a fun month. I managed to make Defect fun to play for an entire month, which was a little bit of a challenge for me because as we talk about Defect, like I do think a lot of this character's solutions lie in exactly two things which end up heavily similar at the end of runs. And for whatever reason, I just don't like executing them very much, I guess. Like a lot of Ironclad decks end up feeling the same at the end of the run, but it's like fun to play them. I think what it might be is a lot of Defect decks get to Act 3 and they have a very tedious way through fights, and every fight they solve the same way. And if you do it wrong, you can just die out of nowhere because you don't have that much max HP and sustain necessarily. And it is actually somewhat hard to execute correctly a lot of the time. So that just kind of adds up to a lot of runs that kind of feel like a slog and not an interesting slog either. But it's a cool character. I don't know. I do feel like I arrived at this solution for Defect a very long time ago and have changed it extremely little and have found not much reason to change it. So when I say this solution, I don't mean that I've solved the character, to be clear. I mean, like, I have an idea of how I am playing the character, which is a tangible thing. It doesn't have a lot of like give in it. I just kind of know what I think is right, and so that is my solution to the character for the moment. And in order to do something else, I don't know. I have to work at it, I guess. So, with all that preamble, I guess we should start talking about whale bonuses. Remove a card. I'm probably just going to say that all of these are solid, just like warning you, insofar as this is a tier list. It's only a tier list as an excuse to nope, that's the wrong button. It's only a tier list as an excuse to talk about Defect for a very long time, right? And talk about Slay the Spire in general. And maybe we'll talk about life. Who knows what's going to happen as I talk at a microphone in a room by myself for a very long time. I think removing a card is solid. This is... yeah. Okay. I think I have to just tackle it right at the start. I don't think I can tiptoe into it. I think we have to start by solving the entire character in my head, my solution, in order to explain this. So my experience with Defect is that it has individual cards which are capable of outscaling every enemy in the game. And the most egregious of those cards are Claw. No, just kidding. Uh, the most the most egregious of those cards are like combinations of Capacitor and Defragment and miscellaneous other things like Loop, for example, contributes a little bit. Consume contributes. Bias Cognition does contribute, but is a rare and wants to be paired with an artifact charge so that you can stop your debuff from giving you minus focus. Combinations of these cards, by the way, you don't have to pair Bias Cog with a Core Surge. It's a good card without playing Core Surge as well. Like, the fights aren't so long that you can't play a Biased Cog and win the fight by playing a Biased Cog, even against the Heart. Like, against the Heart, a lot of Defect decks are fast enough that they can play Biased Cog without Core Surge. Having said that, like, Core Surge is a pretty good card anyway. If you have it in Bias Cog in your deck, you're probably going to want to try to line up the artifact charge to stop yourself from applying the lose one focus per turn debuff. You can also use Core Surge after Bias Cog is in play, and then you'll stop it from giving you minus one focus one time. But that's not as good as making it never give you minus focus. Anyway, we can combine these with some shop relics as well. So shop relics are very good on Defect. There's Runic Capacitor, which gives you 3 orb slots. There's Clockwork Souvenir, which gives you an artifact charge for Bias Cog, and there's Orange Pellets, which gives you the ability to remove Bias Cognition's debuffs. So as you're looking for this stuff, you go to a decent number of shops. The reason is that shops are the floors most likely to give you a power in the entire game. You always see a power in the shop. A lot of the powers that Defect has have just been selected by me. Looking at this stuff, Echo Form, by the way, kind of also fits into this, where now all of a sudden your defragment is worth 2 defragments, which is a big deal. And these just kind of scale multiplicatively. For each orb slot you have, each focus you have is more valuable, and vice versa. The more focus you have, the more valuable Loop is. And very rapidly you get to a point where you make more output than any enemy in the game can eat. In the most egregious cases, you'll end up with a deck which beats Reptimancer not by killing the daggers, but by making 100 block on turn 2 when you're attacked for 100 by Reptimancer, and just like being like, yeah, actually I can make 100 block every turn of the fight. Good luck. I will now play 1 Lightning Orb and you're dead eventually. That kind of idea. There are very few things in the game that are threatening to that in any way. But where you do find things which are threatening to that, it is usually around turn 1 and 2. It's usually about setting it up. Because once it is set up, you're kind of done. You can die to the heart if you never deal it damage, because eventually it does start getting a lot of strength and it has a times 15 attack, so you do have to deal some damage, but this is not that hard if you have these orbs set up. So it's not a major concern. The issue is more about turn 1 and 2. And so in order to make this all be in play on turn 1 and 2, you want to take the cards which speed you up. So the things like Fission and Seek, the things like Skim, the things like Compile Driver. One way that Defect's relics actually are very good is anytime a relic channels an orb. All of a sudden Compile Driver, which is a common, so you'll be offered it multiple times per run probably, all of a sudden Compile Driver goes from drawing 1 card on turn 1 from your starting Lightning Orb to drawing 2 or even 3 cards on turn 1 just from orbs you already have in play. If this is a 1 cost draw 3 on turn 1 every time because you have a Plasma Orb and a Dark Orb in play, as well as your Lightning Orb from having extra relics, like, that's a really good card. You can also just kind of make it draw 2 or 3 on turn 1 by having enough orb channeling in your deck, which you're going to want anyway. So yeah, Compile Driver, Where'd it go? Where's Cool-Headed? There it is. I was looking above Compound Driver instead of below. Cool-Headed is a Frost Orb, so it gets your Frost Orbs in play, and it also draws you cards. This is like a very important common for doing the thing I'm describing. And then, like, depending on how much card draw you get, there's also energy gain, which you probably will want some of. Aggregate is very good. Turbo is often good enough. I won't say it's like incredibly good at this. And yeah, that's like most of it. Genetic algorithm can often play a pretty big part in decks like this because you get a turn where you're not going to die. You play genetic algorithm and you gain your 50 block or whatever. You might be surprised at how late you can take a genetic algorithm and have it be a good card in a deck like this. Like, if you get offered a genetic algorithm in Act 3 and you have an Echo form, like, it gains 4 block per fight. If you are going to fight 2 Act 3 bosses, you only need, like, 3 hallway fights before them for genetic algorithm to block for 25 against the Act 4 elites. So yeah, it's not hard at all for genetic algorithm to become a good card, and you can take it quite late in the run in service of that. Overclocked is pretty well in a deck like this, because you're not concerned about the burn in your discard pile at all usually. Like, by the time you're through your draw pile for the first time, you should be set up to win. Self-repair is very good in decks like this on account of your major concern in the entire run being that you'll take a little bit of damage on turn 1 and 2 as you're setting up, but then you kind of have the fight completely under control afterwards, and so you kind of have a guarantee that you can play self-repair in a lot of fights, and if you have an Echo form, you even have a guarantee that you can play it twice, pretty much, so that trivializes a lot of those issues. Storm can be okay in a deck like this if you have Fission, because the thing about Fission is you have to remove orbs in order for it to do stuff, so you want to have copies of, like, Cool-Headed in order to put orbs in play and draw cards, and then you can draw Fission, get rid of your orbs, and draw more cards, and get everything in play very, very quickly. This is how a deck like this deploys so fast on turn 1 or 2 often, is by using Fission. Aggregate also makes a lot of energy, and Aggregate paired with card draw can be another way that it does it. I guess, like, honorable mention to Amplify, although I don't usually actively want to be putting it in a deck like this. The problem with Amplify is that you run into a consistency problem where you have to draw it with one of your good powers. And some decks can do that consistently, but other decks can't, and a deck which puts Amplify in itself gets worse at it. If you think about it, like, Amplify doesn't contribute to drawing a good power into your hand. So if you need to draw a good power into your hand to play it for Amplify, when you put Amplify in your deck, it's now harder for you to draw a good power into your hand because you have an Amplify in your deck. But Amplify goes into decks which, like, have a Seek and don't have enough scaling powers yet, for example, because you're more able to put the Amplify and the scaling power that you need together, etc., etc., etc. This is a synergy space that I have spent, I don't know, 6 years or whatever exploring, and it feels very concrete in my brain. Stuff like electrodynamics and doom and gloom is pretty good for... Oh, and static discharge plays a pretty big role sometimes, because you do have to kill stuff in Act 2 before it kills you, and so... And Sunder, I guess. Sunder also does that. This is a nice thing about Storm as well. If you were using Storm, you can use Storm to create orbs for Fission to draw lots of cards. You can also use Storm to kill some stuff in Act 2 sometimes. Anyway, that's all cool. I have played combinations of those cards to win a Defect run so many times in my life, and it really is the case that once you, like, get them in your deck, every fight is now the same pretty much for the entire rest of the run. And, you know, whatever. Sometimes Act 4 is interesting because turn 2 and 3 are so challenging in Act 4. So, like, you'll need some potions maybe or something like that. But chances are good that if a deck like this is good enough to scale, it's going to win in that situation. And in service of all of that, removing a card's pretty good. uh, removing a card is great. You want to get your strikes out of the way. You also want to get your defends out of the way. Like, I definitely prefer removing strike over defend at whale by a large margin on defect. I don't think that is close. I think that when you get into remove 2, the decision between remove 2 strikes or remove strike defend is a bit closer. I'm not actually currently sure which one of those I prefer. I think there are strong arguments for both. But in terms of removing at whale 1 card, definitely removing a strike over defend. And yeah, that's nice because getting dead cards out of your deck in order to put everything in play on turn 1, 2, and maybe 3 is very important for a deck like this. So there are a bunch of so-so cards which would be cool to put into a deck because they're fun cards, which are hard to justify. Things like Rebound. What a cool card. You can like use the best card in your hand again next turn, or even this turn. You can like play Rebound, then that card, then a card draw card, and draw it and play it again. Isn't that cool? Conceptually, yes. But in this type of deck, which is just trying to get through its draw pile and put all of its defragments and stuff in play, not really. Because you're not only adding 1 card in the way of getting all that stuff in play, you're then bouncing a card on top to add another card in the way to getting all of those things in play. And so Rebound becomes like good if you rebound and aggregate with 2 compile drivers in hand or something like that. But this starts to be a lot to put together. And it ends up just kind of being a card that's hard to make use of, and if you take it in Act 1, it just kind of feels bad. Streamlined, like, the difference, even boot sequence, like, in a deck whose goal is to not die on Act 1 and 2 as it sets up, paying 0 for 10 block just isn't actually that good a lot of the time. There are times when it is good, but there are a lot of times where putting boot sequence in your deck slows you down enough that, like, it's just actually making your deck worse. And so the solutions end up being around, like, the attacks which give you orbs, because they work with compile driver. Solutions also around compile driver, because compile driver draws cards. Ball Lightning, Compile Driver, Cool Headed, Cold Snap. You take an awful lot of these commons, skip an awful lot of the other commons. For a while, I was trying taking Turbo in Act 1, because I was like, a lot of the time I reach late game and I want a Turbo in my deck, so why don't I just put it in my deck Act 1, and that way I don't have to skip. Like, there's some value to not having to skip, right? And it just, like, doesn't feel like that's actually true. There are a lot of late games where you don't need a Turbo, don't want a Turbo, actively are being hurt by a Turbo, and there are a lot of Act 1s and 2s where the Turbo is not actually helping, and that is the hardest part of the game for a deck like this usually. So I tried, but like, no, mostly not taking Turbo. So like the commons are like a lot of skips. Just a lot of skips. And like, you know, sometimes you do have to take a card. I don't hate at all taking like a block card, a leap, a steam barrier. Hologram has the rebound problem in a deck like this, where you can't play Defragment again from your discard pile. So while Hologram can be a good defect card, it doesn't really contribute well to this strategy. It becomes better if you have aggregates and skims and stuff like that, because it will get you back the component of card draw or energy that you need to continue spamming stuff this turn. That's nice, but it's easy to overpick holograms here. This isn't like a deck composition which wants to be able to draw and play Glacier every turn. It's a deck composition which wants to play Cool Headeds to put Frost Orbs in play, and then it will just have the Frost Orbs in play, and like, you don't need Glacier. You already block for 90 passively or whatever. So you skip a lot of stuff. And an issue with removing two strikes. I guess I'm talking about removing two strikes, which is down here. Is you do have to like start taking more of the mediocre common attacks that I don't really want to put on my deck very much. So that's fine. Again, you can take a block card. It's good, especially if you don't get a remove from whale. Defect starts out with 6 energy worth of attacks and only 4 energy worth of block, which is that the most lopsided of the starter decks? In favor of attack, I mean. Ironclad has 7 of attack and 5 of block. 6 and 4 is a higher ratio, yeah. And that's 6 cards too. Ironclad also has 6 aggressive cards, but has 5 defensive cards, and one of the offensive cards costs 2 energy. Defect has 6 offensive cards and only 4 defensive cards. So Defect has a more lopsided starter deck than any other character in the game in favor of offense, as far as I can tell. And doesn't have sustain. So if you don't get to remove a strike at whale, you're pretty happy to take a leap or something like that. Your deck does benefit immensely from doing that at the start of the run. Yeah. Obviously, eventually you'll get a Frost Orb, and then Dual Cast is no longer strictly an offensive card, and, you know, the run goes on. But as of exactly floor 1, the only thing Dual Cast does is Dual Cast a Lightning Orb, and so you can only really analyze it as an offensive card at that point. The other thing that happens as we're talking about removing this card, because I still feel like we should talk about removing this card. The other thing that happens a lot is this core that I've just described. And I would like say that it's the first Defect core that I settled into. But it has a very smooth transition with another one, which I actually think I win with more now. It very smoothly transitions with Recycle Infinites. So Defect has 1 card which gives it targeted exhaust, like repeatable targeted exhaust in a fight. And most of the time, Defect goes infinite, in my experience, by far. It's because you have 1 recycle. and yeah, that's fine. This is an uncommon. You probably see it, like, it depends how you path, but you probably see it somewhere in the like 60 to 80% range in your runs. I try to path Defect through as many shops, elites, and fights as possible, and through relatively few campfires. Like, the only upgrades I'm really excited about on Defect are in service of either the late game Recycle Infinite or the late game Orb scaling. I want to upgrade like my defragments, my capacitors, or I want to upgrade my recycle, my card draw. And I don't hate upgrading both. Often you can be in like an uncollapsed state where you don't know which of the ways you're going to win late game with yet, where upgrading both works. And honestly, they're both pretty good upgrades for both decks. But yeah, the other thing you can do is Recycle Infinites. And the way Recycle Infinites tend to work is like you solve early game with Compile Driver and like Ball Lightning or whatever. So you already have maybe Cold Snap, maybe Cool Headed. You already have some card draw in your deck. You already have some orb generation in your deck, so you can take Fission and have even more card draw and energy gain. And you upgrade Zap, which I haven't talked about yet. I'll talk about that more later, but like whether you upgrade Zap or Dual Cast, you are going to have some sort of 0-cost card in your deck that's already decent to play, and maybe you get some other ones. We'll talk about that more later. You might add another 0-cost to your deck, like a Steam Barrier or something like that. Again, I tried to make Go for the Eyes work, kind of just like struggled a lot. And instead of being offered like a bunch of defragments or whatever, you get offered a recycle and a bit of energy gain or something like that. And all of a sudden, your most available way to win late game becomes recycling stuff out of the way and getting down to a point where your deck is just a few cards which go infinite with themselves. So a very available infinite that Defect has, which builds out of basically commons, is Recycle. So that's an uncommon, sure, but Recycle, Cool-Headed Plus, Turbo, and a card that draws 3. So that can't really be Compile Driver because Cool-Headed will keep on channeling orbs. So you'll end up not having 3 different orbs for Compile Driver anymore, but it like can start at Compile Driver and do pretty well. But often like a skim is just the simplest way to do it. And obviously there are many other ways to do this, but that's a very common one. Maybe it's not obvious that there are many other ways to do this, but there are many other ways. If you have a card like Turbo, which costs 0 and makes a lot of energy, and you have cards which draw cards, you can eventually get to a state where you're just drawing cards, making energy on loop for as long as you want. At that point, how do you kill stuff? Well, you're blocking infinitely with Cool-Headed. You can kill stuff by like playing Zap Plus every now and then. You can kill stuff by playing a Blizzard at the end of all of that. You can kill stuff with Letter Opener. You can, like, once you are playing cards on loop, what you kill something with is really up to you. Another way that this often goes infinite is just Meteor Strike. And toward the end of the month, I was taking Meteor Strike in Act 1 like most of the time it was offered, which is consistent with how I've played Defect when I've had most success. So I really like Meteor Strike. It might be my favorite card in the class. But if you have a Meteor Strike and you've exhausted all the other cards down, you can just go Meteor Strike. It costs 5 and makes 3 plasma orbs. Every plasma orb makes 2 energy when it evokes. So you're spending 5 to make 6 energy worth of orbs. And then if you just like pay 1 to draw it again and do it another time, you win. So for example, Meteor Strike goes infinite with 2 copies of Cool-Headed Plus. That is infinite block and infinite damage. And it's a much less painful process as well, because you don't have to, like, with Recycle and Turbo, you have to keep on recycling the void that Turbo makes over and over and over again. It's like a lot of clicks. Whereas with Meteor Strike Cool-Headed, like, the enemies just die very fast. So that's a common way that this goes infinite. That branches also into Meteor Strike Multicast, which can actually go maybe not infinite, but often infinite, and if not infinite, very, very big, even if you don't get Recycle. So if you have a Meteor Strike, but you miss Recycle, Multicast lets you multicast a Plasma Orb, at which point you have tons and tons and tons of energy, and you can play a lot of card draw cards, and eventually maybe draw the Meteor Strike and the Multicast again. And you can have infinites that way, where instead of like exhausting your deck down a bunch, you still have like 15 cards in your deck or whatever, but you just make so much energy with Multicast on the Plasma Orb every time you draw Meteor Strike and Multicast that you can draw your entire deck again that way. And that's another infinite, which is, it's less like contained. A lot of infinites are like you play these 3 cards over and over again. That infinite is like you play Multicast, you now have 14 energy or whatever. You use your 14 energy to draw all your stuff, then you play Multicast again, and now you have even more energy than the last time, which is also an infinite and kind of fun. And yeah, that's kind of the other core thing that Defect ends up in. And the 2 of those have a lot of good communication together. Like, you're putting Cool-Headed into both of them, so Defragment's good in both of them, even if you don't need more focus ultimately for your orbs to block for enough late game, because you have infinite. Like, Defragment's still good for setting up. Capacitor is good for both of them because it can scale all of your orbs, but also it can make sure that Compile Driver draws 3 or 4 as much as possible. There are some cards which are awkward to put in both of them. Consume, for example. Consume's a bit of a tricky Defect card where I want to have it consume if I'm doing the orb scaling, but I don't really want to have it consume if I'm doing the infinite. So whether or not to take it in Act 1 is a bit iffy. I think I like it less in Act 1 than some people do because I am thinking about like which cards go on both of these decks, basically. Fusion's another one. I guess I should mention this is another way to get a Plasma Orb, so it doesn't like pop off quite as hard as Meteor Strike, but it is another way to go infinite without multicast, because you can just dual cast the Plasma Orb. Like you can upgrade Fusion, dual cast the Plasma Orb, and you're making tons of energy, and as long as you're drawing it again, you're good. Yeah, but also you can use it with multicast and it can really go off. The problem with Fusion is it feels like a card you are putting in your deck, which is bad unless you are specifically infinite. Where Meteor Strike doesn't feel that way, because Meteor Strike has other things it can do. One of the big ones is you can recycle it for 5 energy, so in a fight where you don't have to go infinite, or where you're going infinite a different way, you can use it as a massive energy gain card for setting everything up. Like, if you don't go infinite and you end up orb scaling, Meteor Strike can still be a nice card to have in your deck, because you can pair it with recycle and have a bunch of energy to deploy all your orbs, kinds of things. So yeah, that's all well and good. That is a very late game focused examination. And the reason it's a late game focused examination is, like, I tried this month. I've tried over the course of my life. I just haven't really found a way to engage with early game as Defect. I find like that when I try to do that, I lose a lot more. And so the way that I tend to play like the first 2 acts as Defect is to, you know, still take some elites, sure, but it's much more conservative pathing than it would be on Ironclad or even on Silent. I path more aggressively on Silent than I path on Defect by a substantial amount. And by a way, like a massive amount on Ironclad, where Ironclad, like, yeah, we want elites. Defect, it's like, ooh, a campfire? That could be a card remove. And then once I get to a point where I can take fights, yeah, I'm into fights, but honestly, an elite fight's not that much better than a hallway fight on this character. I think on other characters, elite fights are better than hallway fights by a larger amount than they are on Defect. Defect can still get offered the cards it wants in hallway fights at almost the same rate. Not quite the same rate, but almost the same rate. So, you know, you're going to want to work out exactly how aggressively you can path through acts if you're going to do this thing, but the general guiding principle, I would say, is if you're like missing elite fights and resting at campfires and stuff like that, that is okay. It's fine. I haven't personally found much reason not to. So, that's all cool. With all that being said, I'm pretty happy to remove a card in Defect. I'm also remove a card and transform a card are like somewhat similar. They both remove a basic. The question is just, do you want a random card in your deck? And the like kind of counterpoint to the thing I've found that works as Defect very well being like try to dodge most of the first half of the game in order to do the same thing every time with a very set package of cards, is that I don't like a random card in my deck as Defect as much as I do on the other characters. I like Pandora's Box less on Defect than I do on the other characters. I like Transform Whale less on Defect than I do on the other characters. I guess Watcher exists. I'm not even thinking about Watcher right now, but definitely compared to Ironclad and Silent. And the reason is just that like a lot of Defect's card pool, the value of these cards is very binary if the thing you're doing late game is so commonly one of exactly 2 different things. And there are a lot of cards which just like aren't really going to fit into that, and so I don't really want them. Recursion might be worth mentioning, by the way. Like Recursion Plus can be okay, but I think it's kind of fringe. I don't like it in the orb scaling thing, and the thing that it does in the infinite thing is sometimes it gets you another plasma orb, but it gets to be used with a dark orb, which you can want for compile driver. Anyway, like I'm talking about Defect like it's a constructed deck in Magic the Gathering, kind of, which more than the other characters I feel like it is in my head. Yeah, so there are just a lot of cards where I'm transforming into them and like, oh, like I never really want to use that. But That's kind of fine. I don't know. Whatever. Sure. I think I would still prefer to transform a card over remove a card. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true. Um, your deck at the start of the run is pretty bad, and the card pool's not terrible, so putting a random card into it is going to make it better. And I think the margin that it makes it better by is enough to justify all the times that you get a card that you don't really want very much. But it's not my favorite reward, transforming one card. Upgrading card, this is going to surprise you. I also think it's solid. It's fine. Upgrading card in Defect is a little bit interesting. You can upgrade Defend, Dualcast, or Zap. I think there are strong arguments for all three. The argument for Defend is that the deck is block deficient. Like Dualcast and Zap upgrades are both damage upgrades in a deck that already has too much damage and not enough block. Well, it doesn't have too much damage. It has too much damage relative to block. How about that? So I haven't actually done all this math, but I think there are a lot of fights in Act 1 where Defend upgrade is the best upgrade that you can put in your deck in terms of like expected health at the end of the fight. I talked about, I went on a big tangent about this, I think, in the silent video. I want to be like careful with how I say that. In terms of expected like equity from your remaining health distribution at the end of the fight. How about that? Because it's not about the average health, it's about like when you end the fight, what is your chance to win the run on average? If you are at full health 51% of the time, but you die 49% of the time, that's not better than being on half health every time. It's much, much, much worse, right? So yeah, anyway, I think you probably broadly understand what I'm saying. Defend Plus is better in a lot of fights than the other two. However, upgrading a basic... Bleh. I talked about this a bit on Silent. How at the start of the game, the most appealing upgrades for a lot of decks are number upgrades, like deal a bit more damage with your card. Whirlwind turns into Whirlwind Plus, and it's a really big deal at the start of the game. That kind of idea. Flame Barrier turns into Flame Barrier Plus. These are both Ironclad cards, but whatever. Like Glass Knife turns into Glass Knife Plus. Stuff like that. That's all cool. But then you like reach a point where... Oh, I think about it for another game I've been playing recently, Zuminos, which has an excellent demo on Steam and is absolute brain rot. Click and number goes up. It's awesome. A way I think about it is you have the scaling that's additional, and then eventually you get to the scaling that's multiplicative. And like at the start of the run, the scaling that's additional is better, and then there's some inflection point where the scaling that's multiplicative becomes better. And in Slay the Spire, multiplicative scaling isn't just stuff like upgrading Defragment, it's also stuff like making a card cost 0 instead of 1. Because all of a sudden you can play more cards per turn, and the cards have multiplicative strength with each other. So what I'm trying to say is you get like a straight number upgrade if you upgrade Defend, but I think probably, unless you're really trying to make an aggressive Act 1 path work, maybe you're forced into it and that's the reason you upgrade Defend. I don't know. I think probably unless something pretty remarkable is happening, you're wanting to upgrade Dualcast or Zap. And my tendency, because of all the decks I was just mentioning, is to just want to upgrade Zap, because making an orb works really well with the Compile Driver and Fission, and those are very central cards to what I have found to be late game Defect strategy. Another way of thinking about this that I often use is that I don't always want to play Dualcast when I draw it, whereas I pretty much always want to play Zap when I draw it. But I don't know if that's the best way to think about it or not. Anyway, I tend to think that Zap is the better upgrade of the three, but if somebody told you that they really liked one of the other two, I would find it interesting instead of thinking it was obviously wrong. And if someone told me they liked upgrading Strike on Defect, I would look at them like they were an alien. I think that one doesn't make any sense to me. But this is like specifically from Whale if your bonus is upgrade a card. If you're like, well, I'm about to fight Gremlinob and I didn't get a good damage card and I don't have a damage potion, so I guess I have to upgrade strike here. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, that's the situation where it makes sense to me, but I do not personally find that that comes up very often. I could, like, run a month of Defect where I upgraded Defend a bunch and see what happened. It might be fun. Maybe I should. Because I've never really explored that, to be honest. I could see it being a way into fighting more stuff in Act 1, which might go somewhere. It's also, Defend is a good upgrade through Act 2, for sure. You often want to play a block card at the start of Act 2 in particular. Like, you walk into Act 2, you get attacked for 21, you would like your card in hand to block for 8 instead of 5. It's just plus 3 health. So I don't know. I don't hate upgrading Defend conceptually, but I imagine that I've tried it and didn't like what happened, and have just forgotten at this point because I've played so much of the character. So I don't know. I'm hesitant to try. One of the reasons that I don't like upgrading basics as much is they're often going to get removed or transformed over the course of the run. Strike in particular can get removed by the bite event as well as Pandora's Box, as well as card remove, as well as transform. So it's just like, there are a lot of ways for Strike not to be in your deck anymore. Although I don't take the bite event very often these days, I feel like. Defend can stick around a little bit more. Defend upgrades feel less bad, but yeah, they're still getting hit by Pandora's Box a lot. There's also, like, if you get a Pandora's Box, are you losing? Like, how much does this matter? You upgrade your Defend and then you transform it away. Is that such a big deal when you no longer have any basics in your deck, and your deck is instead 3 copies of Bios Cognition and also, like, Offering for some reason, because that's how strong Pandora's Box is. It's just giving you the best cards from other classes as well now. I don't know. Pandora's Box, once upon a time, was kind of janky because so much of the card pool was bad, and then the devs made it so every card in the pool was, like, if not good, at least it had words on it. There used to be some cards that I'm pretty sure didn't even have words on them. So Pandora's Box feels very strong these days, and even on Defect, where, again, I think Defect is probably the character I'm, like, least excited about Pandora's Box on. I still think it's one of the best boss relics for this character. So, choose a card to obtain. It's fine. This is a character where my belief is your goal is kind of to get enough card rewards to win, and eventually if you get enough card rewards, you will win. It's like, get enough card rewards to win and get enough card removes to win, basically, and you're working at both of those things. There's a little bit of survive the fights going on at the same time, but in terms of my, like, overarching goal and pathing and everything, I'm not really thinking, like, how do I get the most elites out of this act, that kind of thing. I'm more thinking, how do I get the most card rewards and removes out of this act? And that's my state of mind a lot of the time. So this is a card reward. So it's pretty good. Again, I talked about, like, how the commons feel to take in Act 1 a decent amount already. I dislike skipping my first card reward on principle, because I think that if you skip your first card reward, the game is balanced wrong, and I'd prefer to just believe that the game is balanced well enough that you're not meant to do that. I think my belief is untrue. I think that, especially on some characters in particular, the number of cards that you should be skipping on floor 1 is, like, fairly high. But, like, I'm never going to know that for sure, because I'm never going to solve the game, and the only way I'm going to find out if it's okay to take the cards on floor 1 is by trying to take them, so I'm just going to keep on doing that, presumably forever. So I'm not going to, like, choose this and miss entirely and have to have no whale bonus very often at all. On the other hand, I guess a logical conclusion of what I've just said is that sometimes I will take this and then make my deck worse than it was before I took it. So there is that. Like if I'm meant to be skipping and then I'm taking a card instead, that just means that I'm actually in a worse state than if I got no whale bonus. Whatever. I imagine choosing an uncommon colorless card to obtain is solid. Do I have the uncommon cards here? I don't think I do. I do. Alright, sure, let's talk about the uncommon cards a little bit. So, I think Bandage Up is quite strong on Defect. It's a character which is very invested in going to lots of fights for having all those card rewards, right? But that isn't that good at the fights at the very start of the run, at least. And so there's a lot of navigating, like, okay, how many fights can I actually go to? Do I have to rest this campfire? Do I have to take an event instead? If I take an event, do I have to play defensively with my health at the event? Stuff like that. And the general thing that these cards, which let you heal in a fight at some cost to the fight itself, like, if you didn't play Bandage Up in the fight, it would have been easier to win the fight, right? Because you wouldn't have had to draw and play Bandage Up, so it would have been a little bit easier. Like, you could have drawn a different card instead. You'd be one card further through your deck. But they give you a little bit more from the fight. The general heuristic for these sorts of cards is that they make hallway fights quite a lot better. They're not necessarily great at making elite fights and boss fights better. You can get to a point where you'd rather have a Bandage Up in your deck against, like, Slavers than you would not have it in your deck against Slavers, but probably that's not happening in most of the runs that you're not just very, very, very easily winning without Bandage Up anyway. Probably against Slavers specifically, you'd rather, like, take this card out of your deck for one fight so that you can get those things that attack you for 40 every turn dead, and then you can put it back in your deck for the next fight, you know? But yeah, they tend to make the hallway fights better at the cost of making the elite fights a little bit worse. And so if you're taking lots of hallway fights, you like cards like this. And if you're not, you don't like them as much. But Defect does want to get to take lots of hallway fights because card rewards are so good. Like, I would often rather have a hallway fight over a campfire as Defect. Yeah, that's just how that is. Card rewards are good on this character. Blind, I think, is, like, I am going to say a lot of cards are bad on this character. I think Blind's pretty bad. There is a very narrow window which exists where weak is good on Defect, but there are so many things stacked against it. Okay, let's look at some things which are stacked against it. One, you don't have an easy way to remove Artifact, and you also don't have any reason, really, to remove Artifact. So it's not like your character's damage is reliant on vulnerable or poison. It's not like your ability to block in general is reliant on weakening things. Unless you're trying to weaken stuff, you just don't really care about removing artifact charges from things. And when you get into late game, like the Act 4 elites have 2 artifact charges, the Heart makes 2 artifact charges on turn 4. Donu Deka should not be a huge issue for your Defect deck, but they do have artifact charges. And even in like Act 2, there are enemies with artifact charges. Even against the Sentries, they have artifact charges. So like, there are a bunch of artifact charges. And they just make weak worse. So that's one of the things that is stacked heavily against weak in a Defect deck. This is an issue for Go for Those as well, which is like, I've been thinking about a lot because I kept dying to Book of Stabbing, and one place that weak actually can be good is against Book of Stabbing, in theory. I don't know. I didn't get to a point where I was making it work. Anyway, I tried. I gave it a good college try. So you got that, and then you have another thing on the kind of like the flip side. That was like the weak literally doesn't make the enemy attack for less, which is bad because it has an artifact charge, which means it stops the weak from being applied, and you didn't get anything from removing the artifact charge because you don't want to put any other debuffs on the enemy anyway. The flip side is like, say weak does reduce what the enemy's attacking for, it doesn't matter a lot of the time. um, a lot of the time you are just out blocking what the enemy's attacking for, whether it's by playing a genetic algorithm, which blocks for more than the enemy is attacking for, or by having frost orbs in play, which block for more than the enemy is attacking for, or by being infinite and having infinite block. A lot of the time, it doesn't matter that you reduce the enemy's attack from 60 to 45 because you're blocking for 70. And so that's another like issue against weak. Now that doesn't mean that like you'd rather the enemy wasn't weak, but it does mean that you don't want to draw a card which only makes an enemy weak and doesn't do anything else. Oh, another big thing that hurts weak, I think, on Defect is Defect sometimes struggles to kill one enemy in AoE fights. Which is interesting, because upgraded blind doesn't struggle with that. But on a lot of characters, single target weak application is pretty decent because you can burst down one enemy in an AoE fight with like your things like backstab or just like pommel strike and bash or whatever. Anger, I don't know. Ironclad has a variety of ways to do that. And so you end up in a situation where you have like 2 enemies left out of the 3 and they're attacking you for like 25, and if you make it so they attack you for 20 instead by weakening one of them, all of a sudden you're taking no damage instead of 5 damage. It's a big deal. Because of lightning orbs having random targets and being a pretty significant portion of Defect's damage, Defect does have a lot of fights where you just like very awkwardly fail to kill any of the enemies until you finally have a turn where all of them die at the same time. And that's rough. And the way to solve that is to try to make the fight end as quickly as possible, because you keep on getting hit for 30 every turn, instead of like trying to weaken one of the enemies, because blocking in that situation is just not really an achievable goal. So like electrodynamics, for example, is a really good way to solve that problem, and blind is not. Yeah. So that's a lot of stuff that is stacked against weak. We can maybe apply all of this to go for guys as well. Having said all of that, this is not a situation like it's not a situation like with Defend Plus where I've like never really tried making this thing work. I've absolutely found situations where weak is good on this character. The main places that I find weak to be good are in the orb scaling kinds of things, where you just don't get quite enough focus. And so it does actually matter that the enemy is attacking you for 45 instead of 60 or whatever, because that's how much you can block for. In situations like that, weak can sometimes not only be important, but can actually sometimes be like the entire thing in the fight. Like the entire thing in the fight is now about getting through 2 artifact charges on the heart so that I can weaken it before it attacks me for 120 or something like that, because it's like actually impossible for the deck to block for 120, but it's not that hard for the deck to block for 90. Something like that. Or I guess Time Eater, if you're playing a deck which is infinite but output deficient. Those are just like 2 words I put together which probably communicate the idea I'm going for. Like, you get to play 12 cards per turn if you have an infinite against Time Eater, and if your infinite is like Meteor Strike Cool-Headed, that'll kill Time Eater and no problems. Like, you have absolutely no issues whatsoever. If your infinite isn't Meteor Strike Cool-Headed, it might be a lot harder to kill Time Eater with that thing. And Defect fortunately has lots of ways to solve that problem. One of the simplest and kind of coolest is Creative AI, which is just kind of cool that Creative AI has this like niche use case where it absolutely trivializes something that would otherwise be somewhat of a challenge. That's pretty cool. There are also like potions. Often, because you have like 1 defragment in your infinite deck anyway, you could like have a potion of capacity and just set up enough orbs for 1 fight to be able to kill stuff with orbs and not have to worry about your infinite for 1 fight. Often there's stuff like that. And another thing you can do is weaken Time Eater. And if you weaken Time Eater, you just get a substantial amount more time for your like kind of scaling deficient deck specifically for that fight, because infinite doesn't work as scaling in that fight necessarily, to kill Time Eater with some other method. So those are the two places where I do like weak. You may have noticed that those are both in Act 3 or 4, and we're talking about the whale bonus right now. Yeah, I'm not really very excited about putting a blind in my deck at the whale. It's probably good against Lagavulin. Not that good against Gremlin, not really. Really not very good against Gremlin Gang. I don't know, it's like, yeah, not really it. I do think that Dark Shackles blocks for enough on the right turns that I wouldn't say it's garbage. It does struggle from the same issue as Blind, where enemies have artifact charges. So I also wouldn't say that it's strong. If I have a Dark Shackles in my deck as Defect, like, I'm gonna think it's okay, but I would often prefer not to, and even if I do, I'm not usually, like, thrilled about it. It's just kind of like, it's a 0-cost block card, which works in a lot of fights, and that's okay. If I'm thinking about like my Defect constructed decks, what I would do if I could submit the exact 30 cards I wanted or whatever, I would not be putting Dark Shackles in there. So, you know, it's okay. Your deck is block deficient at the start of the run. It does block a bunch for 0. Block in quotation marks, but it does. Yeah, I'm like, okay. Deep Breaths. There's one major friction point between the two types of decks I'm describing. I'm describing the deck which goes through its draw pile one time and plays all of the scaling powers, and then it is one, versus the deck which tries to set up some sort of infinite. The major friction point between those two strategies, where they do very much want to do different things, is in the cards which reshuffle your discard pile into your draw pile. There are probably others, but this is a major one which, like, I haven't talked about yet, I guess, and it comes up a decent amount. Because you have Deep Breath as an uncommon, which looks like it's just a really cool card with no drawback, and you have Reboot as a rare on the character, which is a very strong rare. And just looks like it's just kind of bonkers. Like, you just draw 4 for 0 and you get to, like, get your cards back again. The issue is that the deck that wants to go through its draw pile in order to play powers really doesn't want to shuffle its discard pile into its draw pile. You get halfway through your draw pile, you only have halfway left to go, and then you'll have won, right? But like, the worst possible case is you get halfway through your draw pile, you play like a few powers, but maybe like more than half of your powers are in the bottom half of your draw pile in this shuffle, and you play a Reboot, and then you have all of your discard pile in your deck again. And it just makes it way harder to get all of your powers in play. If you think about like card draws being a thing that enables you to win, this is a situation where card draw is actually just shuffling a bunch of stuff on top of the cards you need to draw. It's not always good. There are also a lot of enemies in the game that put statuses into your discard pile. This tends to be more of a thing in Act 1 and 2 than in Act 3 and 4. I think in Act 3 and 4, enemies tend to put statuses into your draw pile, not your discard pile. But like, especially against like Book of Stabbing or Slavers, not getting an entire clean draw pile the first time through because you get wounds into your discard pile and then immediately shuffle them into your draw pile is painful. So that means that these cards do have like a very meaningful, like, strategic impasse with one of the major things that Defect's trying to do. Again, I would say that I'm going infinite a little bit more often than I'm orb scaling at the moment, it feels like, but like, I didn't play that many runs of it, right? Like, I feel like this is where I really committed to doing that sort of thing sometime around here. And I was doing it a bit here too, but this is only 25 runs or something. I can't count, but yeah, probably something like 25 runs. So it's not like I have like a massive sample, which makes me super confident that I can say like, oh yeah, 60% of the time I go infinite or whatever. Like, no, not at all. I played a few runs. I'm giving you my like current vibes. This has been like more focused on the character than I've ever done before in my life, probably. But in terms of like quantity of runs, I don't have enough of those to say like from a statistical viewpoint that this happens more than that other thing kind of idea. Anyway, if you are going infinite, these cards are pretty good. If you're going infinite, you'll have a lot of hands which are like recycle, hologram, reboot, where you get to go recycle one of the cards that doesn't contribute to your infinite, hologram the recycle another card that doesn't contribute to your infinite, then play reboot and have a new hand and have like 5 energy. That's really strong. And Deep Breath only draws you 1 card instead of 2, so, you know, doesn't do quite as much, but like Deep Breath is better if you're trying to go infinite. It's nice that it procs Sundial, because a deck trying to go infinite very well may have a Sundial in it, and so you can get 2 energy out of it as well. That's kind of nice. But yeah, at Whale, you haven't collapsed that space yet. You don't know if you're going for orb scaling or infinite or like a secret third thing. There are a number of secret third things, which I will talk about as we get up to the cards. But, you know, the main 2 things are how deep we are so far. So, yeah, I think Add Whale is just kind of bad, unfortunately. Discovery is an obscene card. It's somewhere between purple and green. I don't know. I think Discovery might be at its best on Defect. Yeah, I think I feel that way. Defect has like a larger portion of its card pool dedicated to cards which multiplicatively stack to win the entire fight than other characters, I'm pretty sure. Defect also has a number of kind of like chase rares that cost 3, which are really good to get in pretty much every fight. Like Echo Form, Creative AI. I guess Creative AI is not like always good. Meteor Strike's a really fun one to hit off Discovery. Hyper Beam can often be really good off Discovery, but like mostly you get a really good card that you can play for 1 energy. It's an obscene card. Discovery is very good. So one of the secret third things, I'll just go for it. One of the secret third things is just like Pile. That's what I'd call it. Pile is an Ironclad deck, more than a Defect deck, but it can happen on Defect as well. The idea of Pile is like you have enough max HP that it doesn't matter that much if you draw a couple of bad hands, and you just put a ton of cards into your deck, and if you draw them and play them, you'll win. Silent also has Pile. Like Silent's Pile is like you have lots of footworks and after images and other scaling powers and like maybe some acrobatics to draw them, and if you draw them and play them all, you win. Defect's power scaling thing is kind of a Pile, but so selective that I don't really feel like it quite fits the spirit. I would say the same is true for a Silent deck that's really focused around the like dexterity stuff. Like if your Pile is just like 4 copies of footwork, that's not really a Pile, is it? Whereas like Ironclad gets stuff that's like you got the Dark Embrace and the Feel No Pain and like the Barricade and the Corruption. For some reason you have a Demon Form and a Reaper. Nobody's sure why those are there, but they keep on full healing you, and that's cool. And then you took a Limit Break, because why not? It costs 0 and draws a card and makes your Reaper heal you for twice as much, and you have 3 Exhumes and you have an Offering. And you have like all these like Shrugs and Pommel Strikes, but like the Shrugs cost 0 and draw a bunch of cards, and you got Feel No Pains, and you have a Juggernaut, so you're dealing like infinite damage with Juggernaut. It's just like, what is going on? Like, and then the fight's over and you win. It's cool. Could you make an Ironclad deck that was more finely tuned and like deliberately created than that? Sure. But will an Ironclad deck like that win a hell of a lot of the time? Yeah. Um, and one of Defect's third things is pile, and the strong signal toward trying to make that work is pretty much stack. There's like stack and there's aggregate, but aggregate's like with an asterisk here. Aggregate's just a good card, like pretty much always once you get to the second half of the run. You don't need to have a ton of cards in your deck. You don't need to just take every crappy card for aggregate to be good. If all this does is gain you 5 energy, like boohoo, right? Like that's pretty good still. Stack, on the other hand, stack is not a very good card unless your deck's like 30 plus cards or you have a runic pyramid, and you probably want more like 40 cards. Equilibrium is really nice with this kind of thing. Equilibrium to let you play your stack on the right turns. And yeah, there are some kind of like, I would say it's just like kind of a failed Defect run. You had to take bad cards in order to get through Act 1 and stuff, and you haven't been offered the good scaling for like getting close to winning late game a different way, and you're like, well, let's let RNGesus take the wheel, and then you build a deck like this, and it's actually like really strong. You just kind of pile a bunch of cards into it, and it just kind of does things. And you have cards like Hello World, which are like actually pretty good here. You have Creative AI, which is excellent here. And you just kind of have to hope that you don't draw a hand which can't block when you get attacked for like 60 by something. And, you know, you have a potion belt to help, you have relics to help. But the issue with like deliberately building a deck like that as your first choice is that a lot of the time you don't draw the right hand and you die. The advantage of building a deck like that is that there are a lot of runs, not a lot of runs, but there's a recognizable portion of runs where you weren't going to win. You would have been dead already if you didn't lean into this. And once you've leaned into this, continuing to pursue it is your highest chance to win the run. And that chance to win the run won't be 100, but it can be like 60 plus pretty easily. If you have Runic Pyramid, it can be pretty close to 100, actually. Like, Runic Pyramid is very good for doing something like this. So, that's all cool. That relates to a concept which I don't remember if I introduced this concept talking about Ironclad or Silent, but also I assume that some of you just want to hear me talk about Defect and haven't watched those videos, so definitely worth talking about it now. There's this concept of like, how do I make it so next turn's good in Slay the Spire? And I don't mean like a card like Doppelganger. I don't mean like, I mean like ways to make next turn good without sacrificing this turn, mostly. And so Ironclad can put powers into play, which immediately do stuff this turn, but also continue to do stuff next turn. And so you've made this turn good, and you've made next turn good, and the rest of the turn of the fight. So can Silent. Silent can also do that. And then there are ways to like control what you do next turn, like Runic Pyramid or Well-Laid Plans, or an Infinite. If you get to a point where you've like gotten rid of the chaff in your deck down to a point where you're consistently drawing the same cards over and over again, then you don't have to worry about this anymore because you've worked out what you're doing and how you're going to be strong next turn. You can also have potions, so you can't guarantee that you're strong next turn all the time, but the times where you get unlucky and draw poorly, you can cover that RNG with potions. You can have relics that help with that. There are a lot of ways you can do this in the game. Defect is somewhat limited, though. Defect has the orb mechanic, which is just kind of staring you right in the face. The way you make sure that you're strong next turn is you put orbs in play, and they'll still be there next turn. That's pretty straightforward. But other than that, Defect doesn't have that much. Like, you don't have a blur on this character. You do have Equilibrium, which, like, is one of the ways. I just talked about it. Your powers mostly scale related to orbs. Like, you have Buffer, which lets you block next turn or this turn. But you don't have like things like footwork or inflame, really. Your powers relate to the orbs that you have in play and don't really relate to the other cards you're going to be playing on later turns. And so like everything very much focuses in on orbs, no pun intended, which then means that you're very reliant on hitting focus in order for that major mechanic, which makes it so you're safe next turn, to function for you over the course of a run. If you don't have a mechanic that's making sure that you're safe next turn functioning, you're not going to be safe next turn for the entire run, which doesn't mean that you lose, but it does mean that you might lose. And it means a lot of stress for playing the run. And so one way that you can address this is by just making sure that you're taking the cards that do that as much as possible. So like take your capacitors, take your defragments, stuff like that. Another way you can do it is try to open up any other ways that exist on the character to be strong next turn. And one of the things you can do is go infinite with recycle. Like, it's not a mistake or coincidence or anything that the two major ways that I see of winning as the character are the two most accessible ways in the card pool of being strong next turn. That's a very, very, very important thing to be able to do in Slay the Spire. And yeah, for Defect, the obvious ones are have strong orbs in play or have a guaranteed really good hand next turn because you're infinite. You can get Runic Pyramid. That'll happen like 35% of your runs if you click on it every time, but that's not that often. And so like in my head, what I'm thinking like mathematically about Defect is like 60 to 70% of runs I get enough orbs for that to work. 70%, 60, probably 60 to 70% of the time I get enough like recycle or card remove and enough card draw for infinite to work. 35% of runs I got a Runic Pyramid, and a lot of other things kind of work, like this stack thing that I've just been talking about. Like that works with Runic Pyramid, but doesn't work with other things. And the reason it works with Runic Pyramid is that I can make sure I have the cards in hand to be strong next turn. Runic Pyramid can make a lot of things that just like don't make any sense work. Like Runic Pyramid can kind of make Reprogram work on this character. Reprogram, not a card I would recommend taking, but I certainly tried taking it this month because, like, I mean, we're here, why not try? And the issue with Reprogram is that other characters, if they're blocking with Dexterity, have some way to, like, draw good block cards that use Dexterity every turn and play them. Like, they've got a card like Backflip, right? Or they have a card like Dodge and Roll, or they have a card like Shrug It Off. And Defect just, like, doesn't have any of the cards I've just said. In fact, Defect's best block card for a deck which wants to pay 1 energy to block and like isn't using focus is Stack, which doesn't need Dexterity. It needs cards in your discard pile. So Hologram is also a decent one. Hologram does want Dexterity. So like the thing with the Reprogram is like mostly you try to get several reprograms hopefully and several holograms, and you maybe have stacks as well, and then you kind of still need a Runic Pyramid in this scenario so that you can play the cards on the right turn, because you don't have well-laid plans and you don't have Barricade. So yeah, but Runic Pyramid, you can lean on that to make a lot of stuff that wouldn't usually work, and that's true I think probably for all the classes. Yeah, it seems like it would be. Yeah, and then there's like this pile concept, which kind of lets you be stronger next turn, where you're like doing like Hello Worlds and Creative AIs and just kind of praying. You're just hoping that something scales you into enough. Dead Branch. Dead Branch does great in the power scaling shell kind of thing, but is, I wouldn't say it's a skip if you're going for an infinite. I would say that if you take it while going for infinite, you're no longer going for infinite. You're now like winning with Dead Branch. Dead Branch I would say is kind of like pile coded. It doesn't really matter that it's turning your deck into a pile of cards if you have enough orb scaling to just have infinite block from orbs anyway. I say infinite block from orbs and it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but in the parlance of Slay the Spire, when you have a deck that can do something forever, we say that that's infinite basically, and Frost Orbs you can press end turn forever in a lot of fights, so it actually is very semantically tied to infinite in my brain. Having infinite block with Frost Orbs. Having infinite block with Frost Orbs just means that your Frost Orbs block for more than the enemies can possibly attack for every single turn. You can have infinite block against Giant Head very easily because Giant Head never attacks you for more than 70. True. There are ways to make Giant Head attack you for more than 70, but, you know, usually. So, where on earth was I? I was talking about this pile strategy. Yeah. If you're doing that, Discovery is great. Also, if you're not doing it, Discovery is pretty good. Just because like the card that you get will be pretty good. Discovery is like drawing an energy gain card and a really good card at the same time a lot of the time, which like that is good. So Discovery is at least green, if not purple. And I do think that it's like particularly strong on Defect because of the prominence of cards which win you fights, and the fact that if you're not getting into like the, so what's like the math on that? It's going to be rough math, right? Because there's overlap. So if you don't get offered like Skim, it makes, or if you don't get offered Fission, maybe it makes like both of your major equity components worse, but like let's just be very naive about it. So you have let's say 0.65. So to miss 0.65 would be 0.35, and then to miss the other 0.65 would be 3.5 again, and then you have to miss Runic Pyramid, which happens 0.65. So with those numbers, I'm saying like 92% of the time or something. And this is very naive math, and it isn't enumerating everything. And the way that you reconcile that with like the fact that I'm not winning 92% on Defect is you lose to Gremlin Knob or Book of Stabbing or something sometimes. Like you don't get to late game enough. But if you do get to late game on Defect every time, even without getting into all of the other stuff, like I don't even have any equity from this pile deck here yet, right? This is basically like if I hit the scaling powers, I win 100. If I hit the infinite, I win 100. If I hit Runic Pyramid, I win 100. Nothing else, which is very naive math and doesn't really make sense. It's not an accurate or precise way of well, it's a very precise way. It has 6 decimal places, but it's not a very accurate way of thinking about like actual potential of the character. But it's just like kind of an illustration of like it might sound like a lot of people are like, is every seed winnable? Like a lot of people want to go into a run of Slay the Spire and know that there's a way to win, and not every seed is winnable. And even among seeds which are winnable, there's no way that you personally are going to win a lot of them. And that's not because like you're bad, it's because like you're not going to make the play that would let you win ever. The play that would let you win is like use a potion on some really bizarre moment because it will change the RNG in some way that lets you get something else, and like you're just not going to do that as a human being. Yeah, so like there are definitely runs that you will lose, but even with just the stuff that I've talked about so far, like I've already found over 90% runs where Defect is getting enough for late game. And that wasn't like that hard to get to. So I don't know, like the character's got lots of stuff. And there are other things that I haven't really talked about yet. So that's all cool. What was I talking about? What a tangent. I've been talking for an hour and a half. I've like addressed 3 things so far. Okay. Discovery's very good. I think like Discovery is a complex card to fully enumerate because it's making a pick one of three of the entire card pool. Not your basic cards, but like everything else. Not your cards with healing tags, so not self-repair. Does anything else here have a healing tag? I don't think so. But it's very hard to enumerate. If you are trying to enumerate it, one thing that's important to realize is that it's giving you equal chance at all of the cards. So if you look at the count of rares and uncommons here, it's 53. And if you look at the count of commons here, it is 18. So you're actually seeing fewer, like under one common on average per time you play Discovery. See a lot of uncommons and rares. Uncommons 36, rares 17. So like ratio of 2 to 1 between uncommons and rares basically, and then commons are okay. A good way to like simplify it is you see like 25% commons, 25% rares, 50% uncommons, basically. A little bit of rounding there, but like basically that. And so realizing that is important because that isn't how card rewards work. That's just how the discovery create a card action works. It's different from how card rewards work. The math, like the numbers on it, are different. And so that makes it a lot stronger. And you have to think about like how often can you really like whiff entirely if you get to see 3 cards? That's a lot of cards. Like say Amplify is worthless, Reprogram's worthless, and like Amplify is not always worthless, but let's say that it is in this moment, and you wouldn't play a Hyper Beam or something. Like, sure, you can pick 3 specific cards which don't work, but it's an awful lot easier if you're picking 3 random cards here to find at least one that does something. It's not like a card like I can't remember its name. Distraction that makes a random silent skill where you only get one of them. So if you're looking for something with card draw on it, or if you're looking for something with block on it or something like that, you only have one shot at it. If you need a card that fills a certain role, you're seeing 3 cards, and you have a much higher chance of finding something like that, or a different card that's strong enough to be good enough, even though it doesn't solve the problem in that way. Discovery is very good. I don't think that trying to enumerate it in its entirety is like a useful way to spend time. I think when you see it in a shop or a card reward, you should click it quite often. And if you go through life like that, you're probably doing pretty well. I have never liked dramatic entrance on pretty much any character. I don't think Cleave is that good, and I don't think Bottling Attack is that good, and I don't want to put both of those in my deck at the same time. I don't think you should never take Dramatic Entrance on Defect. I think there are moments where you should, if you're like going through Act 2 and really need a little bit more damage to deal with Gremlin Leader and Slavers in particular, is like a moment where putting it in your deck makes a lot of sense. But I sure wouldn't recommend trying to do that a lot. Enlightenment can contribute to infinites on Defect. That said, it's one of those cards where mostly the only thing it's doing is being a card in your deck that enables the infinite, and it doesn't make the infinite happen more quickly or anything like that. It just, once you get down to the infinite, makes it so the infinite works. And there's a lot of other cards in Defect's card pool already that do that, which are a little bit more useful for other reasons. Compared to Fusion, for example, where at least Fusion makes it so Compiler Driver draws more and makes it so Fission's better when you play Fission. And has an alternate option where it can do stuff with multicast, and I still don't take this card very often. I still don't really want it. I guess Enlightenment does let you play more cards the turn you draw it, where Fusion doesn't. Still just not really into it. The ability of Defect to go infinite is so heavily dependent on finding recycle or some other way to get rid of a lot of cards. And so incredibly not dependent on finding a way to draw cards and gain energy but I don't think finesse is very good on this character. I would typically not purchase it. I like there might be a run on occasion where I already have dexterity and I have a lot of gold, and for some reason I need some block or some card draw, and I take it. But like for the most part, basically these two cards are both like, yeah, you could take this card if you need it to go infinite, but that doesn't happen very often. And if you're not taking it for that reason, there's not much reason to take it. Basically how both of these work. Enlightenment like has the ability to gain energy, but the card pool just already has better ways to gain energy than that, and they're like common and you don't have to pay for them. So yeah. Flash of Steel is a little bit better because damage is better than block here. Oh, that's a thing I have to try to explain. It's because you need damage for like all of the hard fights in Act 1 and 2, basically. So I'm thinking about Act 1 and 2. If you are fighting against Gremlin, you'd much rather have Flash of Steel than Finesse. If you're fighting against Sentries, you'd also rather have Flash of Steel than Finesse on Defect, in my opinion. If you're fighting against Slavers, Gremlin Leader, you'd rather have Flash of Steel than Finesse. It's just like the dangerous stuff in the game, you have to make it dead. You don't just block against it. The place where Finesse is good is when you have a character who solves fights by blocking and solves fights by blocking with dexterity. So like Finesse is a very good silent card sometimes. Finesse can also be a good Ironclad card because of like the Dark Embrace and Corruption runs where it starts drawing 2 cards instead of 1, and like it gets you into all of that stuff faster. Oh, Finesse also with Ironclad just goes infinite. Like on Ironclad, you do have much more trouble making the energy and card draw to go infinite, such that you have to take particular cards sometimes. Like where it's kind of like they're almost flipped, where Defect really needs a recycle in order to exhaust all the cards, but if you can exhaust all the cards, you go infinite with like almost anything. And Ironclad's kind of like flipped, where Ironclad has absolutely no trouble whatsoever exhausting all the cards. But once you exhaust the cards, you need like something fairly specific, like a dropkick or a Flash of Steel, or something along those lines. So they are a bit like kind of mirror images of each other in that way, and how they interact with exhausting down to an infinite. So anyway, I think it's like slightly better than Flash, slightly better than Finesse. I don't think you should be spending the amount that it costs on it in a shop. If I got it from the Whale, though, it's like, okay, sure. I guess if you get Finesse from the Whale, it's okay as well. Definitely better than Enlightenment. Did I say the dramatic entrance is okay from the Whale? No, I don't think I believe that. I don't want it. Forethought is so bad. Like, Forethought is pretty bad on the characters where it can sometimes do the thing to make an infinite happen. Like, it's just a very niche way to do the infinite, and on Defect you just have so many other ways to do the infinite. Yeah, if you want to play Defect perfectly, you should consider that Forethought can sometimes make an infinite work that wouldn't work otherwise. In particular, it might make your Meteor Strike cost 0, and that could do a lot of work, stuff like that. But if you just want my straightforward advice, if you're not looking for like the final 0.5% of win rate on Defect for yourself after playing the character for several years, you're best served by just like deleting the art file for Forethought from the game so that you can't see it when it's off as a card reward or something like that. I don't know if you can do that, but that might be the way to do it. Just like, don't put this thing in your deck. Good Instincts is solid. Like, you want to be able to put card draw into your deck early. This is one of the reasons that I really like Zap Upgrade, and I'm much more hesitant about Defend Upgrade on Defect, is like, even if Defend Upgrade is better in quite a few fights, which I think it probably is, again, haven't done the math, so not gonna say that I know that with certainty. Like, I think there are people who have solved some of these fights with the starter decks of characters and stuff like that. But just like on intuition. I think it's true. You want to be able to take skim. Like, if you're offered skim on floor 1 and you can't take it, you're a bit sad. So you'd like your whale bonus to get you to a point where you can already take skim, because skim is so good in the main ways that Defect wins runs of Slayed Spire. You also really want to be able to justify taking a compile driver. Like, you want your damage solution to also contribute to drawing a bunch of cards for late game if you can get that. So compile driver is a really good thing to be able to justify picking. And you can already take compile driver on floor 1, like, it's fine. Skim's a little bit harder to take on floor 1 if you don't have anything else supporting it, but like, if you did, I wouldn't think you were like obviously wrong. I'd just be like, oh, that's like a bit more aggressively angling toward the card draw than I do. But like, you can do it. I have done it, I'm pretty sure. If you look at your map and you like don't have a particularly hard path and you have some upgrades to get your zap and dual cast upgraded, like, skim from floor 1 card reward is fine. Anyway, you'd really like to be able to take these things, and so the fact that Good Instincts costs 0 and blocks for 6, and your deck needs more block anyway, right? It's just a lot of good things lining up at the same time. Impatience is unfortunately bad from the whale. It's unfortunate that that's true because it's pretty good later. The issue with impatience, you might like, you can think about like the Gremlin Up fight, for example, and you can talk yourself into impatience being good in that fight. And you're like, well, I play my attacks and then I play impatience and I get more attacks. And so yeah, Gremlin Up gets more strength from me playing a skill, but it's okay because I'm adding more damage. Cool. And then you can like talk yourself into thinking impatience is good in other fights too, where it's like, well, impatience is good because like I don't have many attacks in my deck. Like, I remove like 2 strikes in Act 1 or something like that. I just have 2 strikes. So if I draw impatience and strike together, I just play the strike and then I play impatience. Not a big deal. Sure. Whatever. The issue is strike's so bad, you don't want to play it. So what actually happens is you have hands where you draw impatience and you draw strike, and you do not want to play strike, and now you have 2 bad cards in your hand, which are unusable, instead of 1. So that's the issue. Later on in the run, though, impatience, like a 0-cost draw card for this many cards, is very appealing, and later on you're going to be doing things like recycling any attacks that you have left, and you may very well have very few attacks left. Or if you do have attacks in hand, they're like compile drivers, which you do want to play anyway, and so you get to play compile driver, and then you have no attacks in your hand, and you get to play impatience, and you have 10 cards, and ooh, get a lot of stuff going on. So impatience is a card I don't hate having later. Don't need to have it, but it does fine. It's often better than skip later, I'll say, like that. I don't really want it from the whale at all, though. I think it's quite bad from the whale. Jack of all trades is like situational. Jack of all trades is good in the aforementioned pile deck, where you just kind of need to find something. You're playing a deck like that. If you're playing a deck which recycles into an infinite, or you're playing a deck which orb scales into outpacing all the enemies, you're not very exposed to variance with those decks. You may be a little bit on turn 1, 2, and 3, but hopefully your deck has enough card draw and stuff that even those turns are pretty safe. Or maybe you have like an instance burner or something like that, so you can set up so that those turns are safe. And because you're not very exposed to variance, putting cards which have lots of variance into your deck doesn't make very much sense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put a Jack of all trades into a deck like that, because you're not getting anything out of it doing well anyway. So like, its use cases are, you use it, you get a good card, you're happy, sure, but it didn't help because you're going to win anyway. Or you use it and get a bad card, and now maybe you're losing instead of winning because you drew a curse. So you don't really want a Jack of all trades in a deck like that. And similarly, you don't really want Hello World, you don't really want Creative AI. you do want creative AI, it's like 4 time eater or whatever, that's fine. Hello World and creative AI also have the issue of being very slow in decks, which desperately wants to fast enough on turn 1, 2, and 3. However, if your deck is garbage, you don't always lose. And if your deck's garbage, you're pretty happy to have a jack of all trades. Like, if your deck's garbage, you walk into the fights and you're like, okay, how's this gonna go? Hope we find something. And sometimes jack of all trades finds stuff. Sometimes it finds apotheosis. Sometimes it finds like mayhem, master of strategy, blind. You don't want in your deck all the time, but like, oh, yeah, well, there are turns where it's good. Finesse, flash of steel. I have taken quite a few copies of Jack of All Trades Plus this month because I've been playing more bad decks than usual because of trying to like take a more aggressive path through Act 1 and 2. And yeah, the result is my deck is bad, so I take a card like Jack of All Trades, which doesn't always work, but can maybe win me a run if things go right, and sometimes it wins me a run, and that's kind of fun. I don't know, it's kind of cool. Madness is bad. Madness, just like the same thing. It's just like, it's a card that only really contributes to your infinite, and you are on a character who has so much access to cards like that, which are better than this one. If you think about like the simplest infinite I first talked about, recycle, turbo, compile driver, skim, cool-headed plus kind of things, like every single one of those cards is good by itself. You don't need a card that's bad by itself to make yourself infinite. And like all of those are commons or uncommons as well. Meteor Strike, recycle, cool-headed, all those cards are good by themselves. Meteor Strike's a good card even if you're not infinite. You can play it with 5 energy sometimes, you can play it with like a turbo, you can play it with the liquid memories, you can play it with like relics, which get you to 5 energy for 1 turn, you can play it with a charge battery the previous turn. There are lots and lots of ways to make Meteor Strike a good card. I got to Necronomicon Meteor Strike this month. Oh my god, that was fun. That's a pretty strong use of a Necronomicon stack. Mind Blast is very bad. Panacea is an interesting one. I used to think that biased cognition was a much more important part of the character than I currently think biased cognition is. Biased cognition is very strong. I think the strongest thing about biased cognition is that it is very good in Act 1 and 2, as well as being useful in late game. But I used to think like a lot of solving late game is about getting biased cognition because it's such a head start on getting your orb scaling going. So you get biased cognition, you get an artifact stack, and that is putting you massively ahead on your multiplicative orb scaling for beating late game. And I don't really think that anymore. It's still good, obviously, but it's just like one of the things that contributes to orb scaling. In terms of the components you need for that deck to work, card draw and energy often feel like they're a bigger deal than focus, actually. Obviously, you need some focus, but I just haven't found it that hard to get enough focus. The harder thing is getting it all in play fast enough. And I think that's consistent with how I've felt when playing Defect well in the past. There have been like a couple of times I have, maybe more than a couple, it's hard to remember, but there have been several times that I've had world record streaks on Defect where like I did care quite a lot about executing the run right. Like this is back when I cared much more about streaking in the game and much more about like competition in the game. And so I was in situations where I was like, I have won my last 10 Defect runs and nobody has ever won 11, and so I'm going to try really hard to play this run well. And I think in those situations, I was usually more slanted toward like, okay, it's really important for my deck to be fast. It's not that important for me to like take the capacitors and loops in Act 1 or whatever. Like that stuff will work itself out. It's more important for me to like be taking the cool-headed and fission sorts of things so that I can get whatever I get into play and get through the early stuff. That's probably like a good general observation is like, yeah, probably like a lazy defect run where I don't want to think. I'm like, oh, a loop. Well, I'll just kind of take that and then I don't have to think. And if it comes together, I win. Whereas if I'm trying to play well, it's more like I don't have to take loop yet. I should keep my deck a little bit sleeker. I want to like keep infinite open for one, but also make sure that my deck survives Act 2 when loop's a little bit slow and stuff like that is more what I'm thinking there. So, with all that having been said, like, Panacea is definitely an okay card. There are a lot of fights where it needs to come down on turn 1 to really be valuable, and if you draw it on turn 1, that's great. But Defect doesn't start with a 7-card starting hand or anything like that, and it isn't bottled when you put it in your deck. So unless you already have a fairly developed deck, you have little ability to guarantee that this goes down on turn 1. So you can't like take this and think, oh, this will be good because it will stop Chosen from hexing me or anything like that. That's just not a thing that you can reliably do with Panacea. You can take it and think, this will be good because I'm going to go through like late game fights and play it before my biased cognition, but you probably can't do that on floor 1. You can take that on like floor 35 when you already have a biased cognition. That kind of idea. I've definitely taken artifact charges before biased cognition. The way that that usually happens is Core Surge, because Core Surge is a good attack. So you just are happy to have that card in your deck. It exhausts, so it gets out of the way of infinites. It deals a bunch of damage for 1, which is great. The artifact charge is useful in a lot of fights, regardless of having biased cog. So that card goes in your deck. Panacea doesn't really go in your deck unless it's specifically for some purpose, and you don't really want it from the whale, so I don't think it's great. Panic Button's very strong. Panic Button's extremely strong on Defect. Compare this card's strength to Apparition on Defect, and you're not going to be that much wrong. The reason is that it doesn't stop Frost Orbs from making block. It doesn't make dual casting a Frost Orb not make block. It doesn't make your Infinite not make block, because your Infinite probably has Cool Headed, so the block is coming from Frost Orbs, or it has maybe an Abacus, I don't know. So on a lot of characters, there's like a downside to this card, where on Silent, the card's very strong, but like next turn you can't make block, and that does have a cost for a lot of decks. I'm actually going to make it purple. This is a very, very good Defect card. Yeah, on Defect, there's just very little downside. Extremely little downside. So yeah, if you get offered Panic Button, I'm very excited about it. Purity, I would say situational. The thing about Purity is it is possible to go infinite without finding Recycle. Purity is one of the things that can enable it. I had an infinite deck this month that got a Peace Pipe and just did a lot of card removes from Campfires, which was like kind of cool run, because like you could see deterministically from a very long way out that the deck had won, but it hadn't done it yet. It's just like you look at the Act 3 path and you're like, oh yeah, well if you do that one and that one and that one and that one, then yeah, I'm infinite, I guess, and then I win. And then I just clicked on all of them, and then I was infinite, and then I won, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I don't know, it's kind of satisfying. It felt like Watcher runs a little bit, which like Watcher has a lot of runs where it's like, oh, I'm infinite if I get 5 card removes, and you look at the act map and you're like, oh, 5 card removes, okay, I guess I won. And yeah, it felt a little bit like that. Yeah, but the thing is that going infinite isn't a constant enough concern. Like, orb scaling is a thing you can do if you don't get Recycle, which is more appealing than trying to make infinite work with stuff like Purity if you don't get Recycle. So if you don't get Recycle, like, most of the time you don't want to do a Purity thing. The way that I ended up with the Peace Pipe thing was, I think I bought Abacus at an early shop off of a Gold Whale bonus, if I remember right. And the reason I did that is just Abacus is a good card, or a good relic. Like, Deep Breath shuffles, reboot shuffles, your deck is only 15 cards or whatever at the start of the run, so you also just shuffle on turn 3. And Defect likes to do a lot of card draws, so you can pretty easily get to a point where you're shuffling lots of times, even if you're not infinite. And then, like, eventually I was infinite because I got a peace pipe as well. I was like, well, I already have an abacus. Let's make this work, I guess. So that's how that worked for me. I actually didn't have a purity in that run, but if I had been offered a purity, I very well may have taken it there. Swift Strike, pretty bad. Trip, not really the character for it. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. Your uncommon colorless rewards are kind of reminiscent of rare colorless rewards on other characters, where you have like 3 extremely hard hits and then some okay stuff and a lot of garbage. Where like on other characters, colorless rares are like Apotheosis, Hand of Greed, and Master of Strategy are extremely hard hits, and then there's some other ones which are okay, and then there's a lot of garbage. So kind of matches. It's kind of fun. I don't think I'd ever really enumerated that before, but yeah. So, I mean, I think overall it's fine. It's solid. Right? On average, it's solid. Oh, my alarm is going off in the other room. Do I have to do something? I've been going for like 2 hours anyway, so probably we'll talk about rare cards and then I'll stop this part. Come back next time. Obtaining a random rare card is very awkward. In talking about these strategies, which are really strong in Defect, I haven't mentioned very many rare cards very often. And honestly, the ones I've mentioned are like Echo Form, Creative AI, Meteor Strike, Force Surge. I mentioned Buffer and Bioscog. Several of these aren't very good in Act 1. I am not of the opinion that Echo Form is an important enough card to Defect that you should be taking it in Act 1. There have been times when I think if you have a self-repair, then like, yeah, but I think Echo Form doesn't become pickable until you're doing some sort of orb scaling thing, probably. It's weird. Like you can pick it, but it makes hallway fights quite dangerous unless you have a self-repair to justify it by like it giving you more health when you heal. Yeah, it just kind of costs 3 and doesn't do anything that turn. So if all you have is 3 energy, like you need a very specific turn for it to work. It's okay against Lagavulin. It's okay in the Act 1 boss fights, but I'm not super hyped to get an Echo Form from the whale. The problem is just that it doesn't help in any way if you're doing the infinite one. And so when I used to think that like orb focused stuff was a larger part of the late game space, Echo Form was a much bigger deal because so much more of my run was about like, oh, I need to be able to play 3D fragments or whatever. Not not exactly, but like, you know, some number of defragments, some number of capacitors, and if you have an Echo Form, you can play twice as many, so that's cool. But I just haven't found that that's the late game space. I don't know if that's me getting better or some of the cards being buffed, because a decent amount of my Defect play was before 2.0. Probably some of Defect's cards got buffed, right? I can't actually think of many that got buffed. I guess potions got buffed. Potions are a pretty large deal, actually. Or if it's something else, I don't know. But that's just kind of where I've been at. So, yeah, if you get a random rare here, All for One is one of the third things on this character. But, like, good lord, you do not want to have to do that thing. Okay, that's untrue. I want to do that thing every run. But if you're trying to win as Defect, you don't want to have to do that thing. I will personally go to my grave believing that it's possible to make Claw a good Defect card, and that is not out of some, like, irrational love for the card or anything. Like, genuinely, it's because the thing that makes Claw strong is so synergistically close to the other things that I'm doing. Like, Claw's quite strong with Cool Headed and card draw, and we also need some way to deal damage in the early, like the first half of the run, right? Like, if you're focusing, uh, if you're focusing on like orb scaling or getting card draw and energy going, and like big block cards like genetic algorithms and stuff, so you don't die, you still need some way to deal damage. And synergistically, just like theoretically, just like if you think about what happens when you do it, if you put like 2 or 3 claw cards into a deck like that, you can kill stuff. And I know this because I've played the runs and done it. And you can absolutely get to a point where that is actually your late game. Like, you're no longer, oh, I'm going to like infi block with my orbs or whatever. You're now actually, my claws deal so much damage that I will conquer the world. That can happen. I've had it happen. The problem is it is such a strict space to be in. If you get offered a ball lightning, I think you're already out of the space. Like it's not like, sometimes it's like, because you're trying to do this, you don't get to use one of the character's good cards, right? And that's like a cost, but it doesn't mean you can't do the thing. It's just like a cost to trying to do the thing. If I'm trying to use Snecko Eye, I don't get to use Seek or something. I don't know. I'm weird example, but what came to mind. So sometimes it might be because I'm trying to like build this deck where my damage is Claw, I don't get to take a Ball Lightning because I already have too many damage cards, and Ball Lightning is a great damage card and all, but it doesn't fit into what I'm trying to do. But on Defect, my belief is if you like take a Claw on floor 1 and you're trying to do the thing where you deal the damage with Claw, and then on floor 2 you get offered a Ball Lightning, you're not meant to skip the Ball Lightning, you're meant to take the Ball Lightning and then try to pretend you don't have a Claw in your deck, which is like, the space collapses so rapidly because it's weaker than the other things around it. So even though it's synergistically nearby, you need to be offered just a very specific set of cards. You need to be offered like none of the good damage stuff, and instead 2 claws and some cool headeds. And if that happens, I do think it's right. I do think you end up in a run where you are playing Claw without having made a mistake. So that's cool. However, it's possible it wasn't meant to go in your deck on floor 1, so probably you have to transform into it, unfortunately. And a lot of things have to have gone right for you to get there, which is too bad. One of the things that can go right, though, is getting an all-for-one from the whale. I think if you have an all-for-one in your deck already, there is a chance that your floor 1 Claw offer is actually correct to take, because there is actually a thing there that you might end up in. It's just like, you have to tightrope walk all the way to get there. So many of my like attempts to do this like end up dying because I've taken like 1 Claw and then like I get offered a Doom and Gloom and a Ball Lightning, and I'm like, oh, those are better. So then I take those, and then I have too many damage cards in my deck, and the Claw's terrible, and then I just lose an deck too. Very sad. But sometimes you get like 3 Claws and 2 all-for-ones, and you get to do some really cool stuff. All-for-one does synergize with the Go Infinite space. Recycle Plus is a 0-cost card. You can absolutely take Overclock for that deck, which is a 0-cost card, and the way you deal with the burns in this case is you just recycle them later, but it gets you going fast enough earlier on. That's nice. If you're doing all-for-one stuff, like Go for the Eyes becomes more appealing, but I think is still bad. Like, all-for-one's it's not quite good enough, unfortunately. Steam Barrier is a card that you probably are okay with taking already, so that's nice. Turbo is a card that you're often okay with taking already, so that's also nice. So yeah, you can end up with a decent all for one. Force Field is a very important card in this synergy space. Like if this deck is going to work, it is likely involving taking 4 powers and making 1 or 2 force fields cost 0. And I don't know, like if you made me play only this deck, I would probably have quite a lot of fun and I would probably win over half of the runs I played. Can that be possible? Can you get offered Claw half the time? That seems like too high. Okay, I'm certain that this isn't right. I know that shops are being calculated wrong in this program, but it's like not that far wrong. This says that we're at 96, 95% of seeing at least one claw over like a, I don't know. This is like just a path that I thought might be reasonable through a run. I think I looked at one of my runs and said, okay, cool. Well, it's more of an ironclad path though. I don't know. Anyway, this has me seeing claws an expected 2.9 times. Yet 4 claws in 33% of runs. I mean, might have to try this now. Anyway, where did my, this is weird. Just a sec. Sorry, I was trying to adjust the window and the window like disappeared on me, but OBS could still see it. That was a new one. I hadn't seen that one before. All right, we're back though. Okay, so anyway, if you're doing that deck, getting 4 powers and a force field or 2 into your deck is one of the appealing ways to block. It lets you block with something like Skim instead of blocking with Cool-Headed, which is nice, especially since you don't necessarily have enough focus for late game for this deck because you are inexplicably taking Claw over Defragment or whatever. Like, what are you doing with your life? I don't know. Not making the right decisions to win with Defect, but making decisions which could, in theory, win with Defect, which is fun. Why are we talking about all this? Oh, because of All for One. Yeah. I think probably realistically, if you get All for One from the Whale, you're still not meant to take Claw on floor 1, but I am pretty sure that until I die, I will take Claw on floor 1 if I get All for One from the Whale. So that's cool, and honestly probably makes All for One from the Whale worse for me because it makes me lose even more because it has subsequent mistakes which are forced by it. I don't know. Rest in peace. Amplify from the Whale is also quite bad. Yeah. Sorry, Amplify. You don't have any powers in your deck yet. This is just like an unexhaustible curse. I don't know. I have nothing else positive to say about it from the Whale, unfortunately. I did mention like later on in the run, Amplify can become good in certain situations, but it's a bit like Go for the Eyes actually, where it's only good in the like situations very in between things. Or if you're really heavily invested in powers, like if you're doing storm stuff, Amplify becomes quite a bit better, I think. But if you're just scaling Frost Orbs, like Amplify is okay. Like not one of your top 5 cards. Probably one of your top 20 though. Certainly one of your top 20. Bias Cog's very good. Bias Cog is just incredibly strong. Yeah, there's just no stage of the run where Bias Cog isn't incredibly good. That's really all there is to it. In Act 1, the fights are short enough that you don't really have to think about the loose focus debuff. It's not true. You have to think about it a little bit. There are occasions where you don't want to play it the first time you draw it in Act 1, 100%. Against Hexaghost, you might not want to. Against Lagavulin, you might not want to. Against Sentries, maybe, but probably you still do. But then it's really nice that you can block the, at the start of your turn, lose 1 focus debuff with an artifact charge to stop it from ever being applied, because that means that also it's very strong late game. You have this like little combo in your deck, which is kind of satisfying to play around as well. So that's kind of cool. Buffer from Whale is incredible. Buffer as a card in general is like solid. It's okay. A lot of the really difficult fights where you have to find help blocking early punish you in some way for playing Buffer. So like the heart has a beat up death, so it's hard to use it, and even if you do use it, it also has a times 15 attack, so it's not that great against that one. The Act 4 elites attack you 5 times on turn 2 a lot of the time. Time Eater has a times 3 attack. A weakened one gets 2 strength for the rest of the fight because you played it. Even Donu Deka attack twice per turn. So there's no like late game situation where this card is just like incredible. But there are lots of like hallway fights in Act 3 where it's fine. And it's fine in the other things I said as well. It's not like it's terrible. It's like okay, it's just not awesome. The best thing it does is blocking the big attack from the heart, the 67 single attack, if you can line that up. But the problem is that the character doesn't have wildlife plans, and you don't get Runic Pyramid every run, so like Buffer's a lot better if you do get Runic Pyramid, but I don't know. I haven't had Runic Pyramid very much this month, so it's possible some of my analysis is being colored by the fact that I just have seen fewer Runic Pyramids than on average, and that's making me forget that Buffer is really good with Runic Pyramid. There is something to be said, though, for, like, the majority of the characters' wins don't have Runic Pyramid in them. Like, you just don't get offered Runic Pyramid a high enough percentage of the time for it to be true that Runic Pyramid is, like, most of your wins. That's not how math works. And so, if a card is only really strong with Runic Pyramid, like, that kind of implies that it's not very strong in the runs that you were going to lose, and even in your wins, it's not strong most of the time. So what, like, hello? The card can't be that good, right? Once you are offered a Runic Pyramid, then it becomes exciting, but when you're at the whale, it's like, whatever. Having said all of that, this card is so good in Act 1. This card, like, just epically dumps on Gremlin Knob and Lagavulin. Just like you walk in and play Buffer and like offer no further explanations, and the fight is over and you win and take 0 damage. Defect can actually be so bad against Gremlin Knob that sometimes you still get hit for 24, but it's very, very good. You definitely want to upgrade this card if you get it from the whale in Act 1. It's just so good to have a Buffer plus. Okay, there are situations where you shouldn't. Nothing's always inside the Spire, but it's a very strong upgrade from start of Act 1. And then the true like Joker moment is when you get to play Buffer plus against Slime Boss, and then you're like, so you can't deal damage to me until turn 9? What? What a card. Anyway, yeah, I think we can call this purple from the whale because of how strong it is in Act 1, but like we have to acknowledge that later on in the run it's like only solid. It is pretty strong. It's like goaded through here, and then it's like strong solid, I would say, for the rest of the run. Like, I wouldn't say that it continually gets worse. I would say that, like, depending on what's going on, it's either strong or solid for the rest of the run. That's how I would say it. Core Surge from Whale is strong. It's just like an okay attack. It deals 11 for 1. The artifact charge is nice. You don't really have to think about combos for the artifact charge for this to be a good card, but they do exist. The stuff like Flex Potion, which gives you 5 permanent strength for the rest of the fight, nice to pair with it. And you also don't really have to think about it blocking debuffs in other fights for it to be a strong card. Like 11 for 1's just quite a lot for 1. But also that stuff exists, and blocking like vulnerable against Gremlin Knob's really strong. Blocking a debuff against Lagavulin doesn't do that much as Defect, because Lagavulin doesn't debuff focus anyway. But that is a thing it does. Blocking Hex against Chosen can be good in Act 2. Yeah, like it's fine. It's fine. You do not need to pair it with Bias Cog for it to be okay for Core Surge to be in your deck over the course of the run. But if you do get a Core Surge, you will be offered Bias Cog at some point in the run, like half the time or so. So that is nice. Certainly having a Core Surge from the Whale makes you think more about doing orb scaling stuff and a bit less about doing infinite stuff. Although, again, you only get offered Bias Cog about half the time. So you can't be like, oh, I'm just going to get a Bias Cog with this. That isn't how it works. There are power potions, there are like white noises and dead branches and Nilri's codexes, so you can artificially inflate that a little bit. There's creative AI which can make a Bias Cog. So yeah, like you can get a bit more of that than that, but you shouldn't look at Core Surge and then immediately collapse the space into I'm only winning by orb scaling. You should definitely still be thinking about going infinite there. Sometimes the space never collapses. Sometimes you go the entire run being like, I can win with infinite or orb scaling. And sometimes you just actually walk into the heart fight and you're like, wow, I can actually choose which way you die, which is very, very like boss fight moment. But also sometimes you like walk into the time eater fight and you're like, well, the best way to beat you is orb scaling because my infinite's a little finicky. And then you walk into the heart fight and you're like, the best way to solve the first 8 turns of this fight is orb scaling because that'll block enough, but then I'm going to kill you with infinite. And like, so there's even among the decks where basically the synergy spaces communicate so well with each other that you'll even play decks which are both at the same time and different things for different fights. It's a very nice fleshed out synergy space which can do a lot of different things. You could almost call them the same deck, the orb scaling and the infinite. Like they're kind of like they are the two genders kind of the same. The two genders, yeah. These are the only two genders, orb scaling and recycle infinite. I don't know. And David Bowie, secret third gender. Creative AI from Whale, strong, it's solid. No, it's like garbage. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's bad. Creative AI is a good card in bad decks. But at the Whale, you'd like your deck to be good, not bad. So I think getting it from the Whale's be bad. Getting it from the Whale does kind of immediately make it so your deck is bad because you have this free cost power which does extremely little in it. So all of a sudden you are now building a bad deck. And then your creative AI might win you the run. But yeah, you have to be really careful with stuff like that, right? You get a creative AI from the Whale and you're like, ooh, I'll build around the creative AI, and you build like some defensive stuff and you put your creative AI in play and it makes you powers and like maybe you win the run. Maybe that's how you get your Ascension 20 win. And then you're like, whoa, that worked. And it's like, yeah, it can work. This is the thing that I'm doing with Claw, which I resolutely refuse to ever stop doing. But I should stop. I would win more if I stopped. It's a game. If you're having fun doing it, then do it, right? But yeah, creative AI can absolutely lead to wins like that, and it is absolutely not a very good card. It's like a particular niche role-playing card in certain fights where you need very slow scaling. Like against Champ, it's good. Against Time Eater, it's good. It's surprisingly good against Awakened One. It might seem like the thing that makes way more powers isn't good against Awakened One, but actually it just is. Against Awakened One, often your deck will like set up enough block to just barely be blocking the incoming attacks, and then you're like, well, now what do I do? It's like you're getting attacked for 80 on the big attack turns and you block for 50 every turn, and like you're a little bit reliant on drawing a little bit of block in order to survive, and you can't really channel a lightning orb because you need to block every single turn, so you can't really deal any damage. And in a spot like that, creative AI is just like, okay, now you're getting attacked for 88, but eventually you'll draw a capacitor from it, and then eventually you'll get a defragment, and you know, eventually you outscale. Every power you play makes Awaken One attack you for 8 more on the ×4 turn, which is the most more it will make Awaken One attack you for. So if you have 8 orb slots and you play a defragment, that's neutral if you have frost orbs. If you have like 6 orb slots and 2 loops, it's also neutral. If you play a loop and your frost orbs are blocking for 8, that's neutral. Um, Capacitor is neutral as long as your Frost Orbs are blocking for 4, so that's like probably the best one to get. And yeah, eventually you just get to a point where you win, right? Like the max orb slots is 10. Is that even true, or is it 9? I think it's 10. Seems like it would be 10. So if you get 10 orb slots and then you get another focus, you're at +2 block net against the ×4 attack. And like there's this math that goes on, and it's kind of funny because you're constantly completely safe because you're always adding the same amount or more compared to what Awakened One's doing. But also at the same time, Awakened One is now attacking you for like 80 ×4, and it looks very dangerous, even though mathematically you were never in danger. Yeah, Echo Form from Whale is like, I want to say it's situational. Um, it's very heavily dependent on getting a few cards that work well with it over the course of Act 1. Defect has a deck that wins with Snecko Eye for sure. Defect has a few decks with which win with Snecko Eye. I have not mentioned them a single time yet, I don't think. I don't think that Snecko Eye is among the stronger things that Defect can do. I think that the way that you end up there is you take a Meteor Strike in Act 1 because the infinite thing with Meteor Strike is so strong that you can take a Meteor Strike and not be able to cast it, and it's still right. And then you get offered Snecko Eye at the end of the Act 1 boss fight. And then you take Snecko Eye, and then you're like, okay, I guess I'm doing this. And like, you can win, for sure. You get some really high output cards, and you have a Meteor Strike in your deck, which costs like 1 when you draw it, so it's not that hard to win when that's happening. Yeah, that deck wants an Echo Form, for sure. The other decks that want Echo Form are decks which have self-repair. Kind of like every deck that has self-repair almost wants an Echo Form. It just makes you heal in hallway fights more than you would without Echo Form. And so you have this card that's really good in the boss fights and everything. And also it's net positive in the hallway fights, which is really nice. You have 2 self-repairs, like, oh my god. Congratulations. Yeah. The problem is you don't always get self-repair. And if you do, you don't necessarily get it in Act 1 or 2. And you don't always get Snecko Eye and don't really want to anyway. Like, that's not the strongest thing that you can do. Snecko Eye has a terrible time with, like, breaking the infinites that you can make that are easiest to make. Like, you can make Snecko Eye infinites. I had a Meteor Strike cool-headed deck with Snecko Oil this month, which was kind of fun, where, like, against the heart I played Snecko Oil, and it's like, well, if Meteor Strike and both cool-headeds all cost 3, I'm still infinite. If you do the math, that's still infinite. But what actually happened was like Meteor Strike cost 1 off of it, and so not only was I infinite, but I was like just massively, massively accelerated. But yeah, like this Snecko Eye does have an infinite with Meteor Strike and Cool Headed, which is kind of cool. But all the stuff with like Turbo stops working. And then it's quite bad with the power scaling for very similar reasons to why Reboot and Deep Breath have substantial downsides with power scaling, where when you draw your powers, you want to play them. That's how you win. You draw your powers and play them. And with Snecko Eye, you can draw your powers a little bit faster because you draw 2 extra cards per turn, but you can't play all of them when you draw them because a lot of the cards that you're scaling usually cost 1, and now they cost 1.5 on average with variance involved. So you might get lucky and play them all, but often you won't. Mummified Hand, probably honorable mention here because of how much it helps Snecko Eye. Ice Cream as well. But yeah, like that deck wants an Echo Form. You just don't want to put Echo Form in your deck and try to make that deck. I'm pretty sure that I take Echo Form from the Whale over a lot of stuff. So I have it gray, but like maybe it should just be called solid. But yeah, it's this really strong power which I just feel the character has accelerated past in my mind. Like it's cool that I can play the first card I play next turn twice, but also I'm infinite already. Like the enemies are dead. Like why does that matter? So that is my Echo Form thing. There are definitely a lot of like middling decks which really want an Echo Form, but the best decks don't. And that doesn't mean that Echo Form's good. Like creative AI, like the bad decks want creative AI. The middle decks want Echo Form. The best decks want neither. It's kind of how it works. But all three of those categories can win. So it's like you should probably try to make the best deck, but if you're stuck making a deck that isn't very good because of like how your early fights went and how your early rewards went and stuff like that, then make sure that you're taking the cards when you want to take them. Should call creative AI situational as the run goes on. Electrodynamics. I went into this month certain that electrodynamics from Whale was incredibly strong, and then I got electrodynamics from Whale like 4 times, and it was terrible every time. It's just like it's too expensive for Act 1. Against sentries, it's actually often right not to play it when you draw it the first time because it doesn't kill them straight away and it stops you from blocking that turn. And against sentries, like often the way to win the fight, taking the least amount of damage, is to get 2 or 3 Frost Orbs into play and kill one of them, at which point like you just need to draw a defend every turn and take no damage. And Electrodynamics doesn't do that. It stops you from having Frost Orbs in play because it makes Lightning Orbs. So it's like too slow against Gremlin Knob. It does very little against Lagavulin. A lot of the hallway fights it's not very good in. Once you get to Slime Boss, it is okay there, but it's actually not even that strong against Slime Boss. Like the thing you want against Slime Boss is like a buffer and a Dark Orb. That's like the way to be god in that fight. You don't really like Electrodynamics is good. Again, it's good in that fight, but it's not like the strongest thing the character can do to the fight in any way, and it doesn't feel like it is either. Electrodynamics gets better as the run goes on, and then it gets worse again. It's really kind of interesting. It's like its strength peak is kind of in Act 2, where it's now got enough support that playing it actually does kill the fights, hopefully. You need to support a little bit. You need to be able to like maybe upgrade it and play a chill after you play it so that you make 3 lightning orbs and then you play a chill and evoke them all and they deal 24 AoE damage, which you will note still doesn't kill the enemies. They have more health than that, but like then you like play some other stuff and finish killing them hopefully. And a really nice thing about it is that it channels multiple orbs. So in terms of making Fission work, which is a very important thing to having your deck be as strong as possible in late game, it's a really nice card to have for that reason. So I think it's strong from Whale, but like a big caution thing on it is I think it's easy to get it and think like, oh, all the fights are free now. Just go to all the fights and not worry and stuff. Like, not really. No. Like, I'm not sure it makes the fights deal you much less damage in Act 1 at all, actually, to have an Electrodynamics. Like a little bit less, but not by that much. It's more like a very valuable role-playing card in the bedroom. I have been having trouble with ED this month. Oh my god. I was watching some Between Two Ferns highlights and I think it has permanently altered my sense of humor. Anyway, yeah, so ED is, it's good for enabling fission. It can be pretty useful for killing elites and stuff like that. It's a pretty good damage card. It's a solid damage card. If you compare this to a damage common, you're like pretty happy with it. It's in the upper tier. Unfortunately, it looks like it's a chase rare, and sometimes it performs like it is as well, but a lot of the time you're like against an enemy that's attacking you for too much to actually spend 2 energy on it, and also if you spend 2 energy on it, it deals 6, which isn't very much. So it's strong. A lot of choices around electrodynamics in like later Act 1, Act 2 kind of zones are about whether you have to take it or you can skip it and your deck's strong enough to get by without it. Because the thing it does isn't really useful for like killing the final fights of the game. It's useful for killing Reptomancer, killing Gremlin Leader and Slavers, killing Collector, stuff like that. And sometimes your deck is just good enough to not need it, and that can be hard to judge. Reptomancer is late enough in the game and different enough at that point in the game from other things that your deck shouldn't be that good at killing Reptomancer. Like if your deck's really good at everything, then sure, Reptomancer is very easy, no problem. But if your deck's kind of bad, like Reptomancer should be a hard fight for it probably. You should not be building your deck to be really good against Reptomancer if your deck is bad and struggling to win the run overall. Because you'll kill Reptomancer, great, but then like all the other hard fights for the rest of the run are not very much like Reptomancer. Like there's no other fight where dealing 25 damage to something as soon as possible is important. And so if you're going through Act 3 with a bad deck and you're fighting elites, probably you desperately want to not fight Reptomancer. Because like Nemesis and Giant Head are kind of similar to the late game fights. You like get some time to wind up and then you start getting attacked for a lot and you need to have scaled. Nemesis, kind of weird if you're trying to go infinite, but if you're orb scaling, then sure. And so your mediocre deck can build to be able to beat those two fights in a way that sensibly transitions into being able to build the late game fights. But if you fight against Reptomancer with a mediocre deck, like that's pretty bad. You don't want that. And if it happens, you probably should take a lot of damage because your deck shouldn't be built to be really good at that fight because you need to be focusing on making it good at other fights. And so, having said all of this, like when you're looking at whether or not to take in electrodynamics, the right thing to think isn't like, this will make me deal damage faster to Reptomancer and I'll take 30 less damage from the Reptomancer fight or something, and so it must be good. The right thing to think is, this will make me deal damage to the Reptomancer fight faster and it will make me take 30 less damage from Reptomancer. Does that mean it's good? Because it isn't guaranteed. And it may be that a different card is actually better and you should just take a lot of damage against Reptomancer and like either avoid Act 3 elites or make sure you have campfires or get lucky and not roll Reptomancer and good luck. And then you should try to be able to win the fights at the actual end of the game that are like mandatory, right? Reptomancer is not mandatory. You don't fight it every time. So that's a lot of talking about electrodynamics. Fission is a very important card. It's not that strong from Whale. It's like solid. Solid from Whale because of how much potential it has. This is a rare case where this is a card I don't think is good on floor 1, which I think I want in my deck on floor 1. There are not that many cards like that in the entirety of Slay the Spire. But Fission wants to be good at the end of every single run that I play of Defect, and usually is. This is like very, very, very strong at the end of the game. Gets strong around about like start of Act 2. Maybe even earlier. Okay, Fission. Fission is a tricky card, and based on how often people say I should upgrade it, I think people play it very badly. So let's talk about Fission like quite a lot. Okay. All right, cool. So, first thing to say about Fission. This turns your orbs that you have in play into energy and card draw each. So you have like a capacitor. Fission has a higher ceiling. If you have a capacitor plus, you can put 6 orbs in play instead of 3, and then Fission can draw you 6 cards and gain 6 energy. And if your eyes didn't light up and think like that should be illegal, like you might not be alive. Like a card should not be able to draw you 6 cards and gain you 6 energy. If a card can do that and you play that card, like you should probably like win the next 5 runs off of that one thing happening by itself or something like that. Like, what card does that in Slay the Spire? This card's obscene. It's one of the reasons that something like a runic capacitor that gives you 3 orb slots at the start of each fight is really good. Because, yeah, you can use those to scale orbs, which is great and all, but also your Fission can now draw you 6 cards and gain you 6 energy, which is just, if, like, it's really hard. If you don't understand that that's broken, like, it's really hard. Like, what else can I say? I don't know. Like, oh my god. 6 cards and 6 energy? Like, what? That's like more than taking an entire extra turn, right? Like, how much do you do in one turn? Like, if you play Fission, you get to take more than an entire extra turn right now. It's kind of good. So because of how good that is, a decent amount of the space in the early game of Defect gets warped. This card is so strong that you really want your damage solutions in the early parts of the game to make an orb so that Fission will work. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. It's not that complicated, I guess. You want the ability to have orb slots. You really like the relics which channel an orb. And you really, really want to be killing stuff with ball lightning instead of streamline kind of ideas. And then you get to win. Like, you click on Fission, and as long as you have put other cards in your deck, you win, basically. So much of Defect's issues with late game are tied up in turn 1, 2, and 3 being too slow, like getting attacked for 67 against the heart and not having enough block yet and stuff like that. Fission just makes you win. It's very, very, very good. So, Fission's a good card. Things like Electrodynamics in order to feed Fission, great. No problem with that at all. So you play Electrodynamics, it costs you 2, you channel 3 Lightning Orbs because you upgraded it earlier, then you play Fission, and you've paid net 2 energy and 2 cards in order to draw 3 cards and gain 3 energy. It's basically like you played an Adrenaline, kinda like that. Adrenaline's a pretty good card. We're imagining a situation where there weren't any orbs in play yet, and you only have 3 orb slots. Like, it is possible for it to be way better than that. So Fission's really good. Yeah, I wish there was more that I could say about it being really good, but, like, I don't know how to explain that gaining 6 energy and drawing 6 cards is good, I guess. The thinky way to talk about it maybe is the better you get at building decks, the better you get at making sure that your card draws and energy spends are useful and valuable. So if you're not drawing Streamline and instead you're drawing like Skim and Recycle, then drawing 6 cards and gaining 6 energy is more valuable. And so this kind of snowballs, where even if you're like pretty new to the game, drawing that many cards and gaining that much energy is really, really strong. As you get better at the game, the cards you draw are better, and you spend the energy better, and it's even more important and even more good. Okay, the other part of Fission is a huge number of people ask me to upgrade it. It's like very, very common in a run where I have Fission that people will be asking me to upgrade it or asking why haven't you upgraded it or something like that. And the reason is that when I play it, I win the game. I'm exaggerating, but like mostly, yeah. So what I have to make sure is that the other cards around it are good enough that if I don't draw it, I don't die. I also have to make sure that the other cards around it are good enough that when I play it, I win the game. So if I upgrade Fission and then I play it, let's say that it evokes 6 orbs with this upgrade, because I think that's the most output that you can expect from Fission, like in a realistic world. It's pretty common for it to only evoke 3 orbs, which is good. Sometimes you'll get 6 and that's great. Sometimes you get like 10 and it like is the rapture or whatever, but that just doesn't happen that often. Sure, whatever. So yeah, you get to evoke your 6 orbs. Really good, right? So what do you got? Like you'll have like maybe, I don't know, you have like 2 frost orbs, 4 lightning orbs. Maybe I'm just making this up. So you deal 32 damage to a random target and you gain 10 block. Like why? Like what's the point? So like against the heart, it has 800 health. Cool. Like you're not gonna kill it by dealing 32 with lightning orbs right now. You're gonna kill it by like playing 3 defragments because you just drew 6 cards, and then making 3 frost orbs and the fight's over. That kind of idea. Against like the hallway fights or whatever, where that amount of damage actually matters, you just drew 6 cards and gained 6 energy. Like, kill them. You use the cards and energy you've drawn to kill them. You don't need to have dealt 32 damage with your Fission. So yeah. I talked a bit about like the incremental number versus multiplicative number dichotomy of upgrades earlier, and this is a situation where Fission upgrades an incremental number. It's a big incremental number, right? Like it's like 40. That's a big number. But defragment upgrade actually catches up to that really quickly. Capacitor upgrade catches up to that really quickly. The multiplicative scaling upgrades just don't take that long to make that much output. And also, they let you make the output next turn. They let you be strong next turn, right? So the upgrades that make you go infinite, or the upgrades that make it so your orbs scale more, do that thing where next turn you're safe, which is really important in Slay the Spire. And Fission upgrade doesn't. Fission upgrade is like, when you play Fission, this turn you're safe. That's a thing Fission basically guarantees you. And Fission upgrade makes it so this turn you're like also dealing 32 damage. And it just doesn't do very much. So yeah, a lot of the time, I don't know, I'm harping on this, but a lot of the time I see people being like you don't need Fission upgrade, or something like that. And like it's like Fission upgrade is just actually bad. It's not that you don't need it. It's that like it actually doesn't do anything. There are a few times when it does do something. One time is like with electrodynamics, if your deck's really struggling to kill stuff, Fission upgrade can be good. Like if you have a lot of trouble channeling lightning orbs, and so if you play electrodynamics and then you're going to play Fission afterwards, you actually have a lot of trouble like killing Reptomancer's daggers or something like that. In that situation, a Fission upgrade can be good. Another place that Fission upgrade can be good is if you have a Plasma Orb. If you have like the starting Plasma Orb from the boss relic that gives you a Plasma Orb, or if you have some other reason why you'll have Plasma Orbs in play pretty often. Because getting 2 energy extra is actually worth an upgrade. 2 energy extra lets me like draw another 3 cards and play another defragment or something like that. That is a big deal for being stronger next turn, which matters after you play a Fission. Can also be used to like play cool headeds to get more frost orbs in play, stuff like that. All right. Hopefully I have done an okay job of telling you about Fission, one of the most broken cards in Slay the Spire. I really think that people broadly do not understand how broken this card is, and I don't know, I guess like maybe like the drawback makes it look like the drawback looks more complicated or something than Offering's drawback or something. Like like people understand offering is really strong, right? Offering deals you 6 damage, draws 3 cards, gives you 2 energy. Like Fission does more than that without dealing you damage. As long as you support it in any way. Supporting Fission is important, and you know, part of why the solution for early game involves a bunch of things which make orbs and stuff like that. It's like Defect synergy space tends to like orbs in general, but in particular, that makes Fission happen. Fission's good. All right. Sorry, I've done a very poor job of explaining this card, but yeah, I tried. I've been talking for like 2 hours and 45 minutes straight and haven't eaten food. I should probably do that at some point. Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam has been a meme in like the Slay the Spire subreddit recently because like some people like it and some people think it's bad, I guess. I don't know. I tend to think it's fairly bad. But it's like situational. It's like Carnage on Ironclad is a fascinating card to me because I will take it and be like 20 damage for 2 energy. That would be good for Act 1, right? I need to like kill the enemies. Carnage will do a lot of killing the enemies for me or whatever. And then I will notice, because it exhausts if I don't play it, that in the entire run I play it like 3 times. And then I'm always like, well, maybe I shouldn't have taken it then if I only played it 3 times. But the 3 times I played it, it was still really good. And Hyper Beam's kind of like that. You really notice when you don't play Hyper Beam because you draw it, and it's not just that you're not playing it, it's also that like you're actively trying not to misclick on it, because if you do play it, you'll lose the fight or whatever. But there are going to be like 3 times you play it in the run where it's really good. Gremlin Gang killed me multiple times in the same day this month. Hyper Beam was good in that fight. There's a lot of stuff with like liquid memories where you get to Hyper Beam liquid memories the slavers fight, or duplication potion Hyper Beam the slavers fight, or something like that, where it just gets you another relic and makes you a lot of health. Like you come out of the fight with a lot more health than you would have had otherwise. Here's the tricky thing for me with Hyper Beam. It's kind of a card that goes in bad decks. And so I do understand the argument for avoiding taking it. If you can solve the fights that I've been talking about with electrodynamics, you are so much happier, because electrodynamics makes Fission draw more cards and gain you more energy. I've reached semantic satiation on talking about Fission, it turns out. I just no longer recognize that as a concept in the world. Anyway, if you can even just solve them with like Ball Lightning and Cold Snap, you're happier about it, because like now you also get to take Compile Driver, and now like Defragment smoothly transitions into winning things. Like if you take a Hyper Beam over a Ball Lightning and then you get offered a Defragment, you're in a very awkward place. If you take a Hyper Beam, if you go to a shop maybe, and there's a Ball Lightning and a Cold Snap on sale, and instead you buy a Hyper Beam, and then later on the next floor you get offered a Fragment or something. If you'd taken the orb channeling stuff, you would have just won the run, but because you took the Hyper Beam, you're now like, it's kind of hard to even take the Defragment at all. So if Hyper Beam ends up in your deck, it'll do okay, but it is very appealing to solve the problems that you have at the start of the run in some way other than with Hyper Beam. And one option is just kind of avoid them, like take a path that doesn't have many elites on it. I say this and like, I want to make it clear, like I'm still fighting probably 2 elites every act at least. It's not like I'm avoiding all the elites. I'm just like, on Ironclad, if I see a path with 5 elites, I think, oh, time to fight 5 elites. On Defect, if I see a path with 5 elites, I'm like, well, what else is going on the map? Yeah. So unless I have a buffer plus, in which case I'm like thinking about what I will have for lunch tomorrow. Anyway. Hyper Beam, yeah. Yeah. I do not think that it's worth it to take a hyper beam so you can fight more Act 1 elites, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, it's more valuable to solve your Act 1 and 2 stuff with other cards that aren't hyper beam than it is to be able to take the more difficult Act path with a hyper beam in your deck. That said, it's not like it's not like it's a bad card. It's just like it's putting you in a bad situation for building the deck the rest of the way, I guess. Machine learning is like kind of fine. I had machine learning got to have a moment in the middle of the month when I was making larger decks where it's like, yeah, actually this deck does want a machine learning, so I guess we should take it. And then I stopped doing that and started making better decks. And machine learning is a good card in bad decks and a bad card in good decks. So I stopped liking it again. So I guess I should call it situational. A lot of these rares are like, yeah, there are a lot of decks which aren't that good which want this, but why didn't you just make one of the good decks, I guess? Yeah. That's basically where machine learning is at. An important thing to recognize whenever you're looking at the stuff that draws you more cards next turn is you did have to pay a card to draw it to begin with, right? So if you compare machine learning to Skim, on turn 1, Skim draws you 3 cards, and machine learning draws you 0. On turn 2, Skim has still drawn you 3 cards total, and machine learning has now drawn you 1. Machine learning doesn't catch up until 4 turns from when you play it, if you count the turn you play it as one of the turns. Compared to Skim, an uncommon which I think is only barely pickable at the start of the run. So that's kind of bad, no? Sometimes you just need card draw, though. Card draw is very important. It helps the character a lot. It's one of the ways that you can be safe next turn is just drawing a bigger hand next turn. Like Pocket Watch is a very, very strong relic because if you get to draw 8 cards next turn, you're very unlikely to take damage or die. So yeah, sometimes it can be alright. If you get an upgraded one, that changes the equation quite a bit because the innate upgrade does... it crystallizes its value a lot more. Like, if you have an anchor and you get offered an innate machine learning, it's like, well, yeah, turn 1 I'm doing okay because of my anchor, so I could take a machine learning. Whereas if you don't have the anchor, you're like, ooh, actually turn 1 is kind of scuffed, and having a card that doesn't do anything on turn 1 is not very appealing. I think I probably shouldn't do that. Defect gets to make quite a few of those sorts of judgments with like things like boot sequence as well. Boot sequence might be good sometimes, and might not be others, and it's going to depend on the rest of your deck composition and which relics you have turn 1 and stuff like that. Anyway, machine learning situational. From the whale in particular, I would say it's bad. So I guess we say it's bad from whale, and situational later. And I guess we'd say echo form is like good from whale and good later. It's like there are situations where echo form's bad, but they're like inconsequential enough that I think we can just say it's good all the time. Like, or solid at least all the time. Meteor Strike? I'm trying to work out if it's strong or solid from whale, which is insane because you can't play it. Sometimes there is a card that has enough of a payoff that it's just worth bending over backwards to make it work. Trying to think of like any card on any other character that I feel like this is true for. I think Meteor Strike might be the most egregious in the entire game. This card's very, 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 very good, and you cannot play it on floor 1, and it's fairly likely you should take it anyway. So if I get offered a Meteor Strike on floor 1, pretty good chance I'm taking it. If I find a Liquid Memories or an Energy Potion, it doesn't even really make my act worse. Like, I can play it in an elite fight, and that's all I really need for it to be net positive on the act. So you know, there are a variety of ways in which it can be good enough just to take for Act 1. Um, and what you might think is like you get to the end of Act 1, you have a Meteor Strike in your deck, and you're like, well, I should like take some charge batteries and then take a 4th energy relic, and then I'll be able to play my Meteor Strike. And that's not what I'm thinking with Meteor Strike at all. What I'm thinking with Meteor Strike is like recycled turbo aggregate fission, pretty much, is how I'm going to put it on play, or a Snecko Eye. Actually, if I have a Meteor Strike in my deck at the end of Act 1, that makes me less inclined to want a 4th energy, because the way I want to have energy work at the end of the run is that I play Meteor Strike, and that's my energy, and I have infinite of it, probably. Meteor Strike doesn't commit you to going infinite. You can play it for value with Snecko Eye, that's one way to do it. But I've been talking a lot about this space where you have scaling powers versus going infinite, and the like you want to be able to keep both options open as long as possible and everything. Blah 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 blah. Sure. And you might think like, well, Meteor Strike seems like a huge commitment to going infinite. When you said you wanted to like try to stay open between the two, but if you get recycle, Meteor Strike also makes you 5 energy. So this number on the card, the 5 energy cost, is like another mode that it has that's kind of like a little bit hidden. But if you're trying to build a deck which deploys a lot of powers quickly, you can use Meteor Strike to do that without ever playing it, because it just means that Recycle becomes this incredible energy gain card. What else? You can also just play Meteor Strike in decks like that. You can have 3 energy from 3 of your orb slots and have like 9 orb slots total, and it works fine. It's not necessarily extremely important to do that. Like the orb slots probably would have worked without it, but it can be quite strong, and it can, in kind of the way that Go for the Eyes can be good if your deck can't quite block for enough. Having some energy orbs can be really good in the same way. Like all of a sudden Reinforced Body can become a way to block for quite a lot on the turns where you don't block for enough with just your Frost Orbs, like that. So yeah, I think Meteor Strike is just kind of like Fission. It's such a large part of your late game space and so strong that it does warp early game. You don't have to have it to win the run, but I think you can make choices in Act 1 which are bad for Act 1 in order to put Meteor Strike in your deck. I think I'm going to ultimately say that it's like strong, or sorry, it's solid. Then in Act 2, it's more like strong, because sometimes you have a Snecko Eye and you have long enough to get potions together so you can play it in the best fights, and then like late game it's situationally extremely strong, but not always. And yeah, something like that. I think that in terms of just like what the card says, Fission and Meteor Strike are the most broken cards on the character, and they're both kind of tricky to make work. So I guess where I would leave this is, if you haven't tried really hard for yourself to make them work, I think you're like doing yourself a disservice in playing Defect. Like, spend some time and see if you can make them work. And if they can't work for you, then that's fine. Like, move on, no big deal. But my experience has been that by trying really hard to make them work, I have found that I can make them work, and that having done so, Defect becomes a lot easier to win with. So yeah, that's, I guess, where I am with those two. Multicast is pretty bad from Whale and then becomes situational later. Like, it gets to do some stuff with Plasma Orbs or Dark Orbs, but it's kind of wild how many cards are situational in this class hall. But it's not very exciting with Lightning Orbs or Frost Orbs. An important note about X cards, which people don't realize. If you play an X card with Echo Form, both copies of it have the same X value. I think more people realize that than the next thing I'm going to say, which is that if you recycle an X card with recycle, the energy cost of it is your current energy. So if you have 4 energy right now and have an X card in hand, and you play Recycle Plus and select it, you go from having 4 energy to having 8 energy. It makes Recycle into a double energy. And that's really strong. One of the secret third things that Defect has is like big energy kind of things. And the reason that these are not more common as a solution space is mostly that the heart can only take 200 damage a turn. So the payoff for going like double energy, multicast isn't you win the game, it's you die. You're like, I use my entire hand to deal 1,000 damage, and then you attack me for all of my health. I see. Yeah, unfortunately, the heart kind of nerfs that pretty hard. Dark orbs are, they just kind of catch splash damage from balance decisions that were presumably made about other things in ways that severely weaken them in Slay the Spire. And one of the things is the thing where you make a ton of energy and then multicast a Dark Orb doesn't work against the heart. You have to like do it 4 times in the same fight for it to work. Another is that Giant Head is actually quite hard to kill. It just has a very large health pool. You run into it relatively fast in the run compared to other enemies with that sort of health pool. And slow doesn't work when you're dealing orb damage to it. So Giant Head can randomly just be kind of a hard fight for Defect if you don't have the ability to outblock it with Frost Orbs yet. Transient is also like bizarrely strong against doing this thing. Like, usually if you make a Dark Orb do 300 damage, you win the fight. But against Transient, if you do that, you die next turn. So, yeah. The way that big energy stuff works is often tied to calipers or ice cream, in my experience. So either you use ice cream, which makes it easier for you to make tons and tons of energy with stuff like double energy or recycling X-Cost cards, and then that allows you to play the right things at the right time for the rest of the fight. Like maybe you just make 30 energy and then you can like play 10 energy worth of cards for a while and that wins for you. Or you use calipers and then you make 30 energy and play reinforced body. And that's a situation where making a ton of output in one turn actually does kill the heart, because the heart is not going to get through that much block for quite a long time. And so you can get around to killing it now, hopefully. It also works against Transient, probably. I don't know. It depends exactly how big a number you're making. The other awkward thing about this synergy space is that it's hard to get into. Like, the character has Tempest, Multicast, and Reinforced Body. All 3 of those cards are, like, generously pickable in Act 1. Like, none of them is a massive fist pump. Reinforced Body is the strongest of the 3, in my opinion, but it's not, like, the card I most want to see in Act 1 by any stretch of the imagination. So you can get into those, but like you have to have gotten into them, which is kind of hard to begin with, and then you like need to find a like recycle in order to make lots of stuff, and then you also need to find like an ice cream or a calipers, and then like you still need to maybe find another couple of ways to make lots of energy before that even is enough. Like it's just a lot. Another way you can do it is get a Dark Orb early on and take a multicast, because if you get a Dark Orb, then you are quite excited to take a multicast to get you through the first 2x of the game. But typically, that's not going to be your solution to late game still, because again, like Giant Head, Transient, the Heart, like these are all enemies who are very resilient against Dark Orbs. So you're very happy to use them for fights earlier. They're very strong there, but you need a different solution for later, probably. And we've already talked a ton about other solutions you can have later. The fact that like multicast recycles for double energy and Dark Orb makes compile driver draw an extra card means that like this is a very sensible way to go from the first half of the game to being infinite or being orb scaling in the second half of the game, fortunately. I was sitting so much higher in my chair 3 hours ago. Okay, cool. So, the other thing is there's Chemex. If you get Chemex, then you can take the X cost cards a lot higher, and that can result in recycling them maybe later for lots and lots of energy. The problem is, I really want to buy Chemex when I see it in a shop if I don't already have an X card, but you just don't see enough X cards. Just like, you do not see enough of them. There aren't enough of them. Defect has 3, and that's quite a few. 2 of them are uncommon, 1 of them is rare. It's still not enough to justify buying a Chemex in a shop. It's unfortunate. Because when you do it and you get a reinforced body offered to you, it feels real, real good. But if you do it and you don't, it likely makes you lose the entire run. You just don't have that large a window to spend that much gold on nothing in this game. It is worth noting, like, if you have a reinforced body only and you see a Chemex in the shop, it is good enough to buy. Like, do not underestimate that interaction. A 0 cost card that blocks for 14 is very good, and there are ways to make it better than that, and you can get more cards offered to you later. So Rainbow's very situational. I think Rainbow is slightly better than Electrodynamics on floor 1, honestly. Channels 3 orbs instead of 2, and the orbs are better, right? I think so. I do think it's worse later, because like the appeal of Electrodynamics later is specifically that lightning hits all the enemies, and so there are specific fights where it does very well, which need solving. But Rainbow like just already does pretty well. It channels 1 more orb. The Dark Orb is quite useful to have. I've just been talking a lot about how Dark Orb can turn into multicast and stuff, and Rainbow is one way that you can have a Dark Orb in your deck, so that's cool. It's not very good. There are better things to do with a card than spend 2 energy to make these 3 orbs, for sure. It is worse than Ball Lightning and Cold Snap because the damage it deals is a lot slower and it costs more. Like, there are just a lot of turns in Act 1 where you want to spend 2 energy on block and 1 energy on damage. That's just kind of how much the enemies attack you for. If you take a look and think about it like a little bit, like think about which enemies there are, like they attack for like 8, 13, 10, 12. These are like kind of the numbers that they attack for. As if you spend 2 on a card that doesn't make block, or in this case I guess makes 2 block, a lot of the time you're paying 5 health that turn in order to do it. And so a card like Ball Lightning or Cold Snap, you can play one of those and play 2 defends, and it's much more reliably useful when drawn. Whereas Rainbow, not so much. Also, it channels the orbs in the wrong order. So if you have a Darkness in your deck, which like, I don't think Darkness is a super strong card to take, but I will take it if it's offered to me and I don't have damage worked out yet pretty frequently. You get to go like Darkness, then Ball Lightning and Cold Snap, and that's the order you play the cards in, and then next turn you can dual cast your Dark Orb. Whereas if you have a Rainbow, you're spending energy to make a Lightning Orb and Frost Orb in front of your Dark Orb. Dark Orb doesn't do anything until it's channeled. Unless you're in a situation where you have like a lot of control over the fight and want to stack the Dark Orb for a long time in order to multicast it or something like that, you want to put the Dark Orb toward the front of your orb slots so that you can channel it. So it does the thing it does, because otherwise it doesn't do anything. so it channels the orbs in the wrong order, unfortunately. If it channeled the orbs in the other order, it would be, I think, a substantially stronger card. And then it like remains kind of solid situational through the run. This is just what everything is, I guess. Sorry, that was meant to be solid. Where if you have a fission, you may want a rainbow. If you have compile drivers and they don't draw enough cards for you yet, you may want a rainbow in order to enable that, as long as you have enough energy to justify it. Like if you have an aggregate and 3 compile drivers or something, rainbow starts to look pretty good. Kind of idea. But otherwise, this is just a card you can comfortably skip. There are a lot of cards where... This is another friction point between the infinite and the orb scaling, is the orb scaling can win drawing 5 cards a turn. Like if you didn't put any skims or compile drivers into it at all, and say you also don't have cool-headeds and have glaciers instead, that deck can still win. Like you can have 4 energy per turn, and you can play like defragment plus capacitor plus glacier on turn 1, and then on turn 2 you can play like core surge, biased cog, glacier. I guess if you have no cool headeds, you're going to want to play glacier a lot of times, but chill maybe in order to get your frost orbs. And like you already kind of won. Just playing those cards already kind of won. So if the stuff's upgraded, you now have 7 focus and like 6 frost orbs, so you're blocking for 54 per turn. Doesn't that seem unfair? But that's just kind of like how that works. And so a deck built around powers to scale orbs doesn't have to take compile driver, and doesn't have to take like cool headed. It can get its orbs elsewhere. It can just not worry about card drawn, just draw 5 cards per turn, and that can work. Whereas the infinite deck does desperately need to take those cards. And so sometimes you're building a deck which has some compile drivers and some energy gain per turn in it, and you can put more energy gain in it, or you can put more card draw in it, but you don't actually need to do that to win with powers anymore, really. And at some point there is an inflection point where you're kind of like, what happens if you draw all your energy gain but none of your card draw? Or what happens if you draw all of your card draw but your energy gain is at the bottom of your deck, so you draw into your scaling powers and can't play them? You're just kind of at some point introducing more variance to the deck than you're actually smoothing by adding the card drawn energy. Whereas that like largely isn't true for the infinite. For the infinite, you don't have the other cards as much. Like you more just have the card draw and the energy. And so there's very little variance because you have such density of the cards that draw cards or generate energy that you can not worry too much about that. And Rainbow, within the window that I've been talking about, goes in the orb scaling deck if the orb scaling deck really needs help channeling orbs, which is unusual, but can happen. Like there's a bunch of common cards which channel orbs, so it's kind of unusual. And Glacier's a better way to channel orbs than Rainbow, even though Rainbow channels 3, Glacier just like makes better orbs for you. Electrodynamics is a much better way to channel orbs, etc. So there are better ways to channel orbs. So like it can go in that deck, but only if card rewards are pretty weird that run, such that you need it. And then the infinite deck, it can go in the deck if you have an abundance of compile drivers and want them to draw more cards. But these are both pretty specific situations, and they're 2 very different conditions. And so identifying whether you want Rainbow in your deck later on in the game is a bit tricky. Early in the game, whatever. Its output number is fine. It's an okay card. It's not incredible. It's not terrible. It's fine. Later on in the game, a little bit more complicated. The reason I went on that tangent, other than to talk about Rainbow, was talking about like I've been presenting the like powers and the infinite as a very like congruent synergy space, but that isn't all the way true, and there are quite a few decks where the power scaling really doesn't like the infinite cards being there, and a lot of them have to do with mummified hand, like mummified hand and heat sinks. So if you have a mummified hand, you don't really need a ton of aggregates and stuff. And if you have a heat sinks, compile driver is just kind of a bad card compared to drawing another power, because you could just get your power in play right now. It costs basically 0 because you have a mummified hand, and with heat sinks it draws more cards. And this can be like exacerbated by Storm quite a lot. If you have Storm bottled or upgraded to be innate in a deck like that, which is commonly a thing you want to do because that's like it's the best way to like kill the fights like Reptimancer. It's very good with Fission, which you want to enable. And it actually, well, we'll get into it. Yeah, okay, I guess now is when to get into it. The third thing is a deck like that wants to put so many powers into its draw pile that Awakened One is actually a problem. There's an inflection point with Awakened One. You can stay underneath Awakened One's strength scaling and do the thing where, like, okay, I play the good powers. I play Capacitor Plus, I play Defragment Plus, I play maybe Loot Plus, but maybe not, I don't know. I play Bias Cog Plus with an Artifact Charge, I play some Frost Orbs. I am blocking all of your stuff, Awakened One. And maybe you have to like play an Electrodynamics to kill the birds in that fight, because a deck like that actually can have a lot of trouble with the bird minions in that fight. If it's just committed to scaling up its block against Awakened One and the bird minions are attacking for 10 more every turn combined. So that is a thing you can do against Awakened One to beat it with powers. And we already talked about the very slow thing you can do, where you like set that up and then play Creative AI and slowly get powers that way. Another thing you can do to beat Awakened One with powers is just kill it before it kills you. And those runs are really fun. Those runs usually involve one or more innate storms and maybe like a seek for an amplify in order to make lots and lots and lots of lightning orbs. And it's not that hard for a deck like that to kill Awakened One before Awakened One kills it. This sort of deck happens a lot if you have apparitions. You have apparitions, like Static Discharge starts to be a really powerful card, but only for 3 turns, because then you're out of intangible. And so like the synergy space that this deck exists in is like apparitions, heat sinks, mummified hand, defragment, and like you just kind of reach this inflection point where it's like, well, I don't know, I'm looking at a loop. It doesn't really like do much, but it's better to put in the deck than not. And the only thing limiting that is Awakened One, basically, and you have to decide, like, okay, but am I going to try to stay underneath Awakened One and not put all the so-so powers in the deck? Or am I just going to go for it and put like 18 powers in the deck and then try to kill everything really fast? And those runs are really fun. And those runs really don't want the stuff like Compile Driver and Skim in them very much. Sometimes the cards are okay, but they're much worse. It's a situation where every turn matters a lot, every card draw matters a lot. Spending 1 energy on a card that doesn't advance you putting powers into play can be quite damaging. So yeah. I definitely can't say that Compile Driver and Skim are always bad in a deck like that by any stretch of the imagination, but you do sometimes end up in decks like that where Compile Driver and Skim are actually bad cards and do actually cause you to lose the run. So it's not a perfectly congruent synergy space. Sometimes the fact that you're trying to stay open to an infinite while scaling your powers does like cut you off from other things or cost you when you're doing the other things. Reboot. I talked about how it's like not without downside for the power scaling decks. I do think it is solid to strong anyway. Oh, I picked situational. I'm just calling everything situational. I think it's solid from Whale. I think it like becomes strong fairly often later. It's particularly good if you have good energy gain and good card draw. It's kind of ironic because it is card draw, so you might think like, oh, I take this if I don't have card draw to help me out. Like, it's actually better if you have more card draw, because you can like play a bunch of energy gain, get all your powers into play, and then hopefully when you reboot into another 4 or possibly 6 cards, you'll like still have 3 or 4 energy and you'll have a skim in your hand and you can go off again and do a bunch more stuff. So that's cool. Okay, Seek. Seek is an incredible card in a mediocre deck, and it can actually just straight up become bad in a really good deck, believe it or not. And I don't mean because you have Snecko-Eye. Like, yeah, with Snecko-Eye, it's bad, sure. Not even that bad, but like worse. But the thing with Seek is there is some inflection point where drawing several cards at random from your deck is better than drawing one specific card from your deck. And that inflection is built around the quality of your deck and how synergistic it is with itself. And so if I take a Seek and then I like have to spend an upgrade on it, and what it does is put 2 cards from my draw pile into my hand for 0. That's a really cool card. That's very strong. Probably I get very good cards and play them, and probably I win the run. Probably. The thing is, there are decks where you could just play a Compile Driver. Like, you could take Compile Driver over Seek and just play Compile Driver, and your orbs are controlled enough that that's going to draw you 3 cards, and your cards are strong enough that they're going to be better than 2 random cards. Or sorry, your cards are strong enough that 3 random cards will be better than 2 selected cards. And, like, you didn't have to upgrade Seek, like, you just took a 1-cost common. So, that exists. It is a thing that exists. Is it a thing you have to worry about that much? Probably not. Probably not unless you're trying to squeeze out the, like, final fractions of percentage points from the character. Like, you can approach Seek as a pretty good card pretty much all the time, unless it's like obviously bad because you have Snecko-Eye or something like that. Yeah. What else about Seek? Hold on. I just like stopped talking. I should really get food. Oh, you have to keep in mind that Seek is being offered against rares a lot of the time. A lot of the time that you see it, it's in a boss card reward. And so there are often some pretty good cards that you are taking this over. And if you can recognize that, like, actually Seek isn't like a godly card here, like a random card from my deck is pretty good, a selected card from my deck is good, but not that much better at this spot, you can get into situations where you can be like, okay, yeah, Seek's like theoretically really strong in some spots, but here, Reboot's better. And you, I think, should usually get into spots where Fission is better by the end of the run. Like, if you're looking at the Act 2 boss reward and being offered Fission and Seek, and you think that you should obviously pick Seek, and you may be right. A thing that I think that implies is that your deck is not very good this run, which isn't necessarily your fault. Sometimes you don't get offered great cards and stuff, but like, don't try to be in that situation. Try to be in the situation where your deck is good, and definitely pay attention. I think it is easy to overlook the strength of Fission and overvalue the strength of Seek, and look at Seek and Fission in a boss reward and just be really happy taking Seek and lose the run because of it without realizing that that's a mistake you've made. So watch out for that. Seek is definitely solid on floor 1, and then it usually becomes strong. What did I just do? I guess I selected 2 rows at the same time. I would say it usually becomes strong. Seek can situationally be more than strong. Often that has something to do with aggregate or echo form. Yeah. Often that has something to do with aggregate or echo form. There are decks which like win or lose based on drawing aggregate and echo form early in the fight, and if that's going on, Seek's really exciting. There will also sometimes be things going on with amplify and scaling powers, which can make Seek really exciting. A lot of these things have to do with the deck not being that good. But Seek can be a way to make the deck a lot better. Keep in mind that, like, say your deck's reliant on drawing Echo Form early, right? And so you put a Seek in it, and like Seek's really good because it lets you draw the Echo Form early. Seek doesn't always actually make you draw the Echo Form early. Like your bottom two cards can be Seek and Echo Form. It doesn't eliminate that variance for you. Your deck is still having some substantial weakness to variance because it's so reliant on drawing this one particular card, and you've only put the one Seek in to find it. Now, if you bottle a Seek, you know, at that point, sure, you no longer have the exposure to variance, but yeah, not necessarily happening. Thunderstrike, I think you can just judge this card as garbage and not think too hard about it. I do want to say I've had a couple of runs this month where it's been great, and they are so much fun. I had one run with a lot of storms and a lot of orb channeling where it was actually relevant for dealing damage. Like on turn 2, it was hitting 30 times kind of levels of damage, and that was relevant for beating a weakened one for me, and I think also for beating the heart. And I had, I mean, this was not a good run, but I had a reprogram run where my damage was genuinely evoking lightning orbs with static discharge, dealing 0 damage with them because I had no focus because I was using reprogram, and then playing Thunderstrike with strength, so that it was like hitting for 21 times 7 or whatever. That was a very funny run. Some of the runs I've played this month have not been. I mean, you know, we've been having some fun. Okay, cool. So I think overall, if you get a random rare from the whale, we're like somewhere in the solid range, but it is like quite exposed to variance, is the thing I'll say. Anytime you have a whale reward which is heavily exposed to variance, it pays to take a look at your act path and make sure that if you get a really strong thing like Buffered, there's some payoff for it. If you get a really weak thing like Thunderstrike, you're not immediately dead. Like you can make that work by going to a safer path kind of idea. So it's a thing to pay attention to when you're considering one of the higher variance whale rewards. Okay. I've been talking for 3.5 hours and I'm through the first whale reward. We have fortunately talked about a lot of other things, so that's nice. This is the issue with Slay the Spire. When people are like, what do you think of this whale reward? And the answer I want to give is 3.5 hours long. It's really hard to give a good answer, but yeah, this is the issue with Slay the Spire. I'm going to stop the recording, go have some food, and then next time we can continue by looking at some more whale options, and then eventually we'll go through cards and relics, and I still haven't talked about events and stuff. Maybe for the Watcher video, I'll like mostly actually talk about events and what other things are there? Enemies. That's right. Maybe I'll just like talk about events and enemies and talk about how they play against all the 4 characters instead of talking about Watcher that much, because I've got several hours worth of stuff to say about Watcher, but maybe not as much as I do about the other characters. All right. See you in a bit. It is time. It got very dark outside. It is time to consider the second whale bonus, or defect. What a glorious day. So far we covered the first whale options, and we talked a lot about the rares, because one of them is get a random rare. We talked a decent amount about uncommon colorless cards, because one of them is get an uncommon colorless card. But there's a lot more stuff to talk about, and I've kind of like glanced over a lot of it and talking about the greater strategic space for the character that I like as I see it. But I haven't talked about it all individually, so given that that was 3.5 hours already, I might have to talk faster. The longest a video can be is 10 hours on YouTube, I believe. What if it's a 2-parter? Alright, so I don't play with these whale options anymore. I just find it kind of silly. they're kind of boring, and also they don't like contextually make sense. I've said this in other character videos, I'm pretty sure, but like let's say I'm trying to go for a win streak, right? I would never have one of these whale bonuses because I would have won the last run, with the exception of the first run, which is like not a run that matters for that win streak. So for win streaks, largely irrelevant. What if I cared about win rate? Well, one thing that these whale bonuses do is like create a very weird variable reward state where you're punished for dying in Act 1, which means that if you're going for win rate, your strategy gets warped to never die in Act 1 artificially, which is weird. Like, when I'm thinking about win rate on a character, I want to think about, like, how do I win this run that I'm in? And I don't want to think, over the course of time, I shouldn't play this run that I'm in order to win it as often as possible, because if I lose it to Gremlin Knob, I will have a lower chance to win the next run. That's a weird consideration to make. So I just don't think these whale bonuses make sense from either direction in like trying to solve the game of Slay the Spire very much. So I just ignore them. I also don't like them that much. That said, of the two, I actually think they're both fine on Defect specifically. So on Defect, we have kind of low max HP and a lot of late games where the most threatening thing is dying before you're set up. So having 7 max HP on Defect is fine. Defect also could definitely use some more current HP for Act 1, so 7 more current HP for Act 1 is fine. Just like both halves of this are fine. The max HP doesn't matter anywhere near as much as the current HP for Act 1, but Defect also... Defect doesn't go out of its way to try to squeeze as much value as possible out of Act 1, really. Defect's pretty happy with skipping cards, which would let it fight another elite in order to not have those cards in its deck, this kind of thing. That's at least my understanding of Defect's solution space. And then we have Niall's Blessing. Enemies in the next 3 combos will have 1 health. This is also fine. It saves you some health. Defect doesn't have much block density in the starter deck, and so when you get attacked for like 12 on turn 1, there's a pretty good chance you can only block for 5. Even if you can block for more than that, it's probably 10. So, you know, you're going to take some damage quite a lot of the time. So they're both solid if you get them. All of the whale bonuses, until we get to tier 3 stuff, are pretty much going to be solid, but they're all like a slightly different sort of solid. Like, remove a card is not as good as transform a card. Like, transform a card's slightly better. It's just like, they're all okay. What I'm trying to say is that all of these are fine. You don't have to like reset your run if this is the best thing you get. Very winnable. In terms of like which one you should pick, the answer is usually going to be like, look at the map and work out what's best, unless you have a really good third option, in which case just always click that one. It's actually kind of straightforward in a way. Obtain a common relic, I'm pretty sure is solid, but let's look at the common relics, because I've been saying like Defect doesn't benefit quite as much from relics. That's at its least true at the start of a run. At the start of a run, dexterity and strength actually still do matter for Defect for at least a little while. So, from the start of the run, Akabeko, for example, is solid. It's just like a little bit of damage. It's a relic which deals 8. Could you make this deal more than that with like Barrage? Yes. You can make it deal an awful lot with Thunderstrike if you set it up right, but like realistically, this is just going to deal 8. If you have an Akabeko from Whale and you're offered Barrage in the first card reward, and there isn't a better card, I think you probably take Barrage. I don't see why not. But like, you're still not really expecting Akabeko to be that great. It's not like at that point you're trying to build a Barrage deck, right? You're this is a thing for consideration for perhaps as late as the midway point of Act 2, but you really would like this to stop mattering at some point in the run. I guess it's also worth noting that it does well with AoE stuff, so like Sweeping Beam becomes a better card if you have an Akabeko. That's actually a bigger interaction than Barrages. Alright, it's getting later, so I'm like, we'll see. If I notice that I'm like not remembering to say a lot of stuff, I might stop. Anchor's just strong the entire way through the run, and I think this is probably fairly consistent with all the stuff I've been saying about like you have lots and lots and lots of ways to outscale the game, and the hard part is just making sure you don't die on the way or die at the start of the fight before you can play them, and Anchor helps with both of those things tremendously. Ancient T-Set's solid. Defect doesn't try to fight every elite, and so sometimes you can go campfire elite kinds of things and get extra value out of it. It's also nice to have a better turn 1 against a lot of the bosses in the Act 4 elite. That said, the hardest thing about Defect's turn 1 hand is that it's only 5 cards, not that it doesn't have enough energy in it. In fact, often Defect has a lot of energy in his turn 1 hand because it will, like, if you have an aggregate, if you have an aggregate and you have a bottle, you're probably either bottling aggregate or bottling seek in order to get aggregate. So energy is not always the thing that you need on turn 1. Like Bag of Prep, when we get up to Bag of Prep, this one's purple. Cards are very, 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 very strong on turn 1 to like mitigate the variance of turn 1, help you draw the energy gain stuff like aggregate, and really get you going. Energy is like okay. Also, Ancient T-Set doesn't even work every turn 1, right? Art of War can be okay. I think it's like very situational. There are going to occasionally be runs where you get good value from it, but I don't think you should be going out of your way to achieve that. Let me tie this to the electrodynamics observation I had earlier, where like it seems like electrodynamics should be really good, but then you play it and only actually deals 6, and like the enemies don't actually die. It can seem like Defect can do a lot of stuff without playing its attacks until you're actually playing the run without trying to play your attacks, and then you find out that the attacks are kind of important. It doesn't help that a couple of the best commons are Ball Lightning and Cold Snap, to be sure, because both of those are attacks. Compile Driver is, I mean, my pick probably for the third best common, unless it's, I don't know, Cool-Headed or Compile Driver. So that's just a lot of common attacks that Defect actually wants to take, even though the character is not much of an attack-based character. And you rapidly stop wanting to add more attacks to your deck. You don't like typically want to deal damage with attacks in Act 3, for example. That's a bit unusual, and if it is happening, it's like a very specific attack for a somewhat specific reason. Like maybe you have poor orb damage scaling, but lots of orb slots, and so you take a barrage. Maybe you could be in that situation. Maybe you have lots of lightning orbs channeling, and so you take a Thunderstrike, which happens maybe 1 time in 100 runs. I don't know, it's like not frequent. Maybe less than that, to be honest. Maybe you have the Claw deck that I dream of every night while I sleep. Congratulations. Please send me the seed. Anyway, I don't know. Sometimes you want to play attacks, but for the most part, you are not drafting more attacks later in the run, but you're like still playing your compile drivers. And also, there are better ways for Defect to generate energy. This character does not struggle to generate energy in ways which are very unfair. Bag of Marbles is solid from Whale for the same reasons that Akabeko is, but it's like a little bit less good than Akabeko just because you don't have enough attacks in your hand, and then it is rapidly just bad. Slightly worth mentioning that having Bag of Marbles makes Go for the Eyes a little bit better because you're more likely to have the artifact charges removed from the enemies, but all the stuff I said earlier about how Go for the Eyes is just kind of usable in a very narrow band of Defect runs remains true. It's just going to be slightly better in the narrow band, and maybe the range around that band where it's good gets a little wider. Blood Vial is like somewhere between solid and strong. I'm gonna say it's solid. I used to just disrespect the hell out of Blood Vial. Um, like 2 is just not a large number. The thing is, like 20 is a large number, and it's not impossible to fight 10 fights in an act. So when you think about it that way, it does start to get a lot more exciting. Bronze Scales is quite solid, maybe even strong. It's just another damage relic. I think I talked about this with Silent. It's very hard to enumerate all of the things that Bronze Scales does. It's a sort of relic which is easy to think about the best possible turns, like the turn where it deals 15 to Book of Stabbing, or 18 to Hexaghost, or 45 to the Heart. But it's kind of hard mentally to add up all the, like, oh, this turn it dealt 9 damage to these enemies kinds of things, and really quantify all of that. It's not, like, uncommon for it to deal 15 in one turn against Darklings, right? You've probably, like, never thought about that in your life. Like, I've never thought about that in my life, I'm pretty sure. What's the point of thinking about that? I don't know, but, like, sometimes the Darklings hit you 5 times in one turn, which means Bronze Scales deals 15 damage to them. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage that you didn't have to do anything for except pick the relic up. 15 is a large number. So it's a solid relic. It's not strong. Birds in Act 2 is one place that Bronze Scales is particularly good. I don't typically find that Defect struggles much with them, though, because so much of Defect's damage is orb-based, and that bypasses their buff, which halves incoming attack damage on them. So it is worth noting, though, thinking about... It might surprise you if you're, like, newer to Slay the Spire, but how your deck beats the hallway fights at the start of Act 2 is actually, like, a massive deal. Like, in vague order of importance, your deck needs to be able to work out how to beat, like, the Heart, the Sentries, the Gremlin Knob, the Slavers, the hallway fights at the start of Act 2, and then Book of Stabbing, and then the Act 1 boss, or something like that, like, and then the Act 2 boss. Not in, like, order through the run, because obviously you don't work out how to beat the Heart on floor 1, but, like, in order of, like, how important that is to actually winning the run. That was very off the cuff. I reserve the right to be wrong about all of the things I just said, but kind of my vibe. Centennial Puzzle draws 3 cards. It's pretty good. Centennial Puzzle... It is awkward that it's hard to proc, right? It's nice that you can play 1 card against the Heart and proc it. And Defect is such that if you have an Anchor, you start with 10 block, but your turn 1 hand can likely play 6 cards and proc it anyway. Defect just is pretty good at playing lots of cards. You get all your Seeks and Turbos and card draw and stuff. It is unfortunate that it's hard to proc it on turn 1 everywhere else for Defect. Like, you don't have a Bloodletting or something like that. You might get a blue candle, which would let you proc it, but for the most part, it's a situation where you have to take damage on turn 1 to get cards turn 2, and there are fights where turn 2 is pretty late in the game. Gremlin Leader, for example, if you don't clear one of the gremlins on turn 1, you are getting attacked for quite a lot of damage on turn 2 by Gremlin Leader a lot of the time. And Centennial Puzzle is not going to help you do that, so, you know, not the easiest. Ooh, is Ceramic Fish okay? Here's the issue. Ceramic Fish is pretty bad. It doesn't give you anything right now, and it doesn't give you much overall. And also, Defect doesn't always draft the largest decks. Like, Defect does press skip quite often going through a run. But Defect loves gold. Defect loves card remove from shops. Defect loves shop relics from shops. Defect loves to just see more powers over the course of a run, and so Defect doesn't mind pathing through multiple shops in an act without an intention to like spend 300 gold in a shop, but with an intention to just guarantee you that they see a power and maximize their chance of seeing something like defragment or bias cognition or capacitor. So I don't know, it's probably still garbage. But it's like it's a bit better than it is on other characters. It's inching towards solid, compared to on other characters where I think it's just straight bad. Damaru is not a defect relic, so I guess we won't say how good we think that one is. Data disk is good. It's strong. Data disk is not purple here. It's not as good as backup preparation in my opinion. Why? Data disk is not as good as bag of preparation because it doesn't hit enough runs in a useful way. Like, it will do something in every run. You start with a lightning orb, and lightning is going to do something. Data disk is best in a run which is focused on orbs, but god, Data disk is best in a run which is built around orbs. Data disk really shines when it I mean, talk about Defect for a long time. After talking about Ironclad and Silent for a long time. I've been sitting in this room by myself talking for a long time. There'll be moments in between. Anyway, Data disk shines on runs which rely on which rely on orbs, but don't have quite enough to get them over the finish line. But that's actually fairly infrequent. Most of the runs which rely on orbs crush everything. And most of the runs which don't rely on orbs don't need focus that much. So it's like a very good output relic for the part of the game where you're concerned with incremental fighting numbers. Like, I need to deal 45, Data disk will help. But it doesn't actually help that much better than Akabeko there. Like, better. It's green, not yellow. Better, for sure. But not that much better. And then when you get into the late game scaling stuff, it can kind of get lost as like a remainder. Like it's a rounding error a lot of the time almost. Does it matter? Yes. Does it win you some runs you wouldn't have won otherwise? Yes. Is it purple? No. It's just strong. It is strong, though. It's very strong. I'm going to make a very wild claim that I don't think me 5 years ago would have thought was reasonable at all and say Dreamcatcher is strong on Defect. Defect really likes card rewards. And Dreamcatcher is going to give you like 3 or more card rewards over the course of a Defect run, quite likely. If you're in a space where you are upgrading at a campfire, that is awesome. You're in a good place. But Defect doesn't actually have that many upgrades, which are crucial. You've got the upgrades for some sort of Recycle Infinite, which are, like, if you're doing those, you're very close to already having won the game. So cool. You got upgrades to extreme value cards, like Seek, which are good. Like, if you have a Seek and need to upgrade it, that's actually one place where upgrades can start to get a bit pressured. And then you have upgrades to the focus multiplicative stuff with orbs. And if you're upgrading those, again, you've like largely won. So there are a large number of runs where you don't have the cards you need to upgrade yet, and you go to a campfire, and Defect can take damage, for sure, especially in Act 1, which, like, we're talking about getting this relic from Act 1, right? Like, okay, obviously, if you get Dreamcatcher, like, right before the Act 3 boss fight is not very good. Sure, we can say it's garbage there. What this color coding is not perfect. But if you get an Act 1, like, yeah, it's going to get you several card rewards. Rarity, which gives you 5 card rewards when you buy it from a shop, like, I usually click on that without even seeing what else is in the shop, right? Like, card rewards are good. And Dreamcatcher does give you card rewards. It is unfortunate that it doesn't give you card rewards straight away, but it does let you go through Act 1 in a way that rests at campfires and have it be beneficial, which kind of is a bonus straight away. Like when you get Dreamcatcher from a whale, you get to look at your act map and be like, well, this path doesn't have as many elite fights and hallway fights on it as I might have wanted, but I now get to get card rewards from campfires. So that's good. And I can like pay health in question marks in order to get whatever bonuses the question marks will give me. Defect is a character I sometimes click on scrap ooze on, despite the fact that I don't like relics that much on Defect, because I don't hate resting that much on Defect. So, also sometimes you have self-repair, and like even in Act 1, you're having trouble spending your health. That can also happen. If you get like a glacier into self-repair on Defect in Act 1, you can walk into the Act 1 boss fight at full health, and it's like not that unusual, or yeah. So, can happen. Happy Flower. Happy Flower strong. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, somewhere between solid and strong. I'm gonna say it's strong. A difference between Happy Flower and Ancient Tea Set is that Happy Flower can make you energy in the middle of the fight. And I've been talking so much about Defect decks which die without having to play the middle of the fight, and I think that's where you should be aiming. But if you do play a Defect deck which like hasn't won by the middle of the fight, Happy Flower is very, very good. And Happy Flower is a relic that kind of like, to some extent, enables you to play a deck like that. It's just a good relic. Like, where Ancient Tea Set will give you 2 energy on a turn, where honestly, usually I'm like, turn 1's the most important turn, etc., etc. Defect doesn't really need energy on turn 1 that much because of Aggregate and Fission and Seek and stuff. And the fact you only have a 5-card hand. There are lots of reasons why Defect doesn't necessarily need more energy on turn 1. There's also Boot Sequence, which is sometimes in your hand on turn 1, which is obviously a 0 cost. It only makes you 2 energy on turn 1 sometimes. Whereas Happy Flower, like, pretty much always makes you 2 energy in a fight, sometimes more. And you don't have to set it up, although obviously you want to try to set it up. Defect's also one of the best characters at setting relics up, because you have so much control over when to end fights using Frost Orbs. Although I feel like I've said that with every character. Like, Ironclad's really good at ending fights the way he wants. He gets to feed every time, and then Silent's really good at ending fights exactly when she wants by like using all of her block cards. And I don't know. Maybe I just think that about every character. Juzu Bracelet. Situational. I'm not gonna say Juzu Bracelet's garbage, because the hallway fights in Act 2 are so bad. There are a lot of Defect runs where whether you win or lose is decided by whether you take 30 damage or not from a floor in Act 2 right at the start. And Juicy Bracelet makes it so you don't. Unless you get that one event where it tries to give you a decay, in which case you might still. That event is so bad. Anyway. Lantern, solid. Kind of funny that Lantern and Happy Flower are both common relics. Like, one of these relics just does the same thing as the other relic except more. I don't know. Mawbank, I think, might be strong. I want to say it's solid. Alright, so the best thing you can do as Defect is get a bunch of gold from the whale and go to a shop straight away. That's just like the best thing you can do on every character, I think. But if you're not getting a bunch of gold on Defect, you do not have to go to a shop straight away. You can get through a lot of Act 1 without going to a shop. You don't have to try to fight every elite, so that gives you a lot more flexibility in pathing. Sure, you'd like to fight an elite, but if you don't, not necessarily the end of the world. If you take a Mawbank and just go to Act 2 before you go to a shop, which Defect like can do sometimes, not every time, but sometimes, that's a pretty good relic. You have a bunch of gold in Act 2. I talk about this a lot in the Ironclad video, and I don't remember talking about it as much in Silent, because I think Silent's shopping strategy is different. But there is a decent amount of value in not going to a shop until after you've seen your Act 1 boss reward and your Act 1 rare, because that way you get to know what thing do I actually need out of the shop. Now, I think that's very true on Ironclad. Ironclad, where you're like, sometimes you have a Snecko and sometimes you have a Runic Pyramid at the end of the Act 1 boss fight. I guess it's true that sometimes that's happening on Defect as well, but I don't think it's anywhere near as common. I don't think you're taking Snecko nearly as much. And I also don't think that it's ambivalent what Defect wants very often. I think it's pretty straightforward what Defect wants, and Defect wants those things most of the time. So I don't think it's as true that you want to delay your shop until Act 2 on Defect as it is on Ironclad, but it's okay. Like something you can do, and Wallbank can do it. I think Meal Ticket is somewhere between solid and strong. I'm going to put it on the lower end of solid, where I would put Blood Vial on the... Sorry, I'm putting it on the lower end of strong, where I'd put Blood Vial on the top end of solid. Just like makes more health for you if you need it. You can definitely path to 2 shops to get 30 health in a lot of acts, and Blood Vial's not making you that much health. And Defect actually wants to go to shops, so Defect doesn't mind having path that way. Nunchaku. Pretty bad. Nunchaku will sometimes make you energy, but not as much as the other energy relics because you don't play as many attacks as other characters. Pretty straightforward. Please don't try to play lots of attacks to make Nunchaku work. You'll have compile drivers, that's fine. Energy is not valuable enough to like put more attacks that are bad into your deck because you have an Nunchaku. Don't do it. Don't do it. At least Smoothstone is strong, I think. You need your defense to block for a bit more. It becomes solid later. I don't think it's ever garbage. Your best runs never play a card which scales off dexterity in like Act 4. That's like the absolute dream. That would be awesome. Realistically, you're going to at least have a Glacier, and sometimes you'll have a Reinforced Body, which actually scales very well with Oddly Smooth Sound. So you do get some output from it. Not a ton, but a little bit. And then, like at the start of the run, you don't have a Frost Orb in your deck yet, so your block is all coming from stuff that makes dexterity pretty much. Omori from the Whale is solid. I don't want to go to question marks. I feel like I haven't done a good job of explaining this. Like my like floor priority as Defect is something like a shop with gold is better than an elite, is better than a hallway fight, is better than a shop without enough gold, is better than a question mark, is better than a campfire, unless I have a relevant upgrade to the run to upgrade, in which case a campfire is like, at that point, better than a question mark and maybe also better than a hallway fight or something like that. Something like that. And so when I'm saying that Omori is like okay because Defect does go to quite a few question marks, it's not because question marks are good on the character and you want to, it's because you don't have enough health to actually go to all of those fights that you want to fight. Unless your character gets good, in which case, like, yeah, you'll probably win. That's the way to do it. But you don't want to like weigh your deck down with bad cards in order to make it so you can go to all those fights. So, I think you do end up going to quite a few question marks. You'd definitely like to take gold from the events which offer you a curse in gold, and Omamori makes that painless. And yeah, eventually it becomes bad because there's not enough time to actually get rid of the charges anymore, but at the start it's pretty good. Orichalcum is very good. This just saves you so much health. In a deck where you start with only 4 block cards, right? This just makes it so like, not only do you no longer have to take leap, you like no longer even have to worry about removing strikes, really. You can just kind of build straight into your Frost Orbs and not worry about like adjusting the equilibrium of the block versus attack cards in the deck much at all. It just really weighs it very nicely. You can still sometimes play double defend or triple defend if you want to block more on the turn, but there will be a lot of turns where you're just very happy spending 3 energy on damage and getting 6 block from Orichalcum. On top of that, worth noting if you don't realize that if you have Frost Orbs, Auric Alchemy will still work. So if you have like 3 Frost Orbs in play, and then you end turn, you get the Frost Orb block and Auric Alchemist block. And that actually means that this blocks for you late game. Like often you are not making block with anything other than Frost Orbs in late game, and you'll just get 6 more block against like Time Eater or something out of this relic. It's a very, 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 very good relic on specifically this character because of how it interacts with stuff like that. Very good at the start of the run and even relevant at the end of the run a lot of the time. Perhaps weakest in the middle of the run? I don't know. Every relic does less at the end of the run, basically, because you have more relics and more cards. So there's less for everything to do, right? If you have like 1 relic, then it has to do all of the things that relics do for your entire deck. Whereas if you have 30 relics, like if we say that Auric Alchem's really strong among those 30 relics, how much do we really have to be getting out of it for it to be really strong? What does that even mean at that point? I don't know. I'm not sure. Pennib, kind of situational. Like, you can... Pennib's more of a payoff than Chakyu. If you're, like, working really hard to get 9 charges on Chakyu for the start of next fight, you will get 1 energy from it, and that is okay. If you're working really hard to get Pennib to 9 charges for the next fight, like, hopefully you Pennib a Hyper Beam or something, and that is worth more than 1 energy. So it's got a bigger payoff than Nunchaku, but it's more situational in like whether that payoff actually works or not, because if all you've got in your deck is strikes, then this is no longer a thing. And if all you've got in your deck has hyper beams and no strikes, it's going to be hard to put on a 9. So very situational, very like narrow band where this is good, but there is a place where it's good, and anything that can get you through Act 2 has to be considered, because Act 2 needs to be solved. It's hard to solve it. I think Potion Belt's strong on Defect. I think generally my opinion of potions just goes down as I get better at the game. And that is where I'm at with that. Doesn't feel like I end up near the end of the run with decks which really need potions in order to win. Feels like I end up at the end of the run with decks which win very, very, very easily. And Potion Belt doesn't help that much at the start of the run, because if your deck isn't good, it's using its potions, so it doesn't have extra potions to store, and if it is good, then it isn't using its potions, so it doesn't need to store extra potions. Like, it's an okay relic. I think it's better on other characters than on Defect, probably. It's also better on Defect if you're playing the character differently from how I am. Like the pile deck that Defect can have, that one really likes having a Potion Belt, for example, but I don't end up there very often and don't want to. Preserved Insect is strong. Unfortunately, the hallway fights are actually hard enough that I don't think we can call this purple. But it's strong. Definitely strong. Another thing is Defect's damage scaling is strange. Often, like, the second half of an enemy's health pool goes away 3 times as fast as the first half of its health pool or something like that, because you just like get your multiplicative lightning orb stuff out, and then all of a sudden the enemy's dead. And so yeah, I guess like Defect's lack of front-loaded damage makes it so this is a little bit less exciting in that way. The Pillow Regal. Somewhere between solid and strong. I'm going to call it solid. If you are getting to rest anyway, often the extra health doesn't matter that much. Like, often the place where you desperately need more health is when you can't rest. And so, like, a meal ticket can get you 15 health out of a path that couldn't have gotten the health another way. Whereas a Regal Pillow, like, implicit in it proccing is that you're already getting more health, which reduces its value a bit. But the number on it's good. It is like 15, yeah. Additional 15 health. Pretty good. Song Mask, I think, is actually solid on this character. I think pathing to like 2 or 3 shops per act and clicking card remove for 50 gold in every single one of them wins the vast majority of runs. You get to buy other stuff in the shop too, Like if you buy the right thing in the shop, you get to buy other stuff in the shop. You get to go to some fights and get stuff from there. But like mostly you just get rid of all of your basics. And Defect's card pool is very strong if you take the right cards. So there you go. Or if you take maybe not the right cards, but the cards that I've been talking about. Strawberry I think is solid. It's like okay. Boot's bad. Tiny Chest is pretty bad. Point Ornithopter is incredible. I've talked about this for the other characters, but I'll talk about it again here. It's easy to just think of Toy Ornithopter as a sustain relic, in which case it is very good. If you think of Toy Ornithopter as a sustain relic, it heals you for about 2.5-ish per fight. And then there are events which give you potions, and there are stores where you can buy potions. You might get a bit more health out of it that way, which isn't that much. I said that Blood Vial was like solid, right? Not purple. Toy Ornithopter is also plus max HP though, because you can go into a fight with a full potion belt, take a bunch of damage, and then drink 2 potions and have 10 more health. So, that kind of pushes it over the edge. It's a sustain relic and an effective max HP relic, and that's an awful lot. You also get to control when your sustain is, so if you're going through the run and you're doing fine, you don't have to use your potions, but then if you take like 30 damage to an elite, you can use your potions and get a bunch of that health back straight away. That kind of idea. The way it lines up with other things makes it better than the number might at first make it seem naively. Vajra is solid at the start just because it deals a bit of damage, but it's not even like the upper half of solid. It's lower half of solid. It's worse than Akabeko. Deals less damage. And then just is bad later. Also worth, like, you can't, with Akabeko you get to Sweeping Beam for 14, right? With Vajra, you don't. This makes it worse. Warpaint I think is solid. Upper half of solid. Maybe even lower half of strong. When I was talking about which cards you want to upgrade at the whale, like I just named every skill in the deck, right? So if you get a Warpaint from the whale, you get 2 upgrades instead of 1. I said upgrading 1 card was already solid. So this is like definitely upper half of solid, lower half of strong. Will be situational later, depending on whether you want your skill upgrades or not, I suppose. Whetstone, on the other hand, is like lower half of solid, but also solid. It's also solid. Later, Whetstone is just bad because you don't want the attack upgrades later. They don't do anything, really. So that is common relic. So if we look at that distribution of like different colors, the purples are the best, the greens are really good. It's like about 50% above yellow, maybe a bit less. And then if we compare to, well, that's choose one of 3, isn't it? So it's a different comparison. Oh, we compare to this, where this is also random. Yeah, I think a common relic's better than a random rare. That matches the button I click when I play the game, so that makes sense. But like, still solid. Still solid. Not enough stronger to be strong, in my opinion. Still solid. There's just too much variance in these options for me to say like, oh yeah, one's the best ever and the other one's just like garbage. Like that's just not true. Like if you click on random rare and get like a Thunderstrike, then yeah, it was pretty bad. But if you get a Buffer or a Biased Conch, wow, that's like better than most of the relics you're getting. The nice thing about the relics is that you never get a curse in your deck. So that also makes this, like, having a bad relic is much less bad than having a bad card, right? And you can't get the random rare and then skip it if you don't like it. It is actually stuck in your deck. Said multicast was garbage from the whale. It's kind of harsh. It's slightly better than that. You might be able to upgrade it even. I think receiving 100 gold is strong, and then you go to the whale. I've talked a decent amount about shops right now. I don't have a coherent way to talk about shops more than I already have. Like I don't have the ability to show you, oh, these are the percentages of the different things that come from shops. Do I actually? Every shop has a power in it, right? So these are the powers. Uncommon. These are the powers rare. And if I'm going to a shop, I'm like typically going to be quite excited to see about like half to 2/3 of them. Ignore these. Oh, you can't even see those numbers, sure. So like loops, iffy. Capacitor needs you to have good orb generation. But that was like half of the uncommons and 2/3 of the rares. So when you go to a shop, maybe a bit over half the time, there's a power in there that I'm going to be pretty excited to purchase. And then if we think about shop relics, so every shop has one shop relic, and they're all the same rarity otherwise, but not Ironclad, Watcher, or Silent shop relics on this character. If we look at shop relics, good, usually good. Not great at the start of the run, though. Good. Often very good. Good. Incredible. Very good. Quite good. Very strong. I mean, alright, so this is basically why I say that I like going to the shop on this character. Yeah, that's a lot of very strong stuff, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not counting medical kit, which is like isn't even that bad. So I get 11 out of 17 strong shop relics. Some of those are stronger than others. I didn't talk about any of them in huge detail, and some of them won't always be good, but like 50% chance to see a good power, over 50% chance to see a good shop relic. If you're going to a shop with enough money to buy a shop relic, like that's about a 75% that you're going to be able to happily spend on something other than card remove. And even if you don't see it, the 25% chance that you don't, you buy card remove. Or you buy something else in the shop if like there's a good skill or a good potion or a good other relic or who knows, something like that. Obtain 3 random potions. I still just think this is bad. Still just think it's bad. All right, cool. Disadvantages. So I've talked about this quite a bit with the other characters. I don't think I've talked about it much in this video yet. If you can lose max health for one of these third bonuses, you probably should. Like, I am almost always going to click on that option because losing max HP just doesn't hurt you very much in Act 1. And by the time you're in a part of the run where it does hurt you, you're like so far away from here. The cascading increase of strength that you're getting out of having gotten a better whale bonus has been giving you benefits the entire way through the run and will almost certainly have made up easily for losing that 6 max health. So losing 6 max health is just incredibly strong. If you have the option to do this and get your whale bonus from it, almost always going to do that on almost every character. Yeah, like this a lot. I think removing 2 cards is strong. Like I said, I don't know if I like removing 2 strikes or strike defend. I think there are arguments for both. I've been trying removing true strikes this month because I haven't really done that before, and it feels good. But like I said, I have like died to some gremlin nobs and gremlin gangs, which was surprising. It does feel a little bit like I have to take like a bad attack common sometimes, which I don't love, and which feels like it wouldn't be happening as much if I removed 2 strikes. It also feels like basically what happens is if I get offered a good block card, I'm less excited about it, where if I removed 1 and 1, I'd be very excited about getting offered a good block card. And if I get offered a bad attack card, I feel a little bit obliged to take it, which I don't like either. So a thing I like more about removing 1 and 1 is that I get to skip the bad attack cards that I don't like very much, take the good attack cards when they get offered. There are quite a lot of them, so they almost always get offered. And if I get offered a good or at least solid block card, I'm pretty happy to take that too. Like, I don't mind removing 1/1 and then taking a leap. I don't hate it. Leap's like pretty good. I'm not gonna say it's better than that, but I'll give it pretty good. Transform 2 cards, also strong. When transforming 2 cards, I have very happily been transforming 2 strikes, because if you add 2 random cards to the deck, then usually in my experience, you have enough damage to do stuff. There are just a lot of cards in Defect's card pool that do damage in some sort of way. Gaining 250 gold, this is my favorite whale bonus by far, I think, on this character and maybe just in general. Lose 6 max health, gain 250 gold. I think it is almost certainly the best start you can possibly have from whale, other than boss swap into something very strong, like a Pandora's box or something like that. But I don't click boss swap. I don't like it, so I don't do that. And it's also the one that feels like it has a lot of skill expression, where you get to choose what to do with this gold. Now, while it feels like it has a lot of skill expression, I'm not sure that it's actually true that it does. Because something that it does is it puts you so far ahead that you get to kind of build the deck that you want to build almost every time. Like, you get to solve all of the first half of the game very easily with something that you just buy at the shop straight away, and then you can just do the same thing you always do and win. But like, in theory, I think it should have very high skill expression. That seems right to me. So anyway, yeah. In theory, it probably has very high skill expression. Sometimes I will use it to do stuff which, like, I'm not sure if it's right or fun, or sometimes I find out it's just terrible. Things like buying a frozen egg, for example. I don't know that that's actually good in the first shop. My math is you get offered like 2 or 3 powers from card rewards per act, probably. You don't take all of them. Very questionable. But like, if there's a frozen egg and a good power that I kind of want, I've done that for sure this month. Yeah, you can do some fun things. You can take a Hand of Greed, which, like, is a Hand of Greed good or not? Depends. I'm not 100% sure. These are just things which are hard to explore. They don't come up that often, and they're very warped compared to the normal space that you play in. I think Hand of Greed should be able to be very strong on Defect if you play it right, but I also suspect that the way you're meant to play it is somewhat different from how you're meant to play the character usually. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Feels like a maybe. The fact that you can set up Frost Orbs and then get a guaranteed Hand of Greed kill and stuff is a nice, alluring thing. But if you're able to set up Frost Orbs and stall fights forever, didn't you already win? Maybe? Is that the right part of the game tree to be focused on? I don't know. Choose a rare card to obtain. We already talked about the rare cards in terms of, like, getting a random one. I think if you look at these rare cards, like, they're not that good in terms of floor 1. Is generally where I came down on. So, like, while if I'm losing 6 max health for this, I'll still probably take it. I don't think it's, like, much better than, like, the bottom half of solid. The bottom half is strong, sorry. I should have made them both start with S. I'm gonna call it the top half of solid. I just don't think it's that good on this character. I think probably I'm saying the same thing for rare colorless card, but let's take a look. My recollection is that, okay, so Apotheosis is incredible, and the way to realize that, if you don't already know, is probably to play Apotheosis once, at which point you'll be like, oh, that was incredible. It is possible to outdo Apotheosis in the strategic space. What I mean by that is, like, there are decks which don't need it. And it is possible to get good enough at winning that you're so likely to have a deck that doesn't need it that you shouldn't take it at the start of the run. But the last time I remember people doing that was like Ascension 10. Like when Ascension 10 was the max difficulty. When Ascension 10 was the max difficulty and people were winning like 95% of runs or whatever, it was definitely possible to not need Apotheosis a lot of the time. And I think if we went back now, knowing what we and we played that more, that would still be the case. Like, I don't think we were overlooking the value of Apotheosis. I think the way that the game was balanced was such that spending a card on that effect was just not necessary. Like, you could win better other ways. Yeah, I don't know. It was also still a very strong card, though. You could definitely win with it, too. And I'm talking about a point in the game's history where you could win by doing all the other things, too. Kind of like you just kind of won. Like, do whatever and you win. Congratulations. So, good stuff. Chrysalis, like, literally unplayable. I hope I don't have to talk about that much. Yeah, I don't know how strong Hand of Greed is on this character. I think it's strong. Magnetism is garbage, but will go in your pile deck that desperately needs help for what it's worth. Like, the random colorless cards are okay, but you'd really like to be playing a deck that wants better than that, you know? Master Strategy is strong. Mayhem is, I'm going to say solid, but Mayhem has a couple of awkward things in the defect card pool. One thing is that Echo Form gets counterfeited by it, so you still get a double play of a card, but it's a random card instead of the card you wanted to play, because Mayhem goes first in your turn and consumes the Echo Form stack. So that's kind of an issue with it. And then Consume is a bit of an issue with it, because you can just kill all of your orb slots, and that's not necessarily great. Other than that, though, like, yeah, Mayhem's another one of those cards that goes in terrible decks that might help them win. I also think Metamorphosis is very bad. I think Panache is pretty bad on Defect. There is a zero-cost card space. You do not want to be in it very much. And also, it still doesn't let you play 5 cards per turn. And also, you don't really have a lot of other front-loaded damage. So on some characters, it's like Panache is passable because you like play Blade Dance and you get 10 AoE damage out of it, and you have the 12 damage from Blade Dance, and that's enough to kill something. But on Defect, if you're playing 5 cards in a turn, it's going to be like Zap plus Steam Barrier plus Go for the Eyes plus Skim into Leap or something like that, which doesn't really do any damage. So like the enemies take 10 and now what? And like, good luck doing that again next turn. Like, it just, yeah. Like I was saying with Preserved Insect, sometimes the way that damage works on Defect, you deal the last half of the enemy's health about as fast as, like, about 3 times as fast as the first half of the enemy's health or something like that is kind of how it feels. And so a card like Panache doesn't feel like it works very well with that. It doesn't fit in a very useful way. Sadistic Nature, I think, is pretty much literally unplayable. I have been in situations where I had a Sadistic Nature in my Defect deck and didn't want to remove it, I guess. So maybe that's too strong. Maybe we call it garbage, but this card is not good on Defect. Do not. No, don't. Secret Techniques, solid. It's nice that in the starter deck it gets damage or defense. It's nice with Seek later or Fission later. Just like a good card all around, but not better than solid, especially not from Whale. Secret Weapon is solid from the Whale too. It gets you like a Cold Snap. You get a Cold Snap early or a Ball Lightning, etc. etc. The bomb. Wow, I haven't had a run with the bomb this month, I don't think. So when I talk about the bomb here, it's going to be based on... I wonder when the last time I had the bomb on Defect was. Hold on, I think I can work this out. Oh, I did. It was during the middle part of the month where I was just in a deranged haze. This deck looks very bad. Anyway, yeah, when I was saying like, and then I entered a deranged haze and like lost a bunch of runs, like, should my win rate really be this? Like, this is the sort of deck I was talking about. What is happening here? Anyway, I guess I played the bomb recently on Defect and lost with it. I don't know. I don't know how valuable this this observation is. It's weird because like the bomb doesn't seem like it would be terrible on the character from like the perspective of the character's platonic ideal. The character kind of wants to be really good at stalling and kind of wants to be able to deal 40 damage on turn 3. But I think in practice, it's not going to be in our turn 1 hand every time. We're not going to successfully get to a point where we can stall every time. It's a card that's just in the way of all of our late game strategies and doesn't contribute to them in any way. It sounds kind of bad, right? You know what's incredible about the bomb is you can play it on turn 1 of the Reptimancer fight and you get attacked for 100 on turn 2 before it goes off. This is kind of an issue with the card, right? Anyway, I think the bomb's just bad. I don't know. I kind of want to say it's solid, but I think it's bad. I think Defect has enough access to damage that works better than that. Thinking Ahead is inoffensive. Transmutation is pretty garbage, but not unplayable. Violence is solid. So this is like basically my memory of the rare colorless cards. There's room for like stuff I said to be garbage might be solid, stuff I said solid might be garbage. There's like some room to move stuff around in there, but like about there is where it's at. And those just aren't that good. So I think choose a rare colorless card is like solid, but not great. It's a very frustrating option too. Whereas if you take like 250 gold, you can go to the shop and make like all these decisions about your run. I've just realized I'm going to have Slay the Spire game sound in the recording if I do that, aren't I? Okay, I closed it. Sorry about that. If you choose a rare colorless card, it's often like, well, half the time I get Apotheosis or a Master of Strategy or Hand of Grade, and I have the basically prescribed run that those cards give you. And half the time I just kind of like don't get anything, and I have to like play the run with a very poor whale bonus. I don't know. Kind of where I'm at with that. Obtain a random rare relic. Here's the deal. There are a lot of rare relics. It is getting later, and I've talked about Defect for 4.5 hours so far today. I think I'm going to call the recording there for now, and I'll pick up on our 34 rare relics tomorrow or the day after. Hello. Good morning. Like 7:30. I want to get this done because the month's always almost over. But good grief, 7:30 is slightly too early to think hard about things. So we'll give it a go. Obtain a random rare relic is where I was up to. I guess I didn't even talk about the rest of the disadvantages. I just kind of skipped ahead to talking about the rewards. I do think it can be okay, definitely, to take 15 damage or to obtain a curse. And can be very strong to lose all gold. Basically how I feel about those. Defect, I would say that taking 15 damage... taking 15 damage and obtaining a curse both have like major downside compared to the other ones. If you can get to a shop and remove the curse in case it's a particularly bad curse, I would say obtaining a curse is a bit better than taking 15 damage. If you cannot, I would say taking 15 damage is a bit better than obtaining a curse. Like, having a curse in your deck will deal you 15 damage in not that long, so, you know. It's possible that taking 15 damage is just almost always better than obtaining a curse. I don't know. I don't usually mind obtaining a curse for a ton of gold, to be sure, because you want to go to a shop anyway. Obtaining a curse for the other ones... depends on the act and stuff like that. So, oh my god, there's a fly in here. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, call the whole thing off. Where'd it go? What are flies even? Aren't flies meant to, like, not be alive in January? I don't know. I guess that's why it's inside, because it's very cold outside, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What's a fly doing here that's gonna bug me? Hopefully it'll leave me alone. Alright. Obtain a random rare relic. Highlighted strong. I think it's actually probably a upper half of solid, though. But yeah, the last time I was recording this, we got up to this and we're like, probably take a break and come back. Anyway, I think, honestly, even from whale, bird face turn is strong, I think. And then it's just straight up, like, OP as you get a little bit later in the run. My rule of thumb is that even if I'm not going to shops, I expect to see 2 or 3 powers over the course of each act. It's like a conservative estimate. Like, doesn't include going to shops, going to events, which give you duplicates, or like library or stuff like that. Yeah, but just like when I'm thinking about the value of a relic like Burst Face Turn, that's kind of where I'm at. Defect also has Echo Form, which is very good with it. Amplify, which is very good with it. Get a full heal out of this relic with creative AI and any fight where you can stall, which is very good. So, Birdface Turn from Whale does not immediately do anything with your starter deck because you don't currently have any powers, but it is actually a relic which is strong enough that it warps the space of the run, such that the deck you're trying to build once you get it is different from what you'd usually be trying to build. You're a little bit more inclined towards stalling. You're a little bit more inclined toward building a deck which can take the hallway fights because you're going to get more card rewards that way, get more relics, or get more powers, sorry. Get more value out of your bird face turn. Fairly likely that eventually you could be full healing at every single one of those fights. Care a bit more about max HP. Bird face turn, awkwardly, like, it makes you want to build a bad deck. The deck I'm describing is, like, bad compared to the regular decks you would build as Defect. But the deck I'm describing also, like, has a very, very, very high win rate because Bird Face Turn gives it so much health. So, yeah. If you've lost max HP in order to get this relic, that's actually kind of a big deal, probably. Losing max HP always changes the run, meaningfully. It's easy to overlook, but what you can get away with in terms of how slow your deck is changes as your max HP lowers, or as your max HP increases. And Birdface Turn cares about that more than usual, because Birdface Turn kind of wants you to make a deck that stalls, takes a lot of fights, takes damage in the early turns, but then is able to heal a bunch later. And so if you have 60 max HP versus 80 max HP, that's, you know, more or less dangerous. I don't know. This is like, if I played 100 runs starting with Birdface Turn on Defect, I would not be surprised if I ended up with a different opinion of how strong it is on floor 1 than I have right now. Because I just don't have that much experience, like, with how much, basically, I should warp toward a Birdface Turn when I get one from Whale. I have my, like, calculated experienced estimate, right? Which is all I have for anything in the game, but in this case, like, this is a specific rare relic specifically from Whale. There are a lot of rare relics you can get from Whale, and, like, you don't take this Whale bonus every time, so even if you've played 1,000 Defect runs, you're possibly in single digits for how many times you have started a run with a Birdface Turn. Oh, I just realized these are boss relics down here. Okay, so there aren't quite as many as I thought. There are 25. There are 25 rare relics which Defect can get from Whale. So if you've played 1,000 runs, In order to have gotten 10, you would have to click on obtain a random rare relic a quarter of the time you saw the whale. Yeah, you're definitely not doing that. So, I probably have single digits of runs with any of these individual rare relics from the whale as defect. And, you know, because of that, the ones which really warp the run a lot, I'm going to have intuitions about, but not like tons of experience. Even as somebody who's played the game 10,000 hours, it's a very big game. Obviously, there are also runs where I've like gotten Birdface Urn as my first relic, which is like pretty comparable. But yeah, that doesn't inform me on like if I get Birdface Urn and then I go to the floor one fight and I get offered like a loop alongside two so cards, which I would usually take over loop. Do I take the loop now? Like, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. The game's very hard. Something I can tell you like with confidence is that if you have a Birdface Urn, that thing I'm talking about where you like can do creative AI, you can stall, you can etc. etc. That thing gets better 100%. The question is how much better? Like, does it get better by enough that you actually want to pursue it over pursuing the main stuff that I've been talking about? Birdface Urn is good in the main stuff I've been talking about, so yeah, I'm not sure. Calipers goes from being garbage at whale on defect and every other character to being like situationally very strong on defect. And I think it's like Ironclad and Defect are the two characters who have reasons for this relic to be particularly strong in late game. Ironclad has the, you know, all the stuff that supports barricade synergies, which is basically Entrench. Ironclad has Entrench. And Entrench is good enough with Calipers, or Calipers is good enough with Entrench that you can get very, very large amounts of block. So if you get a Calipers from the whale on Ironclad, that is something that you can be thinking about. On Defect, I talked about this already. You have the like double energy types of things where something you can do with them is dump all of the energy into block with Calipers and then just it'll last the fight kind of idea. So that's one of the ways that Defect cares a lot about Calipers, and the other way is if you get early genetic algorithm, or maybe 2 early genetic algorithms would be really fun. Sometimes people ask me like, how good is the genetic algorithm upgrade? It's very rare that I prioritize it. It's very rare that I get it at all. I think I've been like, in general, pretty down on upgrades on Defect other than a certain few. But if you have a Calipers and you get an early genetic algorithm, that's a spot where it actually is pretty reasonable to upgrade this card. And the idea is you just like get it to a point where it blocks Rarity and you play it and you're invincible for like more than one turn. Like it's better than an apparition at that point. So that makes a very, very strong card. However, the things I've just described are not that common. We're talking about one uncommon and then one synergy space, which is not the most normal one to be operating in. So I'm not going to say that Calipers is like a super strong relic on this character. I guess a third thing I should mention about Calipers is if you're going for like Frost Orb sorts of scaling, Calipers can take that to the next level. Like, let's say you have Frost Orbs which block for 40 every turn, but you're against an enemy which attacks you for 60 sometimes. If you have Calipers, then if it doesn't attack you on a turn, you get to carry 25 block to the next turn, and then you'll be able to block the 60. So it is okay with Frost Orbs, but don't overestimate it there. Like it's more like the strength of Go for the Eyes than what it looks like. Because you'll have runs where it looks like it's like absolutely insane because it's carrying over like 300 block per turn because you have 90 block every turn from Frost Orbs, and it isn't actually doing anything there, right? Like you have 90 block from Frost Orbs already. They can't hit you. Like you're making the number bigger, but it doesn't change anything about what's actually happening in the fight. So yeah, there's like a narrow band where it matters for that. But that's kind of a thing that you're pretty happy to build toward anyway, so I don't think that's a thing you have to think that hard about as a thing to change. Captain's Wheel is somewhere between green and purple for the first part of the run. I think it goes down to solid later, because turn 3 is just so late in the fight. Like, Horn Cleat's better than Captain's Wheel later in the run. But Captain's Wheel lines up very, very, very well with Act 1 elites, and that makes it very strong in Act 1. Also, procs on the Slime Boss attack turn, so there are just the exact enemies you're fighting in Act 1 make it very strong. It lines up with the first turn Gremlin Nob attacks you for a large amount. It's slow enough that you can set up a Lagavulin fight start where it will proc against one of Lagavulin's attacks. Unfortunately, it doesn't go at the right time against sentries, probably. Like, Horncleave is probably better against sentries, so is Anchor, probably. But it still does something against sentries, almost always. It's not as good against the hallway fights, so Captain's Wheel does push you toward wanting to fight more elites, but, I mean, in a good way, because you can fight the elites now and you take a lot less damage from them, so that's good, right? I think if you get Dead Branch on Defect, you should win the run. Yeah. So, I think I've already mentioned Dead Branch, but like basically Defect has so much scaling, so many different types of ways to scale. You will often have a deck which scales by itself, like with the cards already in it, in which case the first time through your draw pile will win you the fight, and Dead Branch is just making you a bunch of extra output that will keep you alive as you go through. And then other times you don't have enough scaling in your deck, and Dead Branch, like when it exhausts, it will make you scaling a decent amount of the time. There are just a lot of scaling cards in Defect's card pool. So, Dead Branch is very, very strong. It's very good with Recycle. It's very good with Double Energy. There are quite a few Defect cards which like Double Energy specifically, we'll talk about. Double Energy doesn't have like an obvious home in this card pool. If you've got like a Seek Plus and something to do with lots of energy, you might care about a Double Energy, but like aggregate's better usually. But if you get a Dead Branch, all of a sudden, yeah, like take a Double Energy. It doubles your energy and then turns into a different card, which you can play. That's pretty cool. So, good with that. Dead Branch is very, very strong. Doodle, like, I mean, from Whale, it's okay because you still play your strikes, but it gets irrelevant very quickly on Defect. Like it doesn't stay relevant for very long at all. The motion chip's very, very, very strong. Purple? Probably. The motion chip is a relic which requires you to think. Like, way more than Dead Branch is. You lost HP during the previous turn, trigger the passive ability of all orbs at the start of your turn. This is a very, very, very big deal. Like, double orb output. You're not getting extra evokes, but you are getting all the passive procs again. Does a lot of damage against, like, Gremlin Nob, for example. If you just get 2 lightning orbs out, that's an extra 12 damage in a 30 HP loss Gremlin Nob fight, which isn't what you want. You'd like to take less damage than that against Gremlin Nob, but like if it happens, it happens. Motion chip's at its best when you have good control over how much you're blocking for. So you can block for 1 less than what you're being attacked for. It's good with Static Discharge, it's very good with Apparitions, it's good with like Blue Candle, because you can play a curse to deal yourself damage. You just have to lose HP, you don't need the enemies to make you lose HP, so do that. You can not block with a burn in your hand against Hexaghost and proc a motion chip if you have 3 lightning orbs in play. There are just lots and lots of small ways that you can maximize this relic as much as possible. Sometimes you have to be thinking about, like, if I channel that many Frost Orbs, I won't actually be able to proc a motion chip next turn, and I need to, so don't channel that many Frost Orbs. Is often very, very, very good in the heart fight because you can damage yourself on turn 1 with the Beat of Death, and so you can like make some Frost Orbs on turn 1, take a Beat of Death damage, and then on turn 2 you'll have still not quite enough to block the turn 2 attack, but like much more than you would have otherwise, and then you'll take damage on turn 2 and have extra block on turn 3 as well. Yeah, motion chip's just very, very good. Fossilized Helix, also very strong. It's like an even better version of Captain's Wheel if you think about like the elite fights in Act 1, for example. I'm trying to think, like, does it ever
stop being just purple on Defect? I don't think so. It's unfortunate that it doesn't work with a motion chip and static discharge. But like, life goes on, right? I don't think that Defect is a character that expects to have a lot of trouble if you have enough defense. Like the reason I might say Fossilized Helix wasn't always purple on like Silent is it's a defensive relic, and sometimes Silent struggles for damage. But Defect, especially if you get a Fossilized Helix from the Whale, like you just take some damage cards. Defect already starts with a deck which is heavily weighted toward damage and has a lot of like Defect's common attacks have implicit scaling in them. Like Ball Lightning doesn't just deal 10 this turn for 1, which is like, why? Like that's a lot, isn't it? I guess not that much, but it also deals damage like next turn because the Lightning Orb keeps on going and then can scale with focus and what have you. So Fossilized Helix is great. If you do desperately need even more damage than that, you can go with the Dark Orb. Dark Orbs struggle a bit because of how hard it is to evoke them in Act 1. Like you have the two issues. One, they're hard to evoke in Act 1, and 2, Act 1 is when you put the most damage cards in your deck, like, and you put those together and end up with, like, it's kind of hard to end up relying on Dark Orbs for your damage. But Fossilized Helix would be an example of a relic which made a Dark Orb like much more reasonable to take on floor 1, because you just can stay in the fight for a lot longer without taking damage thanks to your buffer charge. And the longer you can stay in the fight, the more your Dark Orb is going to deal damage, the more likely it is you can evoke it before taking a bunch of damage. And Dark Orbs deal a lot of damage. If you dual cast a Dark Orb, it is dealing like, I think it's pretty reasonable to think a Darkness play is 36 damage if you can dual cast it later. Like that's kind of a reasonable assumption to make in Act 1. And then later there's stuff like multicast, and you can upgrade the Darkness to get more damage and stuff like that. I have also talked about Dark Orbs before in this video, so we'll move on. Gambling chips just goated always. Every character, every situation, it is very, very, very strong that at the start of your combat, you get to discard all the bad cards in your hand and draw other cards instead. Good with Defect, because so many of Defect's decks are about finding certain cards and playing them, and then you have one. Also good with all the other characters. He's just very good. Ginger, I think, is nothing for the entire run on Defect, basically. It's very weird for you to care about becoming weak on Defect. That's just not really how things work. I had reason to think about this a little bit harder because I just went to the bathroom and I'm wondering if I should be like slightly kinder on Ginger for like the first little bit of the run. You get weakened in the Slaver site and you get weakened against Gremlin Gang. They're both fights where you'd kind of like even strike to deal 6 damage, like even that. I don't know, maybe. But it's on the upper half of garbage, maybe, for the first half of the run. Giria, not only do you not get a relic, but there's a chance that you accidentally don't get a campfire later. This is not the best one. In all of these evaluations, you have to keep in mind that I'm comparing their value to other relics in like gameplay that I consider to be the right way to play Defect or whatever. And like, I don't know the objectively universal right way to play Defect. Nobody does. But I have my idea of what the right way is to play Defect. It's the closest I personally have gotten right now, or whatever. Or I personally think I've gotten. And in that way to play Defect, I don't think that you want to do strength stuff. But I can also, like, I could tell you for 5 minutes all the ways that you could try to make a Defect run where you had +3 strength good. Like, I could do that. We could talk about it. I just think that even if you are going to like rest
a few times with this to get plus strength, the thing that you end up with is worse than what you would have gotten if you'd ignored that you had the relic entirely, almost always. So, not great. This may be like a little surprising to some people, but I think ice cream's like solid at the start and then like between strong and solid later. I think a lot of people get very excited about ice cream, and I don't think it's that strong. It is very good against Lagavulin, specifically in Act 1, but Lagavulin's your easiest elite fight as Defect. So as Defect, like yeah, it'll save you some health against Lagavulin, but also Lagavulin wasn't the elite that was going to deal you tons and tons of damage. It doesn't give you focus down when it debuffs you, so your orbs keep going. So like this is a pretty big deal for the fight. Your orbs keep on blocking passively, damaging passively, and then evoking for quite a lot of damage as well. So you're really not even in that much of a hurry to kill Lagavulin. You don't mind getting attacked like 3 or 4 times by Lagavulin usually as Defect, where other characters, if they're getting attacked a 3rd and 4th time, it's like, ooh, each of these hits me for 15 or whatever. With Defect, it's like, I'm getting attacked for the 4th time. I will take 2 kind of things, a bit more. So, yeah, Ice Cream's good in that fight, but also the fight doesn't need help. I think the thing with Ice Cream is that as you get better at the game, you get better at spending your energy this turn. And the thing Ice Cream's saying is like, if you can't work out how to spend your energy this turn, this relic will let you use the energy for something else, so you'll be good. And there are times when you have singular cards which are so important that that's a really big deal. Malaise on Silent, for example, can be a really big deal to have Ice Cream, because the best possible way in your deck to spend your energy is to malaise the enemy for like 20 if you can, but you can't usually do that, and Ice Cream lets you do it. Defect typically doesn't have stuff like that. Defect typically wants to play the cards in hand so that, you know, you have your powers in play or whatever, and then once you've done that, you win the fight. Typically how Defect works. The biggest exception is multicast Dark Orb. Ice Cream can get some good value there. And also with Aggregate or even Double Energy, you can sometimes have decks which struggle to draw enough cards to actually spend all of that energy, and so quite like having Ice Cream. But, like, an unpleasant thing about Ice Cream is that if you draw an X-Cost card, like a Reinforced Body, and that's a big part of how you're blocking, which sometimes is the case, especially if you have a deck which is good at making energy. Reinforced Body is often a card that is in your deck which can block for you for a turn. If you play Reinforced Body with Ice Cream, all your energy is gone. So like you make, I don't know, you use Double Energy and Aggregate or whatever, and you have 25 energy, and then you like draw your next hand, you've got like a Reinforced Body and 4 other cards that don't block for enough, and you're like, well, so I will overblock by 100 this turn or whatever. And there kind of isn't anything else you can do. Like that's just all the energy gone. Also an issue with spinning top with Defect, which I don't know. I guess we'll get there. Unceasing tops down here. Have to talk about it. It's in the cards. Incense Burner is very strong. Incense Burner is purple relic, and also it's another relic like Emotion Chip where you benefit a lot by playing around it more and more and more. Yeah. Oh my god. My lips are so dry. Winter is weird. There are flies. My lips are dry. Some water. Oh, okay. Cool. I think I commonly do in late game for Slay the Spire is think about how I block for the 2 turns where you get attacked for a lot in both the Elite and Heart fight in Act 4. So in the Act 4 Elite fight, you can get attacked for 61 on turn 2 and
40 something on turn 3. Turn 3 is not usually a big deal. I don't know. Does it even matter? And in the heart fight, one of the turns you'll get attacked for 67, and the other you'll get attacked for 45, and it's random which one is which. And so, like, Incense Burner often is one of those turns. You have enough control with Defect that you can often end the elite fight with Incense Burn on the right number. You want it on 4 for turn 2 or 3 for turn 3 of the heart fight. And then if, like, I have a Horn Cleat, I might put it on 3. So I have Horn Cleat doing some of the blocking for turn 2, and then also Incense Burner for turn 3. If I have a Captain's Wheel, I might put it on 4. The tendency is to put it on 4 just because turn 2 happens earlier in the fight, so you have more time to get blocks set up for the turn you're not covered on this way. But yeah, it's a very, very strong relic. It rewards you for spending a lot of time in fights trying to end the fight with it on 5 so that you can go into the next floor and be intangible on turn 1. Sometimes you want it on 4, sometimes you want it on 3. Like, going into an Act 1 Elite fight, you often want it on 3 so that you're blocking the first big attack from Gremlin Knob, and you can use it easily against Lagavulin. Same reasons that I was talking about Captain's Wheel being good. But if sentries are a major concern, you might want it on 4 instead, since that's the turn that they attack you for 20. If you just fought Gremlin Knob, for example, you can't get the same elite twice from elite fights. You could from an event. Like, if you go to the Dead Adventurer event, it could be a Gremlin Knob again. The Dead Adventure event actually tells you which elite it is. If you read the text carefully, it has different descriptions of the 3 different elites. So when you're in the Dead Adventure event, you can tell which elite you would fight if you woke it up. But anyway, if you just fought Gremlin Knob, Lagavulin's usually a pretty easy fight. Sentries are perhaps the biggest threat for you. You might want an Instance Burner on 4. You need to know, like, which things to put the Instance Burner on against bosses. Like, 0 is really good against Bronze Automaton, which is kind of weird. I always have to count for Hexaghost because I can never remember which thing blocks the overcharge turn. But also, against Hexaghost as Defect, often you're not going to get to the overcharge turn anyway because you have such good scaling damage going through Act 1. So there are also fights where you just have to, like, kind of make judgment calls, because you can put Instance Burner on a 4, for example, and block the Hexaghost's first time 6 attack, and maybe that's better for the deck you're playing. Just depends. Yeah, Instance Burner rewards you a lot for playing fights carefully in order to put it on the right number, and for understanding the fights enough to be able to tell what the right number is right now. And so there's a lot of skill expression in using Instance Burner. If I remember right, so I used to do floor per day runs where the rule was I have to spend at least 1 hour on each floor. And, like, there aren't really any other rules. Well, only 1 floor per day is the other rule. The rules are you're only allowed to play 1 floor per day. You have to spend at least an hour analyzing something on each floor. It was okay to be slower than that. It was okay to spend more than 1 day playing each floor, which I think I might have done. I think Act 1 took at least 20 hours. So anyway, yeah. Incense Burner, I believe, was my whale reward for one of those runs. I never completed one of them, but I got several of them through Act 1 and then got into Act 2 and was like, okay, I'm kind of bored of this now. Yeah, and Incense Burner, like, did a lot of work for giving me something to analyze for an hour every day, because you do have to think about, like, which number should this be on? What's the best way to get it on that? And then there are all the trade-offs. It's like, okay, I'm going to take 2 damage in order to put it on the right number. Is it worth it to take 2 damage to put it on the right number? Then you have to think about, like, the distribution of fights that you can go into next fight and what turn 1 looks like against your deck and, like, stuff like this. It's quite a lot of analysis if you want to do it. You can also, like, just kind of play it heuristically. I think that's kind of the norm. I don't think many people are doing full Instance Burner analysis on Instance Burner runs, to be honest. Like, it's already such a strong relic that if you just play it kind of sensibly, you'll probably win. So, yeah, I don't think many people are doing a full Instance Burner analysis, because you can... It's one of the relics that you can calculate for a very, very long time. Kind of like Frozen Eye, but worse? Yeah, I actually think Instance Burner is worse than Frozen Eye in terms of analysis. Frozen Eye is a really interesting one because it actually simplifies analysis. Like, if you think about the game as a broader concept, knowing the order of your draw pile massively simplifies the game space. If you don't have Frozen Eye, you have to analyze every single possible order of your draw pile to tell what the right play is, and then average them all. Whereas if you have Frozen Eye, you can just analyze the order of your draw pile you're actually playing. But the thing is that people have heuristics in place for analyzing a randomized draw pile, which they rely on, and so they can analyze a randomized draw pile quite quickly. And then when they have Frozen Eye and see an ordered draw pile, their heuristics break, because you can't use, like, the draw pile's not random, right? So you're not going to use the heuristics because you can see what the actual order is, so you actually do the calculation. But yeah, I feel like if you see how long someone can spend analyzing things with Frozen Eye, it's like one way to see a window into how complicated the game actually is, because how many ways are there to shuffle like 35 card draw pile? How many ways to shuffle 35 cards? It's just 35 factorial, right? Which is 10.33 duodecillion, which isn't a number. It's 10 to the 40. So in theory, if you have a draw pile of 35 cards, what you should be doing is 10 to the 40 instances of Frozen Eye analysis, and then averaging the results of all of them to work out your right play. Nobody does that, right? Like, we haven't solved the game. That's not, and that's kind of like how distant the concept of ever solving the game is. This is not a game that we're going to see solved in our lifetime. We're going to have to invent something new in physics in order to solve this game. Like, not something new in computing, something new in physics. Yeah. Lizard Tail, I think, is strong. I think it's just kind of strong all the way through the run. Defect, again, it's a character where if you have defense worked out, you probably win. Character that often needs to rest in Act 1, so like Lizard Tail just, yeah, helps. The way that you play Lizard Tail typically on any character, and I think this is largely true for Defect, is it kind of lowers the threshold of safety for you a bit. If you're going through Act 1 and you have like 15 health, and you're looking at whether you fight an elite or a campfire, you might work it out and be like, well, I take 10 damage on average from an elite, but it might still be correct to go to the campfire, because if you're like taking 10 damage plus or minus 8 from the elite or something like that, then sometimes that's 18 and you die. You don't want to die. So your chance to beat the elite fight might be, 85%. But then after you beat the elite fight, your chance to win the run might be, I don't know, 80% total or something. Whereas if you go to the campfire, your chance to win the run doesn't have to bake in a 15% chance to having just died to an elite, so it can be higher than that. So even though the elite fight on average doesn't kill you, and ignoring possibility of death would on average be the best floor, the fact that you can die means you don't get to take it. And Lizard Tail fixes that by letting you just go to the floor. Your threshold for making those decisions gets closer to 0 HP. Now, you still don't want to lose it. So it's not like you're just always going to the floors because you have Lizard Tail, but you end up in this like different maximization space where instead of the danger of going to 0 HP being that you lose the run, the danger of going to 0 HP is that you lose the Lizard Tail. And the Lizard Tail has good value too. Losing the Lizard Tail isn't as bad as losing the run by a large amount. Like, it's much less bad than losing the run, but it is still bad. And so, whereas without Lizard Tail, you might think like, oh, I don't want to risk going below like 10 health here because there's enough variance in how my deck operates that raises my chance to die too much. With Lizard Tail, you might think, oh, I don't want to risk going below 5 health here because with the amount of variance in my deck, which is the same as without Lizard Tail, but with the amount of variance in my deck, that raises the chance to lose Lizard Tail too much. Because like raising the chance of losing Lizard Tail isn't as catastrophic as raising the chance of dying. So you have a different maximization space, and you get to path a little bit more aggressively. And it's always kind of remarkable when pathing with Lizard Tail, you don't die a lot of the time. And then you're like, well, could I have just fought the elites without Lizard Tail then? And the answer is no, like, because you do die like 15% of the time or whatever, and that's too much. So that's Lizard Tail. It's strong. Mango's also strong. Probably not as strong as Lizard Tail. Like Lizard Tail, I almost want to make purple to give you an idea of how strong it is. Mango is also strong though. It's a lot of health. The current HP and max HP both matter for Defect in Act 1. Old Coin's one of my favorite possible starts. Yeah, I've talked about getting 250 gold from the whale, so all of the same things apply here pretty much, except we also don't have a downside going on, so, and we have more gold. It's like a very strong start. Peace Pipe's interesting. Peace Pipe is like situationally strong. Defect cares little enough about upgrades and enough about basic removes that Peace Pipe is actually pretty appealing on this character. I don't think... Okay, I guess the other character that I'm often excited about Peace Pipe on is Watcher, actually. Every now and then, Silent has a deck which is approaching infinite enough to want Peace Pipe and wouldn't have one without it. But a lot of the times that Silent has a deck which is approaching infinite enough to want Peace Pipe, it wins without Peace Pipe anyway. Ironclad has Exhaust, so like, if you just play a Fiend Fire, you've kind of like done all of the things that Peace Pipe would have achieved for you in 2 acts by playing 1 card. So that's... It's not like Peace Pipe has 0 value, but I'm not very excited about it. There are other ways to solve that problem on Ironclad. Defect, though... Defect has a lot of decks where the puzzle of the deck is how do I survive until I win? And the way you win is to play some combination of cards, whether they are scaling powers or like skills which go infinite when paired with each other. And if you just take one of the other cards out of the deck, you don't have to survive as long. And that's just kind of what Peace Pipe does for Defect. I mean, it kind of does that for the other characters too, but it feels like a bigger deal on Defect. It feels like you are more often in the space where these are the exact things that you care about to me. Also, Defect can sometimes be in a space where you're very ready to go infinite but can't find recycle. And if you're in that space, like Purity exists, card removed from shop exists, card removed from event exists, and if you get it, Peace Pipe exists, and all of these can contribute to just sending you infinite without actually needing a recycle. I had a run like that this month where I kind of like got the pieces in place for a recycle infinite, but didn't find a recycle, but I did find a Peace Pipe and was just looking at the rest of the act and was like, oh, okay, if you count the campfires, I win. Cool, I'll go to them. So it's a thing that can happen. Pocket Watch is very, very strong. I think Pocket Watch might be at its best on Defect. Thinking about it. I just think Defect wins by playing 3 cards a turn more convincingly than any of the other characters. But also the win is kind of slow, and so you do care about drawing extra cards every turn for like several turns of the fight. I've said this before, like if you go like Defragment, Glacier, then Core Surge, Bias Cog Glacier, then Capacitor, Cool-Headed, or something, like you've won at that point, and none of those turns played more than 3 cards. So Pocket Watch gets to do some very, very strong things on Defect. I don't feel... Silence cards don't quite do as much. Like on Silent, if you play like Footwork, Leg Sweep, that's great, but then like you don't have the multiplicative thing the next turn, whereas Defect does. You go Footwork, Leg Sweep, alright, cool. The next turn, you what? Play Footwork again? You just keep playing Footwork? Like Silent either just wins the fight instantaneously by like playing like Nightmare Wraith form on one turn and then you don't care about anything anymore, just about. or scales a lot more linearly and cares about getting to play lots of cards because the scaling is linear. So, you know, playing lots of footworks and lots of other powers and lots of backflips and dodge and rolls and getting to Wraith form or getting to some sort of infinite or whatever. And Defect really, like, the multiplicative scaling is just such that you can play 3 cards a turn and beat every fight in the game, pretty much, if you have good ability to pick which 3 cards they are, which Pocket Watch helps with. So, yeah, Pocket Watch is very, very strong on Defect. You're not always going to commit to only playing 3 cards a turn. The normal thing that Pocket Watch does is for the first, like, 2 acts or so, if you get it from Whale, you play a deck which plays 3 cards per turn on a lot of turns, not all turns, but on a lot of turns. And then eventually your deck does get to a point where it is strong enough that you're getting more out of playing more cards than you are out of drawing 3 cards next turn. But on Defect, like, sometimes you actually will just pretty much play 3 cards a turn for the entire run with Pocket Watch, and that's strong. And also, you might not, in which case that's strong too. Like, I mean, that would be stronger. That would be why you weren't doing it. So congratulations, you found something stronger than that. That's cool. Fire Wheel is goated from Whale. I mean, obviously it's less good later because you don't have as many card rewards left. So I guess I can color code by progress through the run. But yeah, it's very, 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 very strong from Whale. This is a card game, and so getting more cards will help you win. Shovel is, like, at least this bad. The only reason I'm not making it literal and playable is I have definitely gone to campfires at Defect not needing to rest and not needing to upgrade anything, where Shovel has done something. So, like, yeah, you can get something out of it, but usually if your campfire is not upgrade or rest, you're just not going to campfire as Defect. This will be interesting to finish looking at all the relics, because I went into this thinking that Defect doesn't like relics that much, and I haven't changed my mind yet, but we sure like quite a lot of these rare relics, an awful lot. I guess old coins less good later in the run, but like everything's less good later in the run. That's fine, whatever. Stone Calendar. Stone Calendar is like, okay, here's the thing. It's garbage, and then it's okay for exactly the Act 1 boss fight, and then it's garbage everywhere else. How about that? We've got the one moment where Stone Calendar is not so bad that we are holding our nose around it. Yeah. But Stone Calendar is definitely not what you want to see. Stone Calendar actually has a downside where, like, sometimes you'll be doing a bird face turn, infinite heal sort of thing, or trying to echo form a genetic algorithm after it upgrades with warped tongs kind of thing, and Stone Calendar will actually end the fight before you can do that. So there are even spots where you shouldn't pick up a Stone Calendar in a Defect run, although if you're not paying attention and looking for those, you're not missing that much value. You are making a mistake sometimes to pick this up, but only by a little bit. Threatened Needle is somewhere between purple and green. I'm gonna say it's purple for the start of the run and green later. You need more block in your starter deck is kind of the entire explanation. Like, this relic saves you a lot of health very quickly. Make it purple a little bit longer. Yeah. Tori. Like, solid. Tori saves you a lot less health than Thread and Needle, in my opinion. Tori can be very, very strong with static discharge, so there is a relevant synergy space in Defect's card pool, which is cool. I don't think any of the other characters have a, like, synergy space thing with Tori, but yeah, Defect would sometimes like to play a Go for the Eyes plus against Book of Stabbing with Static Discharge plus in play and have Tori and win the fight that way. Again, in my endless quest to make Go for the Eyes a pickable card, like, the only thing I can think of is Book of Stabbing. Oh well. But yeah. That can happen. It doesn't happen that often. Static Discharge is a strong card. We'll talk about it more when we're actually evaluating the cards, but it's definitely a strong card.
It's an uncommon, and as a damage card, it's one of the few damage cards which you can make arguments for taking later in the run, but as a damage card, you're mostly taking it if you get offered it early in the run, so it's just an uncommon which you only take for part of the run mostly, and so you don't end up having it that often. Which is what it is. I think Tungsten Rod is strong. Probably the entire run. Saves you less health than Thread and Needle, but does save you health. Saves you more health than Tori, I think. Probably. Not certain. Weird thing about Tungsten Rod that just like is kind of fascinating is that it works in events. So if you take damage from an event, you'll take less if you have Tungsten Rod. There aren't many relics which like most of the relics have combat effects, and this seems like it has a combat effect, but it also has an event effect, so that's kind of cool. I think Turnip's like better than Ginger, but it's not good. Just like okay. You can no longer become frail, so your reinforced body still blocks if you take a leap or an auto shields or something like that. It works a lot better against Avocado at the start of Act 2. Any relic that is good at the start of Act 2 is going to be like pretty appealing. Like it's not going to be a garbage relic if it does. If a relic does something against like Gremlin Nub or the start of Act 2, like it's gonna be a pretty good relic because these are two of the major things you care about in the entire game. Unceasing Top is situationally strong, actually, on Defect. Like, for most characters, Unceasing Top is occasionally a relic that you have to notice you have, but on Defect, Unceasing Top is actually occasionally strong. And the reason is that Aggregate makes so much energy. Aggregate, double energy, yeah. Unceasing Top, in terms of maximizing it, like, the obvious thing is put an Aggregate in your deck and then play Aggregate and then play all of your cards. It's like the obvious thing. It is worth considering that putting an X-Cost card in your deck will break Unceasing Top. If you aggregate and have 10 energy, play all the cards in your hand, still have 5 energy left, draw the first card of your draw pile after your hand is empty and it's a reinforced body, you're done. Like, if you play the reinforced body, you will now have 0 energy. So that can affect deck building that way. That's kind of like a secondary way that it can affect deck building, other than the more obvious one, which is just like make it so you can make lots of energy, which Defect has the ability to do so with cards. So yeah, that's cool. Anything else about Unceasing Top? Ascender's Bane will be very, very, very frustrating. Ascender's Bane just kind of like unexpectedly nerfs a lot of the most fun, weird niche things you can do in the game, which is yeah, it's unfortunate. Ascender's Bane, once upon a time, was like the largest punishment of the Ascension system. Ascension 10 was, for a while, the highest Ascension that there was, and the thing you get from Ascension 10 is Ascender's Bane. And so it's like, oh, if you want to like really play on the unfair difficulty or whatever, you got to deal with this. But I think the devs do a really good job of making a game which is interesting for a new player and for an experienced player, 100%. I do think that the balance of the game suffers from Ascender's Bane in a way beyond it being just like the ultimate Ascension downside that it once was. And now, of course, we have 10 extra Ascension levels, so it's not even the ultimate downside anymore of Ascension. But yeah, it's kind of sad that this really cool thing you can do with Aggregate and Unceasing Top, which only comes together once in a blue moon, gets absolutely hosed by Ascender's Bane in a way that is extremely highly random. And there's very little you can do about it. Like, there's no potion available to Defect that can fix an Ascender's Bane being the top of your draw pile if you're using Unceasing Top, for example. Like, think about that. Isn't that weird? Okay, Gambler's Brew could do it, actually. I was lying. You could also do it with Liquid Memories if you had a recycle in your discard pile, or I guess you could use a Swift Potion and try to, like, draw something to deal with it. But for the most part, if Defect has an Ascender's Bane in its hand, like, it can't get rid of it to make Unceasing Top work. So
Gambler's Brew is an interesting one, though. Maybe I'll make a point of that. If I get an aggregate unceasing top run, I will like make a point of getting a Gambler's Brew so that my aggregate unceasing top turns won't break at the worst possible moment. Seems like the obvious thing to do, right? Gambler's Brew is one potion in the game, and it's kind of hard to find. You can also get a blue candle that'll help you, but blue candle is apparently an uncommon relic. It shows you how much I care about blue candle that I that I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, I actually thought it was rare. Anyway, winged boots. Somebody commented on a YouTube video that like I was overvaluing winged boots because the spreadsheet site showed that they didn't have a very high win rate, and I couldn't work out what it meant. Like, what's the spreadsheet site, and what and what is a high win rate? I don't know. I think they're very strong. I do think they are one of the hardest relics in the game to maximize. You have to decide like which act am I using my wing boot charges in and what am I doing with them, and that's a very, very, very complicated question to answer. You have to answer things like, okay, I have wing boots in Act 1. Defect can build a deck which kills the elites in Act 1. Usually, I choose not to go super hard into trying to do that because it costs me too much later. Like, you can take a few more commons and uncommons that are catering to the Act 1 elite fights and make those fights pretty easy for you if you want to as Defect. But it does feel like overall you don't want to. You don't want those cards in your deck for later, so it's just not worth it to warp the deck that much to fight the elites. But if I have wing boots, now like maybe I have 2 more elites I can fight. And so like I'm used to doing this analysis for like a 5 elite act path. If you see a 5 elite act path, then you don't need wing boots to fight 5 elites, and so you can think about it. And then like, sure, I know that analysis. But with wing boots, it's like I could make a 5 elite path, but it would cost me 2 or maybe 3 wing boots charges, and then I won't have the charges later. So then I'm also evaluating against the cost of spending the charges, because I could use the charges in a different act. And you also don't have to use wing boot charges to, I think I've called it wing boot, winged boots, and wing boots so far. In talking, like, what a weird, I don't know, like the name, it's like the Berenstein Bears? The Bernstein, Bernstein? Okay, I give up. Anyway, I don't know. It's quite a hard relic to maximize, but I usually feel like it's very strong. I think about it in like a similar category to Lizard Tail, where Lizard Tail lets you go to an actual fight which might kill you. Wing Boots lets you take a path which might kill you, because then you can jump off it. So one of the things you can do with Wing Boots is work out how to jump to the things you want to do. Another thing you can do with wing boots is work out the thing you'd like to do if everything went right and have a bailout because of your wing boots in case stuff goes wrong. Yeah, it's a very strong relic. Definitely one of the relics that is most interesting to kind of build around. Yeah, there are some relics that like make the run very interesting. Wing boots, lizard tail, prayer wheel to some extent. Peace pipe sometimes, pocket watch can sometimes make a run pretty interesting. Ice cream can really change things a lot. Incense burner makes a run much less interesting, so at least it's integrated with the interesting space. I don't know. I'm not gonna try to enumerate all of these, I guess, but there are some that make the run a lot more interesting, and then there are others which just kind of don't do very much. Like turnip, for example, as Defect is like, this is not a relic that causes you to think that hard and causes things to be that different. Little bit different, but not like a great deal. That's kind of interesting to see. I'm not sure what the desired rate is. for a relic to change a run drastically. I don't imagine you want every relic that the player picks up to change the run. I feel like that would just be overwhelming. So do you want like 50% of them to provide a really interesting thing that's going on in the run, or do you want 20% of them to do that? With rare relics, should it be more of them that do? Dead Branch is another one that changes the run a lot. That might be. For a lot of players, I feel like Dead Branch is like the relic that changes the run the most. I think on Defect in particular, I don't care that much that I have Dead Branch. It's like my draw pile already won the fight, and Dead Branch just like adds a few random cards to it. No big deal. Sneeze. Everything's really happening this morning. Okay, we got through our rare relics. I think these are like pretty good. I was gonna say like upper half of solid, lower half of strong. I think I'm just gonna say strong. Rare relics are good on Defect. I also think max HP is like pretty strong. The problem with max HP, I have to downgrade to solid. The problem is it doesn't pair with losing max health. That's like the problem. So it's weird. The reward is strong, but you can never get it with the best downside. So should I say it's only solid because of that, or should I retain it at strong, and then the fact that you take it less is because you don't ever get it paired with this one? I don't know. Someone in the comments can make the judgment and let me know. I'm not sure. But yeah, like pretty good. It's also interesting because if you did lose 6 max health and gain at 8 max health, or gain 14 max health, you'd only gain at 8 max health. And I said that gaining 7 max health was solid. I don't know. Very strange. I should call it solid probably, but I do think it's on the upper half of solid. It's decent. Defect just needs more health in Act 1 and needs more max HP for late game a decent amount of the time, and it does both of those things. So I don't hate getting this one on Defect, but there are certainly better options. Yeah. This is really fascinating to me. So I said choose a rare card and choose a colorless card were both solid, but I said that getting a random rare relic was strong. That is not what I thought I would say. The rare relics are just very good on this character, I think. There are a lot of relics here where I said, like, this relic is particularly good on Defect. Emotion Chip is a very good class-specific relic, which is present. Unceasing Top is, like, better than usual. East Pipe's better than usual. Lizard Tail feels better than usual. Birdface Stern is, like, miles better than usual. Fossilized Helix might be better than usual. I think Gambling Chip is better than usual. Old Coin is better than usual? Oh my god, okay, well. Actually, like, that's actually, like, a delta for me, I think. Didn't come into this thinking that obtaining a random rare relic was a thing I thought was stronger than choosing a rare card on Defect, but now I do. Okay, cool. Who knew that you could learn things? I guess the next thing to do is talk about all the cards. I have been talking for an hour. Seems like a decent time for a break, and then we can get into this next. Alright. Alrighty then. Cards, huh? Actual cards. I was thinking a little bit about this because I thought in my head, like, I think Defect's a bit not easier to play, but like strategically simpler than Silent, at least, maybe also Ironclad. So I thought in my head that the video would be shorter, but now here we are. It's kind of like the Frozen Eye thing, a little bit, where because there's a specific thing to explain, it takes a long time to explain it. Yeah? I don't know. Interesting. But it looks like I've already been talking about Defect for 5.5 hours.
Unless one of these videos I'm looking at right now is to be scrapped. I think we're 5.5 hours in, which means I should maybe like speed up a little bit. I don't really want this video to be 10 hours long. And I have talked about some of this stuff already a bit, but I guess there's going to be more to talk about. All right, let's get into it. Let's talk about some actual defect cards. So we've made it through the whale. We are now piloting our starter deck. It has 4 defends, 4 strikes, a dual cast, and a zap. Unless our whale bonus changed it, I guess. But yeah. All right. Defect defends aren't quite good enough. It's not that they're bad. Like, defect strikes are bad. You don't want to play a defect strike. Defect defends would be fine if you had 3 dexterity. Like, defect strikes, you still don't want to play them if you have 3 strength. Like, there's just other stuff you can do. Defect, in a lot of runs, is pretty happy to play some big block cards. Some, like, equilibriums and, like, even leap, but, like, auto shields, reinforced body. And defend is a block card, at least. It's not universally true in the game, but it is, like, somewhat true that the ways characters deal damage scale much better than the ways that they make defense. It's not... You're able to break that on every character, but... I don't know. I feel like it's somewhat true. It's more realistic to win a run where you are. Oh my god, the fly's still here. I hadn't seen it. It's been like 4 hours since the first recording, and I hadn't seen it. It's still here. The fly. I don't know where it was hiding. Oh well. Anyway. Especially on silent, you'll have runs where you like win with backflips and dodge and rolls and stuff, which don't make that much more defense than a defend does. And yeah, defect has like some runs where you rely on like some block cards. It's less true for defect than for silent, that defend is like almost a good card. I mentioned this though because like I have upgraded defend this month. Going through Act 1. I've been at a campfire and not needed to rest and not had a great upgrade available on my deck and just been like, well, Defend Plus will make it actually worth playing next act. And it does. Taking a leap from the first floor reward is not bad because like Defend Plus is just a pretty good card in this starter deck. It stays good pretty much through the first like act and a half. Basically until your Frost Orbs are online. It's going to be a pretty solid card. So, I don't know. Defend, we'll say, is like situationally solid, but whereas on Ironclad, I'm trying to remove all of my strikes, and the defends, I'm hoping I can exhaust with Second Wind or play with Corruption or something like that. And with Silent, I'm hoping to remove all of my strikes and maybe some defends. If I keep defends, I'm hoping to discard them with Prepared or Acrobatics or play them with a lot of Dexterity. With Defect, I just want to remove all the starter basics. Dual Cast and Zap can stick around, but I would like 8 in a Defect run. And if I keep like 2 defends in my deck, I don't want to play them. These are not cards that have much value to an endgame Defect deck. So I don't want to play them for the thing that it says on the card, and I don't have something else to do with them, like discarding them with Repaired, or playing them for Second Wind, or holding them in hand for Second Wind, or whatever. So, Strike is like solid for the first 2 floors or whatever, and then garbage, because you just need an attack that deals damage. Dual Cast and Zap are interesting. I've always been a proponent of the Zap upgrade early. I think like a lot of my strategy centers around having orbs channeled, basically. So Dual Cast upgrade gets you more output from your orbs, sure, but I kind of want the orbs in play so that I can like use them for Fission or use them for Compile Driver. Or having them in play lets a Cool-Headed evoke an orb instead of just channeling one, right? Like if you have full orb slots and you play Cool-Headed,
you evoke an orb instead of just making one and not getting the evoke bonus. So getting to play dual cast all the time at 0 cost is fine, but doesn't quite synergize with the way I'm trying to play the character, I suppose. I think Zap's pretty solid through the entire run, and dual cast is also usually solid through the entire run. It's not like either of these cards ever gets bad. They're also good upgrades. Like, they're both good upgrades. I think the Zap upgrade is slightly preferable, but I will also upgrade dual cast in a pinch. I would say overall, dual cast upgrade is not exciting to get at a campfire, and Zap upgrade is like a little bit, like, it's settling. it's settling. So I don't prioritize upgrade from campfires very much in general on this character, and because of that, I'm not like super likely to get both Zap and dual cast upgraded over the course of a run, but it might happen. If I get like an all for one from the whale, it becomes more of a priority. If I just have campfires to go to in the act and don't need to heal, I don't have other better cards. Upgrading for energy is typically pretty decent, so it can happen. If I do upgrade dual cast, it's usually for a specific reason later in the game, like that I have plasma orbs I want to double play in a situation where like the extra energy matter. Like I have some sort of infinite with plasma orbs where dual casting them is a big deal or something like that, which can come up. If I'm doing stuff with dark orbs, like upgrading dual cast doesn't really matter. I can just pay 1 for it and it deals 60 damage or whatever. I don't get much out of paying 0 for it instead in that situation. It's already a good solution to the fight. But also if I'm doing Dark Orb stuff, I'd rather like put a recursion in my deck and upgrade that, or get a multicast to make the Dark Orb go further beyond, rather than relying on dual cast. Dual cast is kind of the starter option for a Dark Orb, which you hope to improve upon as the run goes on. Okay, cool. Into commons. So my top 2 defect commons, at least early in the run, are Ball Lightning and Cold Snap. And I don't think that's super controversial. I think they just kind of do more than the other ones. Channeling an orb is good. These are the commons which channel an orb. The character has an entire mechanic built around these orbs, so yeah, like the commons that channel an orb are good. I don't know. It's not that complicated, right? You don't always get offered one of these on floor 1. For me, it's an open question whether you should like skip. Where exactly the skip is on floor 1 is an open question to me, I guess. Like, a lot of these cards that we're going to talk about in the other commons, I don't really want in my deck, but I might take them if they're offered on floor 1 and better commons are not. And where exactly that threshold is hard to say, but it's certainly far, far, far below Ball Lightning and Cold Snap. These ones are excellent. The late game defect decks have some tolerance for cards which don't contribute, but it isn't that high. On Ironclad, you have like Burning Pacts. On Silent, you have Prepared Plus. On Defect, you don't have much to do with the cards that aren't contributing to your actual strategy. And so they just become dead cards that are in the way of your strategy performing. And because of that, it really is nice to not have to take many of these commons early game. And even commons which are quite strongly Ball Lightning and Cold Snap, I don't want to take a lot of them. Like, channeling an orb kind of contributes to the late game strategy, but really what I'm looking for a card which is a common and contributes to late game strategy is Cool Headed, which is one of the cards that I often end up upgrading because at least I get +1 card draw out of an upgrade that way, and a lot of the time there just isn't anything that's that exciting to upgrade on Defect. I don't know if I've explained that very well. Like, because of Defect's multiplicative scaling, all of these upgrades that like are some sort of linear increment to your damage or whatever, like going from 7 to 10 damage or whatever. These are just far less powerful on a character with so much multiplicity, is that a word, in its toolkit than they are on a character with less sorts of multiplying kind of things going on. Fewer multiplying things going on. Not a good sentence. We'll work with what we have, though. And so with Defect, I want my upgrades to lean into that sort of multiplying theme of the character, almost. And full-headed upgrade, getting one more card draw, or Zap or dual cast upgrade, getting one more energy. These allow you to do that thing with the extra resources that you're getting out of them, where a lot of the other upgrades just don't really let you much. Not a fan of the hologram upgrade. Like, I actually think the hologram upgrade is quite bad. Defect should be winning the first time through the deck, in my opinion, and like, if you're winning the first time through your deck, the hologram upgrade is a 2-block upgrade once. Like, well, actually, it's a 2-block upgrade and then -1 card remove the second time through your deck is what the hologram upgrade is. Every now and then, I will take a hologram upgrade, but very rare that I want this. Hologram as a card, though, is like solid. I would say hologram is situational. I think it's easy to overvalue hologram. It's quite good. It's quite good on the turn you draw it pretty regularly, but it's also often pretty bad for the next turn. It's one card that was in the way of drawing defragment or whatever, so you're not getting to defragment as fast, you're not getting an echo form in play as fast, etc., etc., etc. And that's really the entirety of it. It doesn't draw a card. It doesn't let you put like electrodynamics or echo form or defragment in play. A lot of this character's strongest cards either exhaust or are powers. And so the thing you're getting back with hologram is sometimes, like at its best, it's going to be something like, well, like an apparition to be invincible. That would be nice. But apparition plus, I guess, if it's in your discard pile. But more often, you'll get something like an amplify that's in your discard pile, and like you can, in a run where amplify on defragment is how you're scaling enough, and you have to match amplify and defragment. This character doesn't have Walloid plans. In a run like that, hologram starts to make a lot more sense because you need to draw them both in the same hand, and hologram basically gives you another chance to do that. So it can do amplify, but a lot of the time that you're like using hologram, you're just like getting an equilibrium or a leap or a reinforced body or something like that, and that's like fine. A force field, force field's good. It's fine, but it's very middling. Like it's fine, but it's not as broken as the character can be. And there's no reason you can't build the deck that is broken on this character. You're allowed to do that. You have access to all the cards. Yeah. What was the other thing I was going to say about hologram? Oh, recycle. The one place that hologram can speed you up, recycle decks do play multiple draw piles in order to recycle down to an infinite pretty frequently, and so having 1 or 2 holograms in a deck like that can actually speed it up, despite the fact that you're adding more cards, because you are able to get recycle back again with hologram. It depends on how much card draw you have, stuff like that. But yeah, hologram does speed that deck up late game. So it's like, it's an okay card early game. If you take a hologram, you even more than usual want to get an energy upgrade on Zap, in my opinion. Yeah, but it's like an okay card there. It just kind of gets in the way a little bit and doesn't contribute that much later on in the game, where your deck should, in my opinion, be stronger than what this card is letting you do. Compile Driver is like on the lower end of strong for commons, but I think I would call it strong still. I'm usually taking the first Cold Orb I get offered, Frost Orb rather, which means this card pretty quickly becomes a Pommel Strike Plus kind of analog. Defect wants to have some way to go from killing Gremlin Knob to like it with a billion card draw or getting all the powers in play as quickly as possible. And Compile Driver hits both of those things in a really nice way. It's an attack, but it also draws cards. Like, I don't know how complicated I need to make that. That's pretty straightforward, right? And so yeah, that's really good. Compile Driver also makes Dark Orb offerings a lot more pickable. So you have to work out some way to scale damage for the Act 1 boss. You have to work out some way to deal enough damage to Book of Stabbing and like the harder fights in Act 2. And it would be nice to be able to take a Dark Orb, but if you're not taking other things that synergize with it, the Dark Orbs are like pretty slow and pretty awkward. Compile Driver is the thing that synergizes with it. If you have like a Compile Driver or two in your deck and you get offered a Doom and Gloom, all of a sudden the Doom and Gloom is no longer like a thing that could, if everything goes right, help you out in some fights where you could use some damage. And now it's like, oh, this card like actually contributes to my late game deck being faster, as well as being like a bit better than skipping right now, probably. So that's nice. This is the right synergy space to be in, like channeling lots of different orbs, in my opinion. And so taking cards which encourage you to continue being in that synergy space is nice. Oh, Barrage. I think Barrage is just bad. I wish. There are a few cards on this character which kind of reward you for doing something weird. Like Streamline, which I also think is bad. By the way, just because I'm saying these cards are garbage doesn't mean I never take them. Sometimes you have to take garbage cards to survive Act 1. Like, that's just how it is. But anyway, like Streamline rewards you for playing Streamline multiple times. Kind of a weird thing to want to do because it's like an attack common. Like, it's a strange payoff. Barrage rewards you for something that you do want to do. It rewards you for channeling a bunch of orbs. But with Barrage, it's like just not enough of a payoff. Like one energy for 12 damage is fine, but it's conditional on you having gotten 3 orbs in play, which you're not always going to be able to guarantee when you take it on turn 1 or 1. And later, it's just not actually, like, that's not a good enough card. Like, once you get to a point where you're very consistently getting 3 orbs in play, like, you're already past the point where an attack that deals 12 for 1 is good. And making it deal 18 for 1, like, sure, that's an okay upgrade. It actually is, it's genuinely an okay upgrade, but I think there are better ways to use floors than taking and upgrading Barrage. Later in the game, you might have 9 orb slots, and then it's like, whoa, Barrage plus deals 54 damage. Maybe you even have strength. I don't know. But you have 9 orb slots. Who cares? Like, you, like, okay. Like, once Defect has 9 orb slots, there's a pretty good chance that your cat can win the run. You don't need to play a Barrage. Anyway, that's where we're at with Barrage. Beam Cell, a lot of these cards, like, I've tried really hard to make work, and I just can't make them work. Beam Cell's okay on floor 1. A substantial amount of your damage does come from Strike on floor 1, and this helps you beat Gremlinov, but I just, with the way the character is balanced, haven't found it to be the case that taking a Beam Cell is worth it in order to make the Gremlinov fight better. Like, my experience is just that your Gremlin Knob fight can be bad and it's not the end of the world, and that way you don't have a Beam Cell in your deck later, and you get to play the much stronger stuff that Defect does. Charge Battery is solid. It's kind of like... It's an interesting card to compare to Compile Driver because there are quite a few similarities between it and Compile Driver and like why it's strong. You do need a block card in your starter deck. Like, unless you get something to fix things at the whale, you're not able to block enough every turn, so you need to take some sort of block card if you want to improve your average health
from each fight or whatever, and Charge Battery is a block card. It's like okay. And then it has the thing where it gives you energy next turn, which doesn't really matter that much at the start of the run, to be honest. Like, your cards are bad, so you don't really need to get more energy to play them. But this can be relevant later on in the game, particularly with Echo Form. Like, it's surprisingly often quite powerful to double play a Charge Battery with Echo Form to prepare yourself for something scary that might be happening to you next turn. If you have a Charge Battery and you take a Meteor Strike, I know I've talked about Meteor Strike a bit already in this video, you can now play Meteor Strike sometimes off of 4th Energy Relic from the Act 1 boss. I don't think that's super real. Like it will happen if you go for it. I don't think that you need to be going out of your way to try to play for that for Meteor Strike to be strong. So like, yeah, that's where I'm at with that, I guess. You just take a turbo instead. I don't know. That way you don't even have to take a boss relic. Anyway, it's like okay. It's okay. It doesn't contribute as well to late game stuff as Compile Driver does, and it's not as good right now on floor 1 as Compile Driver is. I know they both say 7 on them, but the 7 damage from Compile Driver feels like it's more than the 7 block from Charge Battery. There are other block cards which are more exciting, so like Leap, Steam Barrier, Auto Shields. I think all of these in Act 1 are more exciting ways to address the block deficiency. Equilibrium, Reinforced Bodies, fine. And then if you get rares, then like good job, congratulations. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that. I also think that Leap is like fine on floor 1. I am not opposed to a Leap. I've said this like a million times. The character just needs a bit more block in the starter deck. If you've already gotten block from a relic or whatever, then hopefully you're already past needing this. If you've already like removed 2 strikes at the whale or something, then maybe you can't take Leap anymore. This is actually one of the reasons I'm not like removing 1 strike. Yeah, for sure. Removing 2 strikes is kind of like starting to have to skip quite a few floor 1 rewards because my deck is now actually a little bit damage deficient. So I don't know. Rebound, the reasons I don't like Rebound are pretty similar to the reasons I think Hologram is only solid. I think Rebound, unfortunately, I've tried to make it work. Like, it's not like I don't understand this energy space that Rebound has. The places where it can be good, I'll say it's situational, because there are some places where it can be good. Late game, you can Rebound and Aggregate, and that can be very, very strong. What else? There aren't many places it can be good. But like people get excited about rebounding Streamline sometimes. This is like a thing viewers get excited about with me. People get excited about like rebounding Equilibrium and just basically having Ring Parent. Like I don't think that stuff's real. Yeah, nah, not really. I think Recursion's pretty terrible. I think that it can situationally be good, but the situation is like something weird is going on with a Dark Orb, or you're already set up for like a Plasma Orb Infinite and need a card specifically for it. But this is a bad card, unless you have a reason for it to be good. And for the stuff I've been talking about, there are good cards which can fill in the thing you require for them to work. So yeah, like keep an eye out for when Recursion is good, but it's not a card that I'm putting into my deck without some sort of reason. And I'm certainly not like taking it in Act 1 expecting that it will usually be good later in the game, because I haven't found that it is. Stack is garbage, and then late game it's situational garbage. I've talked a lot about like decks which want stack where like the deck is just pretty bad. But stack is a very good card in that very bad deck. Yeah. And the Steam Barrier is like solid. 6 block for 0 is decent in your starter deck. It remains okay going through the game because it costs 0. It's like all about it costing 0. Okay, so yeah, there's this very heavy rift between the good defect commons and the bad defect commons. This is like why I try so hard to make more of defects commons playable. It's why when I was like talking about Beamsaw, I'm like, I tried really hard to make Beamsaw work, I just can't do it. I tried really hard to make Go for the Eyes work, I just can't do it, etc. Like, I don't want to be offered 3 cards on floor 1 and skip. I want my deck to get better at the end of floor 1. And the way that I frame that for myself is like, if I'm a good enough Go for the Eyes player or whatever, I should be able to take it on floor 1 and not skip and have my chance to win the run go up. Like, I consider not being able to take a card on floor 1 and have it improve my chances to win the run like kind of a personal failing. So yeah, like, I don't know. I still do often take these cards that I've highlighted red on floor 1 trying to make something happen. And a lot of them, like, you just need a little bit going for you for them to get exciting. Like one particular relic from the whale and all of a sudden it's more reasonable or something like that. Barrage gets more reasonable if you removed 2 because it's easier to get orbs in play, stuff like this. But yeah, it's hard. I don't know. Claw sits the closest of the garbage commons. Claw is the closest of the garbage commons, in my opinion, in terms of like me getting to a point where I can pick it on floor 1 and feel good about it. It is a garbage common, unfortunately. But it has enough overlap with the things which Defect does, which are strong, that you can often take it as a garbage common. It does all right for you. Think of Claw as just like a 0 cost attack that deals 4 damage or something like that. That's like the thing that it is in your floor 1 deck, and that's like not good, but okay. You need a little bit of damage. 0 cost is nice. And then Claw, genuinely, if you get like a little bit of card draw and 1 or 2 more claws, can be like your Hexaghost solution or something like that. The scaling on the card is real. And it's relevant for some fights which Defect finds difficult. I think that Claw is a very challenging card to play correctly, and that in the history of people picking Claw and Slay the Spire, probably not that many people who have done that are that interested in playing it correctly. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I have had enough very strong Claw decks with Defect to know with certainty that the card has a lot of potential. I've also had enough Defect runs where I've like taken a Claw early and it's done okay, and then been inoffensive as the run goes on to know that it can play that role. I've also had plenty of Defect runs where I've taken a Claw early and it's just been a garbage card and like cost me the run or come close to costing me the run. So I also know it does that. Claw is a card of many faces. And yeah, I think it's like very difficult to maximize. So it's a fun card. It's one of my favorite cards in the class, not as a meme, as like an interesting card. So that's cool. It's nice that it works like very, very well with Cool Headed. This is one of the things, right? Like if you imagine a deck that's just Claw and Cool Headed, and that's what the deck is, that deck's actually really strong. Those are just like 2 commons. That's much stronger than, I don't know. I guess you could put stacks in it too. Maybe I should do like the common only achievement with Defect and build a Claw deck. See how it goes. I already have that achievement though. I am missing 2 achievements for Slay the Spire still. The No Relics achievement and the... See, I don't even know.
This is one of the reasons I'm missing it, presumably. Oh, I didn't talk about all the commons yet. Sweeping Beam. Sweeping Beam's also pretty garbage, but you can take it. Sweeping Beam is bad enough that I wouldn't take it on floor 1, but if I'm on like my 3rd card reward and I have a very bad Gremlin Gang fight, I'm definitely taking it there. Possibly I'm taking it on my 2nd card reward if I haven't found better already. I don't know. A lot of these cards, like, the question we're asking is like, when do you skip them? When do you take them? It's not like abstract. Is this one going in the Hall of Fame? Like, that's not really what I'm asking about, and that's not what the color coding is about. The color coding is about like, can you take this card on floor 1? Can, like, etc. And if you get a floor 1 card reward and it's terrible and you have to skip it, and then on floor 2 your card reward also contains a bunch of garbage cards, there is some inflection point where you just have to start taking some of those bad cards sometimes. And like, it's going to depend on, are you forced into elite fights this act? How much health do you have? What was your whale bonus? Do you have any potions yet? Stuff like that. All of this contributes, so it's not like there's an easy hard and fast rule. We just saw me discuss the whale bonus on Defect, and it took 5.5 hours or whatever, right? Like, I can't tell you in 30 seconds whether you should take Barrage on floor 1 or floor 2 or floor 3 every time. That's not how the game works. But yeah, there is some wiggle in a lot of these cards, and trying to work out exactly where that wiggle is the challenging thing. And currently, my opinion of Sweeping Beam is I don't want to take it as a floor 1 card reward. I'd actually rather take a Streamline. This one's better against Gremlinob. This one's worse against Gremlinob, in my opinion. I also think Streamline's probably better against Sentries than Sweeping Beam, which is a rough thing to say about an AoE card, that a single target damage card is better than it against the AoE fight of the act, but that's where we're at. Streamline also might be better against Gremlin Gang. Like, Sweeping Beam just... yeah. Because of how lightning orbs work, where they target randomly, Defect likes to try... Okay. Defect often ends up kind of killing everything like all about the same time, because the lightning orbs have been hitting all different things, and then like eventually you get to the point where the lightning orbs finally start killing stuff. And so Sweeping Beam like contributes to that and makes them all die at the same time, like half a turn faster, maybe, sure. But Defect is a little bit more excited about a single target card, so like if your lightning orbs hit one of them in particular, you can kill it instead of waiting another 2 turns for the lightning orbs to finally hit it again. And so Streamline is a bit more exciting for Defect for that reason. Barrage is like kind of exciting. I think I'd rather have a Barrage than a Sweeping Beam. But yeah, I don't know. Turbo. Turbo's bad in Act 1. That's just true. And then it can be situationally solid later. It can even be very strong later. But what I found this month, I tried taking it in Act 1 a bit more. Because I was like, I am skipping so often in Act 1. I want to find some way to get value out of these card rewards. What if I just started taking a turbo, because I expect it to usually be good later, and that way I can get something out of this card reward, and like I'm carrying a turbo around, sure, whatever. And then I just found out that turbo wasn't that good later that often. Like, I think the better you are at Defect, the less good this card is. Not because like energy is bad, but because you get better at making energy with Aggregate, Recycle, and Meteor Strike, and all of these are just better ways to make energy than turbo is. So yeah, that's kind of where we ended up. And then again, like if you're doing the scaling power thing, you don't necessarily need to make a ton more energy. All right, into the uncommons. Aggregate starts as garbage, eventually it's solid, then it's strong, and then it is one of the strongest cards in the game. Aggregate has a very linear increase in strength as you go through the run, and the reason is that your deck gets larger. Like,
right? Like straightforward, yeah. Um, it's one of the best upgrades in the game. It's a very asymmetrical upgrade. Like it doesn't really have a good comparison point to how other cards upgrade. It's kind of weird. Like even stack, which is another counting your cards in your draw pile card, just gets +3 block on its upgrade. It doesn't change how it counts cards in the draw pile. But yeah, aggregate counting cards in draw pile energy for every 3 instead of every 4 is a big deal. It's a big deal to get like 7 energy instead of 5 energy. So good upgrade. Also consider that if you are doing aggregate, if you have some way to like make aggregate be in your opening hand, like you've bottled something or you have enough seeks or you just have like 2 aggregates or something, that deck likely wants hologram. Hologram, one of the cool use cases for it. I don't think I talked about this one, but if you have a deck that's trying to match energy gain with card draw, and that's how it wins, like you gain a bunch of energy, then you draw a bunch of cards, and you gain a bunch of energy, and you draw a bunch of cards. You need to have like one of each in your hand. You need to have the energy gain and the card draw in your hand. And sometimes you need to get more card draw, and sometimes you need to get more energy. And hologram does that for a deck that is trying to play that way. So a deck like that will have 1 or 2 holograms pretty happily. I don't think decks like that are that frequent, though. I would love to be really happy about taking a hologram in Act 1, and I sometimes do take a hologram in Act 1, but I haven't found a way to be consistently happy about it, unfortunately. Anything else to say about aggregate? I was talking about the energy upgrade. Yeah, it's very hard to find upgrades in this game which give you more than either 1 card or 1 energy. There just aren't very many. Offering gives 2 cards. Reboot gives 2 cards. Doppelganger gives 1 card and 1 energy, but not until next turn. I know there's at least 1 more because I made a list of them responding to a YouTube comment the other day. I'm just scrolling down. I'll find it somewhere probably. Oh my god, I have to scroll down further than I thought. Double energy. Double energy is +2 energy. Collect for Watcher is sort of +2 energy, but not for a very long time, potentially. A funny one. And then aggregate. Aggregate can make more than 1 energy with an upgrade. So, I don't know. It's just, it is interesting to me, given how many upgrades give you 1 energy or 1 card, like how infrequently you can find a way to get more than 1 energy or 1 card out of an upgrade, and aggregate can do that in the right situations. So that's cool. I am somewhat of a fan of early auto shields. It saves you a lot of health, and then it becomes like an okay card, which is eventually irrelevant, and that's the lifespan of a lot of cards, which are good in Act 1, so like that's fine. But auto shields is good through Act 2 as well. It's just a pretty good card. It does require some piloting. Like you have to make sure you're not evoking a Frost Orb before you draw cards for your turn so that you can play auto shields if it's in your draw pile and you draw it. Stuff like that. But piloting is not that complicated and the card's okay. It's unfortunate that it doesn't work with hologram, but I mean, that's just another reason that hologram is not a strong card here. Like, yeah. I don't know. Hologram's not the strongest card in your card pool. It's okay that this doesn't work that well with it. What else does it not work that well with? Loop. But Loop, again, is not one of the strongest early powers. You're likely not even taking that in Act 1, in my opinion. So, yeah. I think Blizzard gets overlooked. Blizzard and Claw, they're both like, they get identified as meme cards, or as like engine cards, and both of them just have this mode where they're value cards, which maybe doesn't get seen. Blizzard can be situationally good even in Act 2, and then in Act 3, it's like situationally strong, actually. So in Act 2, Blizzard can be your damage solution to the boss. It's very doable if you're taking Cool-Headed as high as I am, and you're taking Glacier, perhaps. It is not hard for Blizzard to be hitting for like 30 plus within the time frame of like I need to beat the boss before later than now. That's not that hard. If you have a chill plus, or even just a chill honestly, but especially if you have a chill plus, Blizzard is fast enough to kill Reptimancer daggers. This character cares a lot about the Reptimancer fight. The Reptimancer is a very different enemy from a lot of the late game stuff, and Defect is very, very, very strong on turn 4, but not necessarily that strong on turn 1, 2, and 3. So, yeah, like Reptimancer is scary. Blizzard is a way to do very helpful things in that fight. I tend to think of Blizzard as being probably good in my deck anytime that it can kill Reptimancer daggers on turn 2, which is really not that hard. If you have like, if you play Chill, Cool-Headed Glacier, and then play Blizzard, and you have like a Mercury Hourglass, the daggers die. It can be quite fast. And then you also have like the scaling thing where a Blizzard in your deck, especially paired with an Echo form, say, can just mean that you no longer need to worry about like lightning orbs or dark orbs or anything like that in order to actually deal damage in late game fights. You can just scale your Blizzard, which is a thing. You can definitely build a Defect deck which the only enemy it dies to is the heart, and the reason it dies to the heart is that it kills so slowly that the heart attacks it for 5,000. You can do that, and a deck like that can just throw a Blizzard in the deck and start winning instead. But yeah, I mean, it's not super common. It's definitely a situational thing, but it's a situational thing to watch out for because it can be a quite good card and it can solve specific problems that your deck can have. I think I'm in the situational garbage camp on boot sequence. The issue with boot sequence is the cards in your hand on turn 1 have such a high cost. And I think that's more true on Defect than other characters, probably. This goes hand in hand with why I'm saying we have to skip so many of the crappy commons and pointing out how you don't really have use for commons other than like to play them or like they're dead cards. Defect just really wants to like draw defragment or something like that. It's a very simple robot. It has simple needs. And a card like Boot Sequence gets in the way. It's guaranteed to be shuffled between the top of your deck and your defragments, so you're guaranteed slowing down drawing them by 1 card. Now, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes you have a bad turn 1 and your deck is otherwise pretty decent, and this saves you a lot of health, especially in Act 2. Act 2 has some fearsome turn 1s. I think you're like 60% likely to be getting attacked for 20 on turn 1 of Act 2 or something like that. I haven't looked at that math for a while, but that sounds vaguely right. So, like, yeah, there are definitely situations where it can be okay. But it's one of those, like, narrow band sort of things. Like with Go for the Eyes, the, like, band where Go for the Eyes is okay is so narrow. And Boot Sequence also has a fairly narrow band where, like, if your deck has good enough sustain, like, all of a sudden Boot Sequence is pretty unexciting. If your deck is like strong enough, all of a sudden Boot Sequence is just getting in the way. You just need like the exact middling deck. I would rather put an auto shields than a Boot Sequence in my deck, which is maybe ludicrous. I don't know. Here's the thing. I think blocking on turn 2 is more important than blocking on turn 1. I think that's true. I think you get attacked for less, like, in general, on turn 1 than you do on turn 2. And so, the fact that Boot Sequence is, like, in your opening hand isn't actually good.
the innate written on this card makes it worse. Actually, I would take this card a lot more if it wasn't innate, now that I'm thinking about it. It's so much better to like draw a skim in your opening hand instead, and then you can play skim and draw boot sequence and play it, but also have more cards and have gotten further into your deck than it is to have boot sequence stuck in your opening hand. I have not gotten many runic pyramids this month. Like, it's been a historic drought of runic pyramids on my stream. But if you ever do get a runic pyramid, I think supposedly they exist. Boot sequence is much better with runic pyramid because you can play it on a turn other than turn 1. So that is an argument for it. Also, if you have hologram in your deck already, that makes boot sequence's stock go up a little bit, because again, if you don't need it on turn 1, now you have a 0 cost to block 10 in your discard pile for hologram, which pretty substantially upgrades the value of the hologram for later turns. But yeah, I'm not like taking a boot sequence in the hopes that these things happen, really. I'm mostly skipping it, and every now and then I'll be like, this deck doesn't mind its turn 1 being worse and being a little bit slower, but could really use block on turn 1, so I will take this here, and it comes up sometimes, but not very often. I think Bullseye is quite strong in Act 1. It's one of Defect's like 1-cost attacks that actually deals a reasonable amount of damage. Defect just doesn't have many of those, but Bullseye deals good damage. The lock-on is like a really big deal. This is good against Gremlin Knob. This has like synergies with Dark Orbs, which matter. It's got a little bit of the multiplier going on, right? So it can be a real thing. It does apply a debuff, so it doesn't work against artifact enemies, and again, try as I might to get Go for the Eyes to work and stuff, I still haven't actually found like calibration, which is regularly making Defect care enough about artifact to get through the artifact charges and fights. So there are going to be late game fights where I just don't expect this to work, and you know, that's okay. It's good in early game. So I think it's strong in Act 1, solid in Act 2, and then like situational garbage at the end of the run probably. But you know, it tried. it's a 1-cost attack. It is not expected to be Time Eater for you. It's expected to be good against Gremlin Up, and that's what it does. Capacitor is very, very strong. The issue with Capacitor is that it isn't very, very strong on floor 1. So I think probably it's actually very binary. Capacitor is like okay until you get past like a point where you can beat Slavers, at which point it's incredible. But like literally there's like floor 23, all of a sudden like your deck flips into its next gear and goes from Capacitor not being worth playing a lot of the time to Capacitor being one of the best cards in the deck. Yeah, and that's how Capacitor works. Whether you're meant to take it on floor 1 and just carry like a kind of weaker card through Act 1 or not is not something that I'm like perfectly calibrated on. It's going to depend a bit on how big a deal you think infinites are versus orb scaling. It's also going to depend a bit on how big a deal you think compile drivers and dark orbs are, because one thing that the capacitor does that's pretty exciting is it makes it much easier for compile driver to draw 3, which means capacitor is actually a good card to have in your decks which are trying to go infinite, as well as your decks which try to make orbs. That's why I'm saying it's so strong in late game. Like I think defragment's also that strong in late game probably, but I would not. The way in which capacitor is strong in late game isn't just about the output of the orbs. It's also about the fact that Fission draws more cards and makes more energy, and compile driver draws more. Those things matter. So, yeah, good card. It's one of the many cards which you have to make judgment calls with on Defect. You can't take too many of these multiplicative cards early because they don't do very much until you have the other multiplicative cards. But at the same time, you do want to work out ways to start taking some of them, because otherwise you won't be able to get enough of them by the end of the run. So that is Defect's like big kind of juggling piece, big puzzle. If I have enough orb channeling, I will take capacitor early, but otherwise, kinda iffy. Chaos I think is pretty garbage, but I will take it if it's upgraded, and I have reasons to care about orb channeling. But yeah, I don't think this card's super strong. It's okay. I'm gonna say it's like garbage solid. I don't know. It's both. If I see an upgraded one, I am typically okay with it being in my deck, and that tends to get more and more true the better my deck is, which is nice, because the better my deck is, the more I can use 2 random orbs for something. On the other hand, like on floor 1, am I taking chaos? No, I don't think so. So chill's just pretty strong, I think, all the way through the run. It's nice actually that you get a choice of whether to upgrade this to be innate or not, because some decks do want it to be innate and some don't want it to be innate. Like, for example, if you have a plasma orb channeled on turn 1, you may want to be able to hold onto that for later moments. You might not want to make a bunch of frost orbs. If you have an anchor for turn 1, you might not want a bunch of frost orbs yet, etc. On the other hand, if you don't have these things and your turn 1's pretty bad, you can upgrade a chill and have a good defensive option in your starting hand. So that's cool. Channeling 5 frost with 1 card is very, very strong and happens sometimes. That's very strong. Like, one of the ways that you can survive turn 2 of Reptomancer fight where you get attacked for 100 is like echo forming a chill and just being like, okay, my 0 cuss card blocks for that much. Like, good game. Now what? Anyway, that's a thing that has happened to me in my life for sure. Yeah, it's pretty strong. You don't want to like overpick cards like this, which don't draw a card, don't scale you, and are pretty strong. Like, you have a budget for them. It's kind of in the same bucket as like Cold Snap and Ball Lightning, where like, yeah, a strong card contributes to the deck. You maybe want like 3 or 4 cards like that, but you don't want to go wild on them, or you start not being able to actually draw the really strong cards, which, like, you may notice I haven't said very many of these cards are really strong yet. We're going to get up to some of them soon, but not really yet. Okay, consume. I typically do take consume in Act 1. Consume has a lot of things, like, kind of going against it, is the thing. All the stuff I just said about how having more orb slots with capacitor has kind of unexpected value, where compile drivers draw more and fission draws more and stuff like that. Like, that goes exactly against what consume does, right? Consume undoes that value. So consume plus capacitor is a multiplier that, like, probably wins you the game if you can put it together. That's really strong. That's great. It's not the strongest thing you can do on the character by any sense of the imagination. You're still taking consume in Act 1, in my opinion. It's a good upgrade too. It is really nice that 2 frost orbs with consume plus blocks for 10 against sentries, because sentries is one of the harder fights, and if you block for 10 every turn, you're kind of just invincible, as long as you've killed one of them, maybe with a potion or your strikes or whatever. That's kind of cute. It lines up nicely with some things in Act 1, and yeah. A lot of people, when analyzing consume, just look at the passive value of the orbs. They're like, 6 lightning orbs make 18 passive output, and if you play consume plus, now you have 5 lightning orbs, but they make 30 passive output, so plus 12. That's cool. And then they're like thinking about the equilibrium point. So if you play consume again, now you have 4 lightning orbs and they make 36, so that's a bit better. If you play it one more time, you have 3 lightning orbs, they still only make 36, so you've like kind of hit the inflection point where it's not getting good anymore. And then if you play it
again, you're actually getting worse output, etc., etc., etc. A lot of people are like doing all of that math and forgetting that you can evoke orbs too, and consume, like having focus makes it so the evoke on the orb does more. So if you have a deck which is about blocking with frost orbs, for example, and you're doing math on consume and being like, well, at 4 orb slots in equilibriums and like going to 3 doesn't actually make me more block or whatever. Keep in mind that if you go to 3, you might get like 3 evoked frost orbs per turn as well, which are now making 9 more block. So that's a like pretty big deal. It's like with static discharge, for example, static discharge consume is a very strong combo because you don't really care about keeping the lightning orbs in play with static discharge. You're trying to like evoke them as quickly as possible to kill the enemies. Yeah, like you have to calculate the fact that the orb does more damage when it evokes. It's a big deal. So consume solid. Yeah, consume and capacitor are both like things which could win late game. Oh, I have to mention inserter, I guess. Inserter consume is a way to outscale late game and does fine. It's a bit slow. But it can just straight up win late game. So this is like a 1 relic, 1 card combo that keep an eye out for it because it, with some support, will win the entire game, I guess. You just need the support, and if you're not getting the support, it's not that strong. You had to take a different boss relic, which wasn't the best for other things, maybe, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, whatever. Anyway, consume and capacitor are not cards that are so strong in late game that I feel bad about passing them in Act 1. If there's something else that's better for me in Act 1, like they're good. They're certainly important for late game. Not like mandatory, but often they contribute a lot to winning. But it's fine to not take these cards in Act 1. A tricky thing, like, because I mean, talking about how you skip a lot of these commons in Act 1, or kind of want to, is like, then that kind of snowball effects onto these, like, uncommons that you sort of want, where you get offered them and you're less likely to have cards that you do want to take right now adjacent to them. And so it's like, do I take a capacitor right now or do I skip? That's a different equation from like, do I take capacitor or do I take a good common? Where like, taking the good common, I'm like, yeah, sure, get the good common in there. But if it's like adjacent to two bad cards that I just would rather skip over, then it starts to get a bit harder, and then I might just take a capacitor and hold it in my deck and have it be a so-so card until probably substantially later in the run. I think Darkness is solid. I will typically take it on floor 1. You need some cards you can take on floor 1, and I think it is a card you can take on floor 1. So I'm offered it, I will typically take it. It requires some piloting. You are often, not often, but there are times when you don't want to play Zap the first time through your deck if you have Darkness, and the way you're going to evoke the Dark Orb is by playing the Dark Orb and playing Dual Cast on your starter Lightning Orb, and then drawing Dual Cast the second time through your deck. And that's how that pattern sometimes works against like even the Gremlin Knob fight. Like, it's not that slow. Your starter deck only has 11 cards, counting Ascender's Bane, so you get to your second time through your deck quite quickly on Defect, especially if you've like taken a compile driver or something like that. There's also Hologram, of course. But yeah, you have to like watch out for that. You can go into recursion stuff with the Dark Orb, but I don't really recommend it. Like, that's not the strongest thing you can do on the character. So like, take the Dark Orb. Think of it kind of like an attack common. It's kind of like a Perfected Strike, actually, in a very bizarre way. Like, Perfected Strike, do I want to take Perfected Strike in Act 1? No, but like, if I desperately need an attack common, might I? I guess so. And then if I have it, like, now I have this compelling synergy space where if I take other cards that say strike, my Perfected Strike will deal more damage, etc., etc. And that's cool and all, I guess. But realistically, the thing I want to do is use Perfected Strike to kill Gremlin Knob and then like remove it from the deck, basically. And Darkness isn't quite that bad because it has a little bit more late game potential, even if the damage from the orb doesn't matter that much, where Compile Driver gets better and channeling an orb is just valuable for other reasons. And the orb certainly can do damage even in late game fights without much support at all. Like, just with a bit of focus and a dual cast, you can have a Dark Orb doing relevant damage to Act 4 elites. Like, they are fast enough to do that. But early game, I do think that's kind of the right way to be thinking about it, where I take a Dark Orb and I am not hoping to put other things into my deck to make the Dark Orb better. Dark Orb serves as a way to deal some damage and get me to later on in the run where I can hopefully do other things. All right. Defragment is like one of the cards that the character has. The character has 2 cards, Defragment and Recycle, and Defragment is one of them. So you should take it when it's offered to you. If you get offered both of them at the same time, you have to do some soul searching. But yeah, Defragment's very, very, very strong. Defragment is nice because it's one of the multiplying cards late game, which you can take in Act 1. Like the output from it is already relevant in Act 1. It immediately gives you a good upgrade if you go to a campfire in Act 1. It's good against the boss fights, it's good against Lagavulin, it's good against sentries, it's fine against Gremlin Nob. Yeah, it's fine against Gremlin Nob. And then later you are using it to block for tremendous amounts of, passive block every turn. So Defragment is a very good card, and if I could get offered Defragment on floor 1 every run as Defect, I'd be pretty happy about it. It's worth noting that, like, I said it was purple because, like, make a statement, but, like, really it's not that strong yet in Act 1. It's just, like, it's strong, and then it's becoming extremely strong later. It doesn't make an infinite, right? So if, like, your 2 main ways to win are orb scaling and infinite, and then there are, like, 8 other miscellaneous ways to win, I feel like I'm simplifying the character more than it actually is simplified in my head for this video sometimes. But yeah, there are lots of other ways to win too. But if you're going infinite, Defragment is not necessary usually, depending on the infinite. Sometimes you'll have an infinite that blocks with Cool Headed, and you actually play enough cards in the infinite that you do need Defragment to survive the beat of death. But Defragment will be relevant against, like, Time Eater. Like, fairly frequently, you'll have a deck which can go infinite, which doesn't actually want to go infinite in the Time Eater fight because the infinite doesn't have enough output, and Defragment's an easy way to fix that. And it's also going to be relevant setting up for the infinite, where, like, you're playing your Cool Headeds and they're blocking for more because of a Defragment. And it's going to be relevant getting you there. Like, you want your Defragment so your Electrodynamics can kill the Reptimancer daggers or whatever. So yeah, that's that. I am of the opinion that Doom and Gloom is strong in Act 1. It does everything, and then it's, like, solid later. It really just does everything. It makes the Dark Orb. It is good against sentries. It's just good. It makes an orb in general. It's good against Gremlin Gang. It just is a good card. Defect doesn't mind being able to pay 2 energy for a good card early on in the run. So I do think Doom and Gloom does enough different things that it can be a little bit hard to realize all the value in the card. It deals 10 damage, and it's AoE damage, and it channels a dark, and it costs 2. It kind of makes Snekoi a little bit pickable for you. It makes Necronomicon good, so you can take the book event in Act 2 more happily, which is, like, such a weird thing, but Doom and Gloom is one of the cards that does that. It deals enough damage that you can take the option that removes a card from your deck from that one event in Act 1, which, like, other cards don't do in Defect's card pool. Hold on, let me look this up. All right, cool. I felt like I was misremembering. Wing Statue is the event I was thinking of. If you have an attack with 10 damage, you can gain 50 to 80 gold from this event instead of removing a card from your deck to lose 7 HP, which matters sometimes. You don't have that much HP in Act 1, and also gold is very good on Defect, so, like, it does that. I don't know. Like a weird thing to try to quantify, right? But if you look at all of the attacks that we just looked at, Streamline is the other one that we've seen so far, which allows you to do that. Another reason why I'm not that upset to take a Streamline. Tiny things, though. Yeah, anyway, Doom and Gloom goes fine. I don't know. It's easy to not realize all of the value you get out of, like, having one card in your deck that's good to target with Liquid Memories or Duplication Potion or something like that.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's something I think about a lot on Ironclad. I want to get one card that has like high impact into my deck to target with my potions. Something I think about with Silent as well. Like one of the really nice things about Eviscerate is now you have a card which is worth hitting with Liquid Memories or worth using with Flex Potion or something like that. And yeah, Doom and Gloom is a card like that for Defect. So I feel like I get pretty good value out of it, and it's solid in the rest of the run. I'm gonna like, since we're now color coding, I'm gonna like color code these things, I guess, a little bit more. Cool. Double energy. Double energy is weird. Double energy is like situationally strong, but you often want to skip it. It typically makes less energy than aggregate. 2, it has exhaust, which is not actually beneficial on an energy gain card. You would rather it stuck around because probably your energy gain card is like for making you go infinite or something like that. Or you'd like to be able to hologram it to play it again or something like that. So that's a little bit awkward. There's this big issue with it where recycle kind of counterfeits it. If you have a recycle in your deck, you can already recycle an X-Cost card to get the double energy effect. If you play recycle plus on reinforced body, your energy doubles. And so, given that recycle is a very strong card and you'd really like to have it, in order to fit this effect into your deck, you'd sort of rather take a reinforced body and then get recycle. Or take a multicast and then get recycle or something like that, because reinforced body and multicast just like have an effect that's more exciting if they're not being used to double your energy than double energy. Well, double energy doesn't have another effect, right? That's the only thing it does. That said, there are situations where it's very, very strong. Some of me being not that excited about it is probably because I haven't played. I've played like 2 or 3 Runic Pyramid runs, I think, this entire month. But it's pretty good with Runic Pyramid. Like, getting to set up one particular big turn can be a really strong way to win a lot of the fights in the game. But yeah, it's one of those cards that doesn't directly contribute to multiplicative scaling. It doesn't draw a card, and it doesn't make orbs. So will it be good sometimes? Yes, but can you take a lot of these cards and expect your deck to keep functioning well? No. Like, you don't have that much room for cards like this in your deck. It'll get better if you have more card draws. If you have like a couple of skims and a couple of compile drivers or something like that, it's a more appealing card. It's much better if it's upgraded. I was just talking about the aggregate upgrade and mentioned double energy as one of the upgrades in the game, where you can get 2 energy out of an upgrade. So that makes it substantially better. But yeah, it's not that incredible of a card. Equilibrium is a strong card. It's kind of weird later in the game, though. Like, solid later in the game. So Equilibrium is great early because you need a block card in your starter deck, and it blocks for a lot. 13 for 2 is good. That's a good amount. It might be appealing to think about like how much block per energy am I getting from this card, but you have to keep in mind that Defect can't spend 3 energy on a block on turns where it needs to at the start of the game. And so that's not super relevant. If you're fighting against like Jawworm, for example, and you're getting attacked for 17, it doesn't matter how much energy you're spending to get the block. You just want to spend all of your energy on block because you have like 2 lightning orbs in play. So it's going to die anyway. You're not like in a hurry to deal damage. The thing you desperately want is to be able to put all your energy into block right now so you're not taking damage this turn. Yeah, reinforced body is kind of the same way, where being able to put all of your energy into block is just very valuable at the start of the game. That's also strong early. The thing where you retain your hand this turn becomes a drawback surprisingly often. It's a drawback with Snecko Eye. It's a drawback with a lot of card draw. Equilibrium, it's kind of tragic. It gets better if you have a lot of card removes, because
the issue with Equilibrium is you have like strikes and defends stuck in your hand, and so next turn you can't draw cards. I overstated that, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Like, say you play Equilibrium and you end turn after like playing a Skim or something, and you have like 2 strikes and 2 defends in your hand that are basics that are just hanging around. And the next turn you draw your 5 cards and you have a 9-card hand right now. You have 4 basics in it that you don't want to play, and if you like play a compile driver to draw 3 or something, you're already hitting the 10-card max hand size cap. So it has this like tragic thing where if you can remove your basics, it becomes a lot better. Or if you can recycle your basics, it becomes quite a lot better. But also hands which or decks which are able to remove their basics or recycle their basics just don't need Equilibrium that much. At that point, you just draw a good hand every turn. So what's the point of retaining your hand? So I don't tend to rely on Equilibrium very much. I'm very happy to take it as a block card, and if I have it in my deck, often there will be situations where you get good value out of retaining your hand, but it's not like well-laid plans where like retaining your hand is an important thing for this character to do, in my opinion. If I'm playing a deck which desperately wants to combine certain cards together, like I might throw a hologram or 2 into there, or I likely have Runic Pyramid, and that's why I'm playing the deck to begin with. And otherwise, I don't really care because the strongest cards are like Defragment, Capacitor, and then I have Frost Orbs in play. Having Frost Orbs in play is kind of like having retained your hand, sort of, right? Like, you guarantee that next turn you're going to be able to block for 50 or whatever. That's sort of what retaining your hand does for Silent. So, yeah. FTL is, here's the thing, FTL is just not that impressive a card, but the other cards are bad enough early, and you need a little bit more damage for the like Gremlin Upfight and stuff early, that FTL is a pretty strong pickup in Act 1, and then it's like kind of situational garbage later. Yeah, I don't know. I like the card design. Like, I don't usually like it when games have like you draw a card, but only if this is the first card you've played this turn or whatever. I don't like that. It feels like a very stilted way to prevent infinites, which kind of suffocates the solution space of the game. Like, if every card that draws cards doesn't let you go infinite because it has some text on it that's like, this is a finality card and you can only play 1 finality card per turn or something like that, then like, sure, you don't have degenerate infinites, but also the solution space is just like, oh, well, there is no longer any consideration of going infinite, so this space is much simpler. I really like the way that Slay the Spire did that, where it tends to have cards which work. Some of them exhaust, so you can't rely on like double energy to go infinite. That would be like obviously broken, but it's got enough cards which don't exhaust, which let you go infinite, that you can go infinite fairly regularly. But then it has some enemies who make it so the infinite doesn't work so well. Like Nemesis puts a lot of burns into your discard pile, which get in the way, or Time Eater does Time Eater, or the heart hits you for 2 every time you play a card. I feel like that's a better way to handle it personally. So that's all that, but I do actually like the way that FTL works. As a one-of in the card pool, I think it's kind of neat. It gives you a different thing to think about some turns where you're like, well, I guess I should really play like my card draw now instead of later, so that if I draw an FTL, I can play it before I've played too many cards this turn. Actually, like, changes decisions sometimes. Probably. I don't know. I mean, it definitely does, but yeah. Force Field's a fascinating card. This is another one of the cards that I have tried to make good in the Defect pool, and just like mostly failed. It's garbage early, but then it's like situationally, I want to say it's situationally strong later. So the ways that it is strong, 1, you want to have 4 powers in your deck probably, so that you can make it cost 0. That's kind of a given. Now, even Defect decks which aren't centered on powers are likely to have 4 powers somehow. It's not that hard to do. Like Self-Repair, for example, is a power. And then like
you're going to take defragment even if you don't care that much about defragment a lot of the time. And I don't know, it's not that hard to get 4 powers in your deck. Should you be doing that just for force field? Probably not, if you didn't want them anyway, but you know, you can. And so then you do that, and you have this card which blocks for 12 or 16 for 0, which is a large number. The amount that like 16 is larger than 5 is... I couldn't tell you, but scientists are still trying to work that out, I believe, and they're coming up with some pretty big ideas. I've talked about this in other videos, but I don't think I've talked about it that much in this one. Like, the game is scaled such that you kind of get attacked for 10 in Act 1, and then 20 in Act 2, and then like 30 or 40 in Act 3, and then like 50 in Act 4 kind of ideas, 50 or 60 in Act 4. And it's pretty consistent. Like, you have lots of enemies, and they do lots of different things, and they have lots of different attacks and lots of different buffs and stuff. But if you actually look at the incoming damage numbers, it's like, you pretty frequently get attacked for about the same amount by everything as you progress through the run. And because of that, if you can make it so you go from blocking for 20 in a turn to blocking 30 in a turn, it often changes you from taking like 10 damage to 0 damage very consistently, which is way more powerful than doing that would be in a game where incoming damage was more variable. Incoming damage isn't static in Slay the Spire, but it's not that variable. And so having a big block card in a situation where you don't have quite enough block yet, you get a lot of value out of that block card. You like get value out of it. Most turns you draw it, and a lot of the time you get all of the value you can out of it. It's also nice that Force Field costs 0, so you're not like spending money on it. You can spend your energy on other things now, and potentially there are block cards you would have had to play in your hand which you don't have to play anymore and stuff like that. It's all cool. And playing Force Field off of Skim feels incredible. Playing it off Scrape makes you believe for a second that Scrape is a good card, which is fun. Playing it off Hologram is good. Playing it off All for One can feel like pretty dirty. So there are lots of cool things that Force Field does. None of them quite interface with Defect's best decks, unfortunately. This card almost fits into Defect's Infinite decks because it has 2 modes, which is really cool. It has one mode where you recycle it for 4, and it's an energy gain card there. And it has another mode where you play 4 powers, and you use it for block in your Infinite later on. And you can play it for either, depending on the fight. And that's really cool and powerful and fun and interesting. It like makes piloting the deck interesting. But it's like still probably not good enough to take, unfortunately. So sometimes I'll take a Force Field. I feel like it's pretty obvious when it's good. It's like you have lots of powers, lots of card draw, and need a bit more block. Straightforward. Helps if you have a recycle too, so you can turn it into energy in some situations if you want to. But yeah, it's not like... If I were building a constructed deck for Defect, I would not have Force Field included in the deck. It's not a card that is necessary or necessarily improving the deck at the end of it all. Unfortunately, Fusion costs 2 and makes you 1 energy per turn, so it's pretty bad in Act 1. It can be situationally good, like situationally strong later in the game. The way that it becomes situationally strong is if, like, 1, it helps a lot if it's upgraded. 2 is a lot to pay for this effect. But if it is upgraded and you have compile drivers, it lets your compile drivers draw 4, and then sometimes it does something infinite or infinite adjacent, especially paired with a multicast. So it's one of many cards in Defect's card pool which could potentially scale you to do enough for late game, where unfortunately Defect's card pool has Defragment and Capacitor in it, and they're only uncommon, and so you don't really need to take any of these. Like, sometimes you do. This is like the... You're very good at Defect, you've won Ascension 20 lots of times, and now you want to work out how to win like the maximum possible percentage of the time sorts of stuff. Or the you're good at Defect, you like the card pool, you want to try playing something different sorts of things.
But in terms of like the default modal defect run, Fusion's just going to be a skip for the entire run, unfortunately. I think genetic algorithm is very, very strong. Genetic algorithm addresses the issue that Defect has where turn 1, 2, and 3 can be a bit slow while you're setting up. It addresses that issue by making you invincible for one turn, basically. And you want to take this card possibly in slightly different situations from what you would expect as a viewer. So you play it for 1, and it gains 1 block for you, and you permanently increase the card's block by 2. You might think, oh, so I want to get it on floor 1, right? So that it can be as big a number as possible by the end of the run. And like, you can take it on floor 1. I think there are other cards you take over it, and I don't think it's actually at its strongest on floor 1, is the thing I'm going to say. Genetic algorithm, like with all the stuff I was just saying about how the amount that you get attacked for is pretty consistent in this game, you reach a point where you don't need genetic algorithm to be blocking for more than it is. Like the value of the block starts to fall off as you get past 30 or so. And so genetic algorithm, like the place I actually desperately want to be offered this card is halfway through Act 2 after I've worked out how I'm beating slavers and like successfully gotten through the hard Act 2 hallway fights. I am very happy to be given a genetic algorithm then. And if we get to Act 4 with that, it's going to be blocking for 30 plus, and it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. I am also fine with taking genetic algorithm up to like halfway through Act 3. There is long enough to get the card blocking for 20, and that's really good. If you play it with Echo Form, it stacks twice. So you need far, far, far fewer fights than you might expect to make this card very good. If you get it and play it with Echo Form in 5 fights, it's already blocking for 21, right? That's how math works? I believe so. So, you know, that's pretty good. Will I take it in Act 1? Sure. Often if I take it in Act 1, though, like, it's getting to a point where it blocks for more than I really need. It is nice on floor 1, it's going to turn into a leap in not that long, and leap is just a pretty good card in the defect card pool early. And it's fun that you have the ability to find a calipers at some point in the run and do really broken stuff with it, but it's not like super necessary. I'm gonna say Glacier is only strong. I'm not gonna give it purple, but it is like probably strong the entirety of the game. It's just kind of the best way to channel Frost Orbs other than Cool-Headed. Good old Cool-Headed. Why did I say this? Oh, it's because I was... Sorry, that was wrong. Compile Driver and Cool-Headed, if anything, get better as the run goes on. Like, this might be purple out here. Anyway, Cool-Headed's very, very strong. It is good to draw 2 cards. And it's good to channel Frost Orb. Glacier is also very strong. It's a very large block card for this turn, which doesn't really interact with your multiplicative scaling, doesn't interact at all with going infinite, but it does interact a lot with needing to block in Act 1, and also with needing to block in late game sometimes if your deck is moderately good. So it's not like the best card in your best decks, but it is often a very strong card in your moderate strength decks, which are still strong enough to win the game. And that's what Glacier does, and yeah, we like Glacier. Glacier is one of the cards which doesn't draw a card and doesn't contribute to multiplicative scaling, so it's another one of those cards where you don't want to take too many of these, probably, for what it's worth. Excuse me. Heatsinks is garbage, and then it's situationally the strongest card in your deck. Heatsinks is at its best with like Mummified Hand and Courier, where you just have a Heatsinks and you go the entire run basically thinking, and then you get through Act 3 and beat Awakened one, and then you're like, and then you buy every power. And you have 40 powers in your deck or whatever. Exaggerating a bit. Also,
often if you get some storms, you can just have 40 powers in your deck and beat Awakened One with them. So that's cool. Yeah, Heatsinks is very strong. I feel like I'm like going too fast through these, but also like the video needs to end soon. Bit awkward. Heatsinks is just very strong. Hello World, I am not a fan of. I've tried to make Hello World work, and I can't really do it. It's an okay card in your really bad decks, which use stack and stuff, and it's an okay card in Act 1 if you need help in Act 1. Like, it's a pretty good card against, like, Hexaghost and Slime Boss. I just think you can beat those enemies without taking a Hello World, and this card is so slow, and the thing it does is not that strong, so I'm not personally a Hello World fan, but if you want to use a Hello World, then, you know, be my guest. I have done it in the past, and it's okay. Like, it's not terrible. Having another card in your hand every turn is good, and some of Defect's commons, you know, I've been ragging on Defect's commons and saying they're, like, pretty bad and not worth having in your deck, but a weird thing is, like, having Go for the Eyes that didn't require you to put it in your deck, just, like, having it in your hand, isn't that bad. Hologram as well. It's like, it can be fine. Stack if you don't have to like build your deck around stack and you just sometimes get it on turn 3. Decent. Not bad at all. So yeah. Loop is like situationally solid early, really depends on your act path and stuff, and then usually becomes solid late game, but it's never really that strong. Loop gets better if you have Consume, because you have fewer orb slots, and so in order to get more passive abilities out of your orbs per turn, you want loops to do that. And you have more focus, so the passive ability of your orbs is more valuable. Loop can be an important card in specifically the heart fight, so that you're not taking damage from the beat of death all the time. It matters in the heart fights, like on the margin, where it comes down to the final hit point kind of thing. But also, a lot of your decks are just going to be strong enough that you don't need to do that. Like, you don't have to put this card in your deck. It doesn't have to be part of your scaling for late game or anything like that. You will often eventually reach a point of the run where you're like, oh, that card's solid, and you can take it. But Defect is not struggling to put enough scaling into its deck for late game, I guess, is like basically the overall vibe I would give you. Defect is not looking at Act 1 and thinking, I have to fight every elite because I'll need all the relics in order to survive the endgame gauntlet or anything like that. Defect's not looking at a loop in Act 1 and thinking, if I don't take this, what if I don't get enough scaling for the end of the run? That's just not Defect's issue. Defect's issue broadly is that turn 1, 2, and 3 are kind of tough, and putting the first multiplicative scaling cards into your deck is kind of tough because they're not good yet until you have more than 1 or 2 of them. Melter is not a good card. Dealing 10 for 1 with an uncommon is just not good, and not enough enemies have block. And people are so excited to kill the Spheric Guardian in Act 2 with it, and it feels really good. And if I transform into Melter, I love that too. But like, from me to you with love, the Spheric Guardian is maybe the easiest fight in Act 2. Like, you do not have to take an entire card in order to beat Spheric Guardian. Like, the other things you put in your deck know how to do that, and you can just rely on them. So, I don't know. Melter is, it's a very fun card, for sure, and it's not only relevant against Spheric Guardian. Sometimes Melter can win a champ fight. I've seen it happen. I have been there piloting the deck. But in general, this is a one-cost attack which doesn't contribute to any of your overall strategies, and in most fights does very little. So, have I taken this card in Act 1? Yes. There are times in Act 1 that you haven't seen other damage cards and you desperately need damage, and you just kind of like have to take the thing that gets offered to you. Am I that upset about it? Like, no, not really. Like, it's not
really worse than Barrage, I wouldn't say. It's probably better than Claw in reality. I'm just like suffering Claw delusion, and someday someone will write a paper about it. Uh, like, I'd rather have a Melter than a Rebound, probably. Slightly. Deals 1 more damage. It removes block sometimes. It does like matter. It matters against Gremlin Gang sometimes that you can remove block. Like every now and then it's relevant. Matters against Lagavulin sometimes. I go back and forth on Overclock a little bit. Currently, I'm at this card is strong enough to take an Act 1. And I mean, the argument is just that it draws you 2 cards for 0. That's pretty straightforward, right? There have been times in my life where Defect has cared more about Snecko than it does for me right now, where I haven't wanted to overclock as much in Act 1. There have been times in my life where Defect has cared more about middling decks, which want to like set up and then be able to play Glacier a lot of the time, where I haven't wanted to overclock because like the second time through my draw pile matters to me. I do want some like good quality card density going through the second draw pile, so the burn hurts. And then the fight continues, right? There have been times where I've been more worried than I am at the moment about scaling for the Act 1 boss fights, like Slime Boss and Hexaghost. I think I've just kind of gotten better at building decks for those fights and piloting them appropriately with potions and like judging how much damage I need and stuff like that. Judging whether to rest or not. Yeah, where I'm at currently is Overclock's just a very, very, very good card if you are playing 4 scaling powers and that's how you win. Draws them for you and costs 0. And it's a pretty good card if you're going infinite as well. You play it on the turns where you like benefit from playing it and don't play it on the other turns. And the burn in the discard pile is okay because you can recycle it later. And like it might seem kind of weird to be like, yeah, I'm going infinite by playing a card that adds a burn to my deck. Like that seems like it's taking you directly away from going infinite. But often you'll like play Overclock and it will let you draw Skim Plus, which draws 2 recycles and a compile driver. And like, yes, you actually did benefit net by doing that. So yeah, that's that. Recycle's a weird one. I've been talking a lot about how Recycle is like one of the character's main ways to win and stuff like that. And the issue is it's not good in Act 1. Like it's actually quite bad from a floor 1 card award. It takes a while to get good. So Defragment is already good in Act 1. Reinforced Body, I think there is a real, or sorry, Recycle. Sorry, I saw the next one that I'd highlighted. Recycle, I think there's a real question whether you take it over skipping on the floor 1 combat reward. I am not convinced either way, really. I think I would err toward yes, you do take it over skipping most of the time, but like, yeah, I'm not convinced. the character has like fairly defined pieces, but they are moving pieces, so it's hard to get them exactly pegged down. That said, it like fairly rapidly turns a corner and just becomes incredible. There are so many things that you can do with this card. Definitely important to upgrade it. You can hit X-Cost cards to double your energy. You can like take Normality and continue playing the game from Mind Bloom in Act 3. Like you can put bad curses in your deck and plan to recycle them. You can use Recycle to get rid of Ascender's Bane so that your Aggregate and Unceasing Top can go off. Like, it's a very flexible card. It's very good with Dead Branch. Like, it's got all of these modes where, oh, you can recycle Force Field. I was already talking about that. It lets you take Meteor Strike without being able to play it because 1, you can now get energy to play it sometimes, and 2, you can recycle Meteor Strike for 5 energy the other times and get tons of energy to play other stuff. Like, Recycle interacts very, very nicely with lots of things in the card pool. And then also,
you eventually just go infinite. Like in a long enough fight with the recycle in your deck, you can exhaust down to an infinite, which makes infinite block, infinite damage, infinite everything. Yeah. So that's really strong. You don't have to do it to win. And some runs you'll be playing, you'll be offered to recycle, and you won't have to take the recycle to win. And a lot of the time, if you're through the first half of the game, like the recycle will actually still be a good card. Even if it doesn't seem like it's interacting very favorably with your deck, it will still like have some reason why taking it increases your chance to win from like 95% to 95.2% or whatever. I don't know. I'm just making up numbers, but um like if you have a deck which is all about power scaling and doesn't care about exhausting cards at all, this still makes you energy in order to scale with the powers. And maybe it opens up a line where you can recycle powers that you don't want to play against Awakened One and beat Awakened One without giving it too much strength and stuff like this. Like, it's just a very flexible card. It does a lot of things for you, like beginning at like basically nothing on floor one and going all the way to literal infinite with lots of things in between. So I could probably make an hour-long video on recycle by itself. I feel like I kind of have already. I've probably talked about recycle or the consequences of recycle being in the card pool for an hour in this video, talking about infinites and stuff like that. I'm gonna leave it there and let you explore yourself. Green Fish Body is like strong in Act 1 and then situationally strong for the rest of the run, where like if you do need to block, it's good. If you get a Chemex, it's especially good. If you get a recycle, it's double energy. If you don't need block, not that good. Yeah. Reprogram exists solely as like a prison experiment. The developers were like, we want to see what happens if we put a card in the game that will hurt people, and what happens is we all keep taking it and trying to win the run. It's just not good. It's just not good. If you have some way to like always spend 3 energy on block cards per turn, Reprogram can win late game if you can play it fast enough, but like why? Why are you doing this to yourself? And by you, I mean me. Why am I doing this to myself? Why do I keep taking this card? Anyway, I'm going to call it literal unplayable in the hopes that I stop taking it. But it is good YouTube content when I do, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should just keep clicking the card. I had a run this month where I got 4 reprograms and lost. Like, it's an uncommon which it's not that it doesn't interact with the rest of the card pool, it actively makes the rest of the card pool worse. Like every card I said was strong, like reprograms like it isn't strong anymore. and, and it seems like it does something at least. It gains you strength and dexterity. Surely that would be good, but it turns out that even if you get like 20 strength and 20 dexterity, if you can't use any of the character's good cards, the card pool's just kind of bad. So yeah, reprogram, I don't know. It's a fun one for challenge runs or having a good time, but not the best card. Rip and Tear hits for 14 for 1. It's easy to overlook Rip and Tear because the number just says 7, but then it says twice, and so my understanding is that you multiply it by 2 and it does 14 for 1, which if you look at like every other attack, like I've said, like I don't hate taking a streamline. That one deals 15 for 2. This one deals 14 for 1. That's pretty cool, right? So Rip and Tear's like a strong card specifically from floor 1, but the second that you got enough damage into your deck is just garbage. Like it probably only remains strong for 2 cells on the sheet, whatever that means. It's really not even clear what that means, right? But you know, we're communicating in ideas and images or whatever. Scrape is situational garbage. You can take it if you like get an upgrade on Zap and dual cast maybe, and if you get like a good other 0 cost card of some sort, like if you take Steam Barrier.
Um, the problem with Defect's zero cost space is that the cards aren't good enough to put in your deck. Overclock also contributes. Um, like there's an entire thing here, right? There's Scrape, there's All for One. It's a deliberately supported synergy space. It just isn't good enough to outcompete the other stuff in the card pool, and also there aren't even reasons to take the cards to begin with. Like one of the things that would be lovely if I could work out how to be happy about taking Go for the Eyes and Claw on floor 1 is that I could be potentially find myself in some world where I was happy about taking Scrape later too. But the card pool is just not there for the most part. Have I had runs which I won because of Scrape? Absolutely. I can like vividly remember a run where I won with 2 claws, Scrape, and Rebound, and that was my damage out of Act 1, and I don't think I would have survived Hexaghost without those 4 cards. That has happened. Have I, in total, lost more runs than I have won by trying to make something like that happen? Like, yeah. Are you kidding me? Like, so easily. It's fun when it comes together, and I would like the reason to keep trying is to try to work out like when is the right time to do it, right? I'm not just like having a good time and memeing when I try to do stuff like that. I'm also trying to be like, okay, like there is some inflection point somewhere where I have to get desperate with the card rewards because I haven't gotten anything yet in Hexaghost too soon. Where is that inflection point? And when I hit that inflection point, what sorts of strategies can I try to employ? And so that's how I end up in that situation. But I wouldn't recommend trying to do that. It remains situational garbage throughout the entire run, I think. Every now and then you'll have like enough Seeks in your deck that Scrape's kind of cool. I had a fun run this month with Aggregate Unceasing Top where I could use Scrape to discard Ascender's Bane. And it's like, it's RNG, right? Whether you hit Ascender's Bane with Scrape or not. But sometimes there would be situations where I was like, the draw pile is such and my hand is such that playing Scrape here, you know, gives me whatever percent chance of getting Ascender's Bane out of my draw pile into my discard pile so that I can play tons and tons and tons of cards. And then, like, if you miss, you can hologram Scrape again and make an argument for it kind of ideas. Yeah. Self-repair is very strong floor 1. I might give it purple. I wonder if I think self-repair is the best card other than rares that you can get offered on floor 1 for this character. It's a very different decision space. I have like one of my first Spireside chat videos that I ever made like 8 years ago was about self-repair. Not quite 8 years ago, 7 years ago probably. And I was basically talking about how it wasn't good. I was like, this card isn't good. You should just take cards that win the fight for you. Self-repair isn't like reducing the damage you take in the fights. And then it's a bad card in boss fights. And I had not solved the game at that time and still haven't solved the game now, so I don't know if I was right or not. And I play on a different patch now, so all the numbers are different anyway. But that is like, that is internally understandable logic. Like, and the game was balanced very differently, where there was like the one Act 3 boss fight, the Act 2 boss fight, the Act 1 boss fight, but there weren't double Act 3 bosses, and there wasn't Act 4 at all. And to me, it just felt like you were meant to build a deck that was good at the hallway fights, and then you were meant to beat the bosses with like some sort of potion solution or something like that, and that was very successful. So I don't know if that was wrong. Like I was winning an awful lot than doing that. But nowadays, that is not how I feel the game is. Like the balance of everything has changed and stuff is very different. And nowadays, the role of hallway fights, rather than being like perhaps the most intimidating thing in the entire run, the thing which requires a constant solution because you can't just path around it and you can't solve it with potions that you have bought specifically for the purpose. The role of hallway fights nowadays is you farm them in order to get your stuff for late game. So
the game is very different in that way. And self-repair, like the equation's no longer like, can we get hallway fights down to dealing us 5 damage instead of 6 damage by using self-repair the right way, which is what the equation used to be. The equation is now like, can we get it so that we're easily healing in hallway fights with self-repair so that we can just take all of them? And the answer nowadays is like pretty much yes. Self-repair allows you to take far more hallway fights than you would have otherwise. Taking a self-repair early in the run changes the run a lot because you get far more card rewards, which does something. Look, I'm not going to solve the entire... I'm not going to try to make another 8-hour-long video about how Defect's a different character with floor 1 self-repair. Unfortunately, that would take a long time. I'd say a lot of the same things, but quite a few different things probably. But yeah, you get slightly fewer card removes when you go to more fights, and you get more card rewards. And I would say that that typically pushes you more toward multiplicative powers and away from infinites, because you're like kind of your pattern going through the run is go to fights, making sure that your deck is strong enough to beat the fights, and try to find the powers that are worth upgrading, and then go to a campfire to upgrade them, and then go back to going to fights, and you just kind of like keep doing that until you reach the end of the run and win. Go to some shops in there as well, stuff like that. With self-repair, you're probably not getting enough card removes to get rid of all of your basics. You're probably going to have defends in your deck. Your deck's probably a little bit slower. Honestly, I think the deck that you build after getting self-repair on floor 1 is probably a weaker deck than the deck that you build by going to all the like question marks and stuff. But I think that you successfully build it more often and that it's strong enough to win. So it's kind of where I'm at with self-repair. I'm gonna give it green, not purple. Purple's too much. I don't like upgrading it. That might be something people are like wonder about for themselves. I have upgraded to self-repair. It's a better upgrade if you have an echo form, since you're getting double procs of it, but it's not typically something I do. On the other hand, I don't hate taking a second one. Like, the conditions that make the first one good don't really stop existing when you're offered a second one. Like, a lot of the time, a second one just makes the hallway fights even better, and now, like, you can use hallway fights to heal so that you can go to elite fights kind of things, almost. Yeah. Oh. Like a strong card. It's a strong card that I will take up until, like, the very end of the game, basically, because, like, even against the Act 3 bosses, like, playing 2 self-repairs in the first Act 3 boss fight gives you more health for the second Act 3 boss fight kind of things. So, strong card. Skim is strong. I take Skim on floor 1 these days. I think I used to not, but I have come around. It goes from like strong to strong to strong to strong to strong to maybe strong. Like it's green/purple in late game. Yeah, it just lets you play your cards. The Archivist Slay the Spire run is using the terrible cards that are in your starter deck to get through stuff at the beginning of the game, and then refusing to answer their phone calls after you've like beaten Act 1, basically. And Skim is a great way to refuse to answer the phone calls of the bad cards in your deck that you took for winning earlier parts of the game. So you'll like draw your hand, and it'll have like a defend in it and a leap in it, and you'll be like, nah, and you'll play your Skim, and then you'll like play a defragment and a glacier instead. And that's a lot better. And that's how Skim works. Skim also goes infinite very easily. It's also a part of some of those infinites, like Skim, Cool-Headed Plus, Recycle Plus, and Turbo make an infinite, for example. Yeah, and having a card which draws more than 2 is actually pretty important for that infinite, so this is a way to do that. I think Static Discharge is strong. Static Discharge is like kind of a weird card. It's like solid for the first half of Act 3 and then strong again, which is weird. um, so Static Discharge has two modes. It has Blow the Enemies Up mode, which is like the enemy hits you, it channels a bunch of lightning orbs, and they die. Cool. That mode's pretty cool. Actually, it has two good modes, and then it has some bad modes, I guess. Mode number 2, which is good, is it's a block card. It doesn't look like it's a block card, but it's a block card. When you channel lightning, if your orb slots are full, you evoke whichever orb is in front. So if there are frost orbs in front, you evoke frost orbs. So Static Discharge is a way to gain block during the enemy turn. And if you're against, say, the times 15 attack from the heart, all of your frost orbs now have the ability to create both their passive block output for the turn and their evoke block output for the turn. And that means they block for twice as much. Static Discharge is a very powerful block card against the heart specifically. And yeah, it's a good block card in lots of other situations. Like, even like the Slavers fight, you might not think of that as like an elite fight. It is an elite fight. You might not think of it as a multi-attack fight, but it is a multi-attack fight. You get attacked 3 times because there are 3 Slavers. And if you put 2 lightning orbs, or 2 frost orbs rather, in front, then you like make some passive block, and then you get attacked, but one of your frost orbs procs, and then you get attacked, and you take damage, but one of your frost orbs procs, and then you get attacked again, and you have the block from the frost orbs. So your 2 frost orbs, which would have just been, let's say you don't have any focus here, they would have just been 4 block, and you get murdered. They both evoke, and instead you get 14 block. Also, you've channeled lightning orbs, so you're killing the fight. So, Static Discharge is a very powerful card, and yeah, it's another one which is, it rewards some like creative thinking in terms of how you're playing the game. There will be times where like it's correct not to play cards and just like end turn with 3 block cards in hand, because you're actually getting a lot more value out of getting hit with Static Discharge than you are out of blocking. It can be hard to judge and pay attention to, but it's a very powerful card, and I would recommend trying to work out how to get that power out of it if you haven't already. The worst modes that Static Discharge has are the like, I'm trying to scale a Dark Orb so I can dual cast it to kill the boss, but the boss is attacking me for 3 more than I can block for. That mode's pretty bad. And then I have a Plasma Orb that I'd really like to get energy from, but it's going to evoke and turn into a Lightning Orb. That's a pretty awkward mode of Static Discharge too. And if you're just overblocking and the enemies can't hit you anyway, it's kind of, I mean, it doesn't do anything, but also you don't need it to, so I guess that's fine. One note with Static Discharge, also, it's very good with apparitions. I think I mentioned earlier it being good with Tori as well. Oh, it's Tori, right? Tori? I learned how to pronounce that recently. When you have apparitions and Static Discharge, it's sometimes very important not to play a Frost Orb. Like, you are giving up potentially a very, very, very large amount of damage by playing a Frost Orb with Static Discharge and apparitions. And so, you know, watch out for that, especially if you have like Cool Headeds in your deck and those are your card draw. Sometimes you'll look at your turn 1 hand in the Book of Stabbing fight, maybe with apparitions and Static Discharge, and think, oh, Cool Headed to draw my cards to get everything set up, right? And clicking that Cool Headed can lose you the fight, which is kind of wild. But yeah, it just like makes a Frost Orb, which is kind of hard to get rid of. And when you get rid of it, it makes a bunch more blocks, so you won't channel any Lightning Orbs for the rest of the turn. And yeah, this can be bad. Not necessarily always bad. Not necessarily bad this time, but it can sometimes be bad. I think I was going to talk about something other than Storm. Oh, yeah. It's a good upgrade. That's nice. It is an upgrade which does actually quite a lot, the Static Discharge upgrade, so it's nice to have some cards that you can add to your deck in Act 1 that are very exciting to upgrade, just because, again, I think Defect's upgrades are that exciting usually in Act 1. Storm is situational early. I actually have taken Storm in Act 1 before, but it's like mostly bad. And then at some point it can become situationally solid, and then at some point it can become situationally like incredible. Is kind of the power arc of Storm. I don't think it's that hard to understand why, right? Like, the more powers you can play per turn and the more focus you have for the lightning orbs that it channels, the more it does. That's pretty straightforward. My like kind of heuristic, vague point for blowing up a weakened one with lightning orbs without having to worry about giving it strength is having 2 bottled storms or 2 innate storms. I have 2 innate storms and like the rest of the deck is like pretty normal. That's usually enough to get through the awakened one fight and not worrying about like avoiding playing my powers to stop it from getting strength scaling. I do think a lot harder than that every time I'm actually in the situation. It's not a situation where heuristics work that well. It's a situation where like very situation specific arithmetic works very well. But just to give you kind of a ballpark, if you have a couple of storms bottled and you have like some defragments and maybe an electrodynamic and maybe like a heat sinks and a mummified hand, that's really cool, and maybe a biased cog. Defect can definitely kill like every fight in the game before that fight kills it. And the tricky ones are mostly Awakened One and the Heart. Awakened One has 2 phases and a lot of health and scales strength from all the powers you're playing, so it hits you very hard as well. So one bad hand, if you're trying to kill Awakened One that way, if you don't have enough health, can result in you losing the run. So like having the appropriate potions to do that and using them at the appropriate times, stuff like that can be pretty important. Against the Heart, obviously it has a 200 damage cap per turn, so the fastest you can possibly kill it still results in you getting attacked on turn 2 and 3. So you have to have some sort of block solution for that, which, like, I don't know, you can do that. You can get like 1 incense burner or something and already have pretty much enough. And just get an incense burner. I mean, how much could it cost, Michael? $10? Yeah, Storm's a fun one. Storm is not a part of the best strategies that I employ for Defect, but it is a part of the like most flashy looking decks that I ever play as Defect. There's just something very like, it just looks really strong in a way that going infinite or scaling Frost Orbs doesn't look strong, to like deal 600 damage in 1 turn with lightning orbs that you're channeling by playing powers. It's just a very powerful feeling. It does lead to probably the fastest runs I play on Defect, the Storm decks I put together. Yeah. To give you a sense of when I would pick it in Act 1, like if I haven't gotten good damage yet but did get a defragment already, I might pick a Storm in Act 1. And like maybe I already have the defragment upgraded and I'm looking for another upgrade, because getting the upgrade on the Storm is pretty important there. And it's not good yet, but it's a card with a lot of potential. It's easy to underestimate it. The fact that it channels orbs which can be used to draw cards with Fission is like not to be underestimated either, because decks which are heavy on powers can struggle to refill their orb slots after playing Fission. So Storm is a really nice way to solve that issue. It's like, you could get like 4 copies of Cool Headed and a Glacier or something like that, but it's a lot easier sometimes to just put 1 Storm in the deck and then you don't have to worry about it too much then. Sunder is, I actually think, only solid specifically on floor 1, but then it gets strong, weirdly. 3 energy is too much to spend on attacks on a lot of turns in Act 1 is the issue. So a lot of turns in Act 1 you want to block with 2 energy and attack with 1 energy, and then like sometimes you'll want to block with 1 energy and attack for 2 energy, but there aren't that many turns where you want to attack for 3 energy. And so Sunder is like a good card against the Gremlin Gang. It is a good card if the enemy is at 24 or less. You can upgrade this card. It is not a bad upgrade. I usually don't, but you can. It's a good card if you have like a fire potion going into the Sentries fight. That's pretty nice. It's a good card against Gremlin Up. Good against Gremlin Up, you do want to spend a 3 energy on attacks per turn. Yeah, and Sunder is one of the attacks that you can take even all the way through Act 3. It's solid / strong all the way. The reason you take it in Act 3 is twofold. One, Reptomancer. Sometimes Reptomancer is the scariest thing in the game for your deck, and Sunder is good in that fight. And two, Recycle. Sometimes it's nice to have a 3-cost card that Recycle can hit, because sometimes, like, while there are all these great ways to generate energy, sometimes your deck doesn't have tons of them and does have a Recycle and wants to, like, be able to keep playing lots of cards, and so you'll get offered a Sunder, and it's like, well, this is okay in the Reptomancer fight, and also when I'm playing my Skims and stuff and drawing my Recycle, but I'm out of energy for the turn, I can Recycle Sunder and keep doing stuff for a while longer. So those are pretty much the things I have to say about Sunder. Another mention of like stuff like Liquid Memories and Duplication Potion. It's nice sometimes to have a big card that you can double up. Echo Form as well, I guess. Oh, there's an interesting interaction with Sunder and Echo Form, which like matters quite a lot. If you like have 3 energy and an Echo Form stack, which is pretty common, and you're looking at an enemy with 24 health, like say a Reptomancer dagger, and you've got Sunder in hand, right? You might logically be thinking I could play Sunder on that dagger, but it's kind of too bad because it wastes my Echo Form stack because I play the Sunder and then the second copy of it doesn't have a target anymore because I already killed the dagger. It actually doesn't, for whatever reason. I don't really know why. It feels like it should. But if you play an attack with Echo Form and it kills the enemy it's targeting and then doesn't have a target to play a second time, the Echo Form stack isn't consumed. I don't know why. I would report that as a bug if I were playing the game for the first time. But now that I've played the game for 8 years, it's just like part of the rules, I guess. Not sure. But yeah, that interaction working in the player's favor does make Sunder a little bit better. I think Tempest is situational garbage early. It's so much worse than Ball Lightning. It's the issue. You can try to turn it into Whirlwind with Electrodynamics, like, sure. You do have to have electrodynamics in your deck, so like there are some reasonable arguments for why you are putting Whirlwind into that deck, given you already have electrodynamics. I think it's a reasonable question to ask. That's the question I usually ask myself when I do it. Anyway, Tempest can do some pretty cool stuff. It's definitely pickable with Chemex. It's definitely pickable with Recycle. It does the double energy thing that I've been talking about a bit, where like you like double energy, play a massive Tempest, kill the enemy. It's like a C tier kind of synergy space, the Tempest thing, where like sometimes it'll come through and be the right thing to do, but it's pretty unusual. So it's like it's situationally solid later in the game, we'll say maybe. White noise. The place. Okay. The 2 places I like a white noise are, 1, for some reason I have a force field and it's in my deck and I like, yeah, I don't know. There's a force field here, but I don't have enough powers for it yet. Take a white noise. Sure. You just need a power. The thing white noise is going to give you is going to sometimes be good, sometimes not, who knows. That's number 1. 2, if my deck's a little bit behind, I will start taking copies of white noise. And the reason is, like, at that point, I'm leaning into, like, okay, I'm going to end up in late game with a deck which is a bit exposed to variance, and that's okay. That's the best I can do, basically. And I think I've talked about that with, like, the deck that, like, starts just kind of taking stuff and has stacks in it and things. And yeah, that's how white noise typically works. It's worth noting that you can be behind on, like, floor 4. Like, you don't have to wait until Act 3 to be like, oh, I'm behind, I need to take a white noise. You can have skipped a couple of card rewards in a Hexago stack and be like, well, at least white noise is kind of playable. Worth noting that white noise can't generate cards with the healing tag, so it can't make self-repair. Creative AI also can't make self-repair. Don't sit in the fight for like 30 minutes trying to make a self-repair with creative AI. Can if you want, but it won't ever make. So it's like, it's never a card that's really much worse than solid, but it's like situationally solid throughout the entire run, where the main reason you don't take it is you're doing something that's strong enough that you don't need it. You just have like a better thing than that, and the upside potential of it isn't valuable because you don't need to have die rolls go in your favor to win the fight. You can just win the fight without die rolls. But yeah, it will always be like a solid card if you need your deck to be a bit better, and your deck isn't already better than this. So basically where I'm at with white noise. Gets better with mummified hand, of course. Like things which make powers better, make it better. Better with bird face turn. Make it a bit more with bird face turn. Stuff like that. We have made it to the rares, which I guess I didn't talk about all of them all the way through the run. Like some of them I only talked about in Act 1. Just like very, very, very briefly. All for One usually remains pretty bad the entire run. Amplify sometimes gets good if you have powers you want to double play and either good control of your hand or particular need to do that. Biascog remains incredibly strong all the way through the run almost always. Core Surge remains strong all the way through the run. Electrodynamics usually remains pretty good all through the run. You get to pair it with Fission later on in the run where the damage from the Lightning Orbs doesn't matter quite as much. You still get to benefit from having channeled them. Hyper Beam's just kind of bad after you're through the first part of the run where you might use it for something. I think all I have to talk about now are, oh my god, like 100 relics. Okay, well I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go like have lunch. Yeah, alright, cool. Hello. It's February 6th. I've already done Watcher 3 days, and I'm in a rotating month. I'm about to head out for an extended weekend. Like getting on a plane in 5 hours or something. Have a little bit of packing to do, but I do want to get through uncommon relics for Defect. I guess we'll go through boss relics. I'm going to have to be a little bit briefer for this segment of the video. That's probably good. It's run kind of long anyway. I noticed I hadn't talked about Cracked Core. My opinion of Cracked Core is, I mean, mostly it's just like your relic. I don't really boss swap, so this is just what I have. But I think it's pretty strong. It's worth considering in the context of swapping it a little bit. Because you can turn it into a frozen core, right? I think this is like very situational. One of the big problems with frozen core is you don't have an orb on turn 1. And a lot of what Cracked Core does is it makes stuff like Fission and Compile Driver better. Like the output from one lightning orb isn't that big a deal. It matters, but it's not that big a deal. The bigger deal is that your Fission and your Compile Driver draw one more card. In the case of Fission, also makes one more energy. And yeah, that is excellent. So, Star Relic's pretty good. Like the output from the orb is fine against your like Act 1 fights and stuff. You find electrodynamics, it will be pretty relevant in a lot of the Act 2 stuff as well. But mostly you care about it in late game because of its interaction with stuff like Compile Driver and Fission. Okay, cool. Blue Candle is pretty bad. Sometimes it will combo with a Centennial Puzzle, and that's basically where it's slightly better. I have actually purchased this in the last couple of months, so I'm going to say it's situational, not just garbage. It's an expensive purchase, but there was a deck where I had a Centennial Puzzle and a lot of gold, and the shop wasn't very good. Bottled Flame is pretty garbage. The places where you're going to pick up Bottled Flame on Defect are like in Act 1 with a Cold Snap in order to get a Frost Orb. If you have a Compile Driver, especially if you have a relic which channels an extra orb for you, that can be good. There is the starter relic channels a Lightning Orb, and there's a relic which channels a Dark Orb at the start of a fight. There's a boss relic that channels a Plasma Orb at the start of a fight, and there's Frozen Core which channels Frost Orbs at the end of every turn. So there is a relic that channels each orb type on Defect, which I think is kind of cool. You definitely can end up with like a draw 3 Compile Driver on turn 1, which is not bad at all to hit with Bottled Flame. Bottle Lightning is quite strong on Defect. Your hits with this are typically going to be Aggregate, Seek. Yeah, basically. Bottle Tornado, also often quite strong on Defect. Your hit with this is like probably the most exciting one is going to be Echo Form in a slower deck, which does care about Echo Form. There are plenty of other options too. Heat Sinks can be a very good one. You bottle a Heat Sinks, that can change your run quite a lot. It's been long enough since I recorded previous parts that I don't remember what all I've spoken about. But Heat Sinks, I said, was Yeah, I said it was garbage into sometimes goaded. Yeah, so I talked about it. We know. We know. I'm just gonna trust that I did a good job of the previous part of the video. Darkstone Periapt like can be okay. Darkstone Periapt, whenever you obtain a curse, you gain 6 max HP. Like, it often does nothing, right? Awful. There are runs where it, like, makes you 6 or 12 HP, and that's okay. There are spots where Defect needs max HP for setting up all of your powers and scaling, such that it can actually be right to take a Parasite from Writhing Mass to get 6 max HP. It is very unusual, like, because having a Parasite will make you take more damage. So, you know, you're going to draw it instead of the defragment you need to apply, and that's going to be really bad. But there are some breakpoints in the game that matter. The heart attacks you for 67 on one of its turns, for example, and if you have 67 max HP, then getting up to 73 max HP can be a pretty big deal. Stuff like that. Duality is a Watcher relic, so I'm not going to talk about that one right now. Eternal Feather is very strong. Defects like sustain a lot. You can definitely build decks which take damage in hallway fights, but beat boss fights very comfortably with Defect. That's a common kind of spot that you end up in. And a deck like that wins the run if it has sustain, so it can survive hallway fights, and loses the run if it doesn't a lot of the time. So Eternal Feather is good. Meat on the Bone's good. I haven't had that many meat on the bones recently, but it would be good if I ever got it. Self-repair is good for this reason. I talked about self-repair already, I know. Singing Bowl can be quite good because it both gives you a bit of sustain and it gives you a bit of max HP, which are two things the Defect needs. Frozen Egg is also strong. I might just end up saying that every relic is strong. Defect really likes upgrades on powers. So if you're orb scaling, you often want upgrades on your powers. If you're going for some sort of recycle infinite, you often want upgrades on some skulls. Paying attention to that and understanding how you're going to win the run can let you make certain decisions. Like, if you think it's likely that you're going to go infinite, you don't necessarily have to take defragment at all, and if you have one, you don't necessarily have to upgrade it. If you have a frozen egg, and you think it's likely that you're going to win with orb scaling, you can take a fusion hammer even if there are skills in your deck which you'd like to upgrade, because the skills in your deck don't matter as much if you're winning with orb scaling, if that makes sense. On the other hand, sometimes the skills are very good to upgrade. Sometimes they're like seek and aggregate and you have a heat sinks, like just like want to upgrade them anyway. But it's like good when thinking about Frozen Egg and Toxic Egg, both of which are very strong in this character, to think about like what sort of deck those combo with most naturally. And doesn't necessarily mean you have to play that deck if you get them, but it can inform your decision making somewhat for sure. Gold-plated cables is strong. It just gives you another orb proc every turn. Really fun thing with gold-plated cables, it's one of my favorite things in the entire game actually, is that a plasma orb goes at the start of the turn and the other orbs, like the passive ability for plasma orb goes at the start of the turn, and the passive abilities for other orbs go at the end of the turn. Which means you can double dip on gold-plated cables. You can have a plasma orb at the start of the turn and a different orb at the end of the turn in your rightmost orb slot. Get 2 procs from it in one turn. I think that's pretty cool. Gremlin Horn is, I think, it's between solid and strong on Defect. The problem with Gremlin Horn is how often you win fights by killing all of the enemies at the same time. Like a lot of fights on Defect, I've talked about this already, but a lot of fights on Defect are like survive for 2 or 3 turns and then the enemies all die. You like draw your electrodynamics and your bias cognition and the enemies are all dead now. And that's how Defect solves quite a lot of AoE fights. So I think Gremlin Horn is a strong relic, like abstractly. I think it's probably weaker on Defect than it is on any other character. Horncleat is very strong, maybe even purple. I'm going to give it like splashes of purple because turn 2 is a very good turn to have a bunch of block for. I mean, thinking about why Horncleat's so good, and I do think another part of it is you get a lot of relics that do something on turn 1, like a bag of prep. even like Ink Bottle, which I'm going to say is like solid. Ink Bottle you'll set up on 9 so that it works on turn 1, the next fight kind of things, right? There are far fewer relics which do something on turn 2. There are a lot of like turn 1 specific relics, and there are a lot of relics which do something under some condition which can happen on any turn. Like Pocket Watch. Like Pocket Watch is a great turn 2 relic, but it's not like set up specifically for turn 2. It's just it can do stuff on every turn other than turn 1, and turn 2 is one of the turns other than turn 1. The fact that Horncleat's like a nicely statted turn 2 specific relic makes it fit into a really nice spot where you're often lacking other things. Kunai, unfortunately, is garbage. Kunai has fallen from grace somewhat. I think Letter Opener is somewhere between solid and strong. I would say Letter Opener is like about as strong as Gremlin Horn on this character in general. Obviously, it does better if you're doing skill stuff. The damage from it... Letter Opener's a tricky one because it'll do a lot of damage if you're infinite or something like that, but if you're infinite, you would have won with something else anyway, right? The damage of Letter Opener that really matters is more Act 2 kind of stuff, like clearing the Gremlin Leader's minions, things like that. It can matter in Act 1 as well, for sure. This is a character... You start with 6 skills and 4 attacks in your deck, right? So it's not hard for you to play 3 skills in a turn, even with your starter deck. And sometimes it'll matter against a weakened one. Sometimes it'll matter against the Act 4 elites. It's like, it's damage that matters a lot in fights where you need to kill stuff quickly. It's not damage that matters much in fights where you have time to scale up and be really comfortable. Matryoshka. Like, okay, I don't know. It's 2 relics. Eventually, probably. It does mean that you have to play more defensively, but like, you don't have to go to every elite, especially not on Defect, so. Hourglass, I think, is probably just strong. If Letter Opener is between solid and strong, Hourglass is just strong. I think that's right. I think it's easier to... Like, it's... You can't proc Letter Opener every turn, is why, right? So 5 damage is more than 3 damage, but I think the Hourglass probably ends up making more damage overall because of how much easier it is to get the automatic proc versus the Letter Opener proc. Molten Egg's pretty bad on this character. The place where it's good is if you like get it very early and get to put a Sunder Plus in your deck or something like that, but that's not even... Like, I'd rather have a Whetstone, probably. Not a lot of attacks on this character where the upgrade matters very much. If you compare to Ironclad, where you get to upgrade Pommel Strike and you get another card draw, there's no... I guess there's Scrape, which is kind of like more card draw, but not really. Watcher will upgrade like Tantrum so that you can get another Talk to the Hand proc. Nothing like that on Defect. Silent also usually doesn't upgrade attacks. Yeah. So. Mummified Hand is incredible. Mummified Hand is like bad for about this long in the run. And then it's like, it gets strong very quick. Like, by the time you have 1 power, it's already pretty strong, and then by the time you have 2 or 3, it's starting to get ludicrous. Mummified Hand will warp entire runs. If you get a Mummified Hand, heat sinks, and then dumping all of your powers becomes a very appealing thing to do. So that's a thing to look out for. It's really important when you have Mummified Hand to like not die to Gremlin Knob. So make sure if you have a Mummified Hand that your choices to take an aggressive path through Act 1 are actually safe, because sometimes it's worth it to like risk a 10% chance of dying on an Act 1 path or something like that, and when you have Mummified Hand, it becomes less and less worth it very quickly. Ornamental Fan's pretty garbage. Every now and then it'll like block for you in an infinite somehow. And every now and then it will make 4 block in like Act 1 or 2. But I'm just going to say it's garbage. Like, just because I can imagine situations where it would be okay doesn't mean you have to like pretend it's good. Pentagraph is strong. I don't think it's awesome. It does heal you a lot. There's a lot of other sustain, and the fact that Pantograph only works in the boss fight part of the act, which is actually, for a lot of Defect decks, that's not the scary part of the act. That is a problem for it. If your deck like can handle the bosses pretty well with scaling, but can't handle the hallway fights that well, then your 25 heal from Pantograph isn't necessarily like that. Might be more damage than you take in the entire boss fight, and then at the end of the boss fight, you would have gotten a heal from transition to the next act anyway. So a lot of the healing from it gets counterfeited in that way. Pair I think is strong. It's like probably on the weaker end of strong, but 10 HP when you pick it up is nice. 10 max HP is nice for later in the game. Also means that you rest for more at campfires, so like it's giving you another 20 HP over the course of the run or something like that pretty easily. Question card is very strong. Don't think I have to explain that too much. Shuriken's very bad. Shuriken is actually like solid in early game. Defect could use a little bit more damage, but then it becomes garbage. You can do fun things with Thunder Strike because it is a strike technically. Sundial is situationally strong. The thing Sundial does is make it so your infinite doesn't require as much. The problem with Sundial is infinites on Defect tend to require recycle, and if you do have recycle, all you need to have infinite energy is a turbo plus at that point pretty much, and turbo is a common. So Sundial doesn't necessarily like do anything in your infinites. The places where it can be nice are if you get it early, you sometimes find out you have an infinite fast enough that you don't need a recycle. Like if you get a Sundial early and get a compile driver, you can start skipping a lot of card rewards because you're near certain to have a winning infinite at the end of the run. Whereas if you didn't have the Sundial yet and you just had the compile driver, you can't be like, oh, well, I'm like almost certainly going to be able to infinite at the end of the run, so I don't really need to worry about taking a loop right now or something like that. Like Sundial lets you more single-mindedly pursue an infinite if you have it. Symbiotic Virus is strong. It's just a very good damage relic. It does require that you are able to channel a Dark Orb. Start of each combat, channel a Dark Orb from Symbiotic Virus. So that is somewhat of a commitment to like channeling other orbs, because you're going to have a lightning orb in front of it. So you need to either channel 2 orbs and then dual cast, or channel 3 orbs or dual cast twice. That said, you should almost always be able to do that with your deck. And even in your starter deck, like the fights aren't that challenging at the start of the run. So even if it takes you a little while to get it channeled, it's still doing enough. It can occasionally be right not to play orbs around this Dark Orb. There's a lot of play with Dark Orbs around like setting it up so you evoke them at the right time. It could also be a really big deal to play dual cast on the front Lightning Orb when you might not expect it to be. For example, say you have a Lightning Orb and a Dark Orb, and then an empty orb slot, and you have a dual cast and a compile driver in your hand. Your like absolute default no-brainer play might be compile driver because it draws 2 cards, and like you don't have that many orbs yet, so why would you like need to evoke the Lightning Orb? But because the second orb is a Dark Orb, there will be situations where you actually do desperately need to dual cast it. Maybe because the second time you draw dual cast, that will let you evoke it in a deck which doesn't channel orbs very well. Maybe you have a hologram later in your draw pile and you need to be able to hologram dual cast. That's a thing to look out for, which matters fairly frequently with Dark Orbs. The Courier is strong. Defect likes going to shops a lot. And White Beast Statue is somewhere between solid and strong. Potions are okay. And that is Uncommon Relics. All right, cool. How are we doing? I've got like at least another 15 minutes. Boss Relics. Oh man. I feel like I had like some pretty strong opinions about Boss Relics like a week ago on Defect, and then I didn't finish making this video, and now I've played like a week of all the other characters and I don't remember anything. Let's try to like fill this in in ways that I feel very comfortable, like saying things, and then we'll get up to the ones that I'm less sure about toward the end, and I can make some like, maybe at that point my brain will be warmed up, right? Or something like that. Fusion Hammer is, I think, like pretty bad on Defect. So, in general, my opinion of boss relics on all 4 characters is that as you get better at the game, you get better at learning how to make energy with cards, and you get better at learning how to you learn how to get better at you get better at do I just not have I think I can just say one but not the other. You get better at winning fights quickly as well. And both of those things mean that gaining an energy at the start of your turn becomes a less important boon. Like, it just doesn't matter as much to gain energy at the start of your turn if you've gotten good enough to be able to like build decks which can win on 3 energy. They don't need that much energy to win. Or if you got good enough to build decks which have cards in them which can make the amount of energy that you need. Or if you've gotten good enough to have a deck that can win on turn 1. So it doesn't really matter if you're making energy on turn 2 and 3 and 4 because you're just like winning very quickly with some sort of very strong combination of cards and relics. And so I might, like in general, value everything that makes energy less than you do. And that might not necessarily mean that you should skip all the energy relics. Like, if you were just trying to get from Ascension 0 to Ascension 20, you do not really need to work out all of this stuff. You don't, like, if you are aiming to have like a 50% win rate at Ascension 20, you don't have to learn all this stuff either. This is like something that starts to become more and more true as you get closer and closer toward like utilizing every single thing in the game. And if you're like just trying to work out the 3 main things a Defect does, then you're probably not really in that place, and you don't need to be, and you shouldn't feel bad about it, and you don't have to worry about it. Like, play the game that you're ready to play, right? However, I'm going to say the things that I think, and I think that gaining an energy at the start of your turn is not that big a deal on Defect. Defect has a lot of runs where playing 3 energy worth of scaling cards is enough. A lot of runs where playing 4 energy of scaling cards per turn is enough as well. Yeah, so, you know, that's cool. A lot of runs where like 1 energy potion is enough. A lot of runs where aggregate or recycle plus or turbo are giving you tons of energy, and 1 energy per turn is actually kind of laughable compared to how much energy you're making already. So there are lots of ways in which gaining energy at the start of your turn is not that great on Defect. There are also ways in which it's solid. As you go into Act 2, there are a decent number of runs which want to be able to like play a glacier and an equilibrium or something like that, and the thing you're getting out of that is relevant to you. So yeah, actually, ironically, I feel like Act 2 might be the place where you want 4 energy more than Act 3. Like, if I could choose to have 4 energy in Act 2 or 4 energy in Act 3, and I couldn't have both, I would probably prefer to have 4 energy in Act 2 and 3 energy in Act 3 than the other way around, even though Act 3 is more advanced and has more challenging enemies or whatever. It's just like, at that point, you have so much opportunity to get strong relics and strong card synergies and stuff such that you don't need it as much. The reason Fusion Hammer is garbage, though, is Defect is very heavily benefiting from upgrades. Defragment upgrades, very good. Like, all of the power upgrades are a really big deal on Defect. They often double what the power does. And also, all of the skill upgrades are a very big deal on Defect. Recycle costing 0 instead of 1 is like often the difference between playing infinite cards in a turn versus playing 4 cards in a turn. It's kind of a big deal. So, Fusion Hammer getting rid of your ability to smith at rest sites is a big problem. I guess I should have it like this. Whatever. Ectoplasm's also pretty bad. Defect really likes chops. I think Ectoplasm is probably slightly worse than Fusion Hammer, but I don't love either of them. There are places where Velvet Choker can be okay on Defect. All those decks which just want to play some scaling powers every turn do fine with Velvet Choker. It is not the most fun boss relic to play. You don't get to do the like super broken card spammy sorts of things. but it can situationally be okay to take Velvet Choker, especially going into Act 3 when your deck is relatively well defined. The things you want to be looking for are the ability to scale up with like your defragments and your capacitors to a pretty impressive state, and a good amount of defensive capacity, whether that is like a potion belt with some good potions already maybe, or some max HP that you got or something like that. Because one of the things that you lose with Velvet Choker when you're playing a deck like that is the ability to add things like Fission to it. All of a sudden, once you have a Velvet Choker, Fission becomes a less exciting card, and Fission is one of the ways to make sure a deck like that is able to scale before it dies. So you want to have some sort of defensive stuff to compensate from that. Yeah, and like things like Overdrive and stuff like that too. Like your deck's going to be a little bit slower because of your Velvet Choker, but a little bit more consistent because it can make 4 energy per turn, and that changes how you should be building it. Like you're no longer interested in an aggregate. You're going to like be more interested in a glacier and less interested in a skim. Stuff like that. Cursed Key, I think, is solid. The downside is mostly that you lose a chest or two, because you probably don't want to open a chest if it has a curse in it. Defect doesn't get enough out of relics, in my opinion. Cursed Key is better if you've already taken a blue key, and the existence of Cursed Key and the fact that it's like decent to take is a driving force in skipping relics in Act 1, when you skip relics in Act 1. So when you look at someone skipping like a ceramic fish in Act 1 or something like that, and you're kind of like enumerating why did that happen, like the advantage is like you would have gotten some amount of gold over the course of the run. The disadvantage is that you would have had to skip a different relic later. Another thing to consider is another advantage is that you get to take Cursed Key without having to worry about dealing with a curse in your deck later. So matters slightly more on Watcher than Defect, I think. Is Watcher a real character? I don't know. Coffee Dripper is like situationally strong. Here's the thing about Coffee Dripper, like it either has a drawback or it doesn't, and it's usually pretty obvious as you're playing the run whether it does or not. If your deck needs to rest, this has a very, very heavy drawback. If your deck doesn't need to rest, it's great. So if you're ever looking at statistics of like performance of different boss relics and Slay the Spire and stuff like that, Coffee Dripper tends to do quite well, but you have to remember that this is a relic you take if you don't have to rest, which means it's like going in decks which are pretty strong already. The decks which are not doing great are much less excited to take a Coffee Dripper. It does sometimes warp your pathing too. Like resting is pretty good. Even a strong deck can want to rest, especially a Defect deck. Like there are a lot of Defect decks which handle Act 2 and 3 by taking damage in fights and resting with a Regal Pillow or something like that, and then they get the Boss Gauntlet and do fine. So situationally strong, also situationally garbage. Situationally terrible. Thing to consider. Busted Crown's just very bad. Busted Crown, sort of in the running for worst boss relic in the game. It's a card game, so getting a third as many cards offered to you from combats is a very big problem. And don't make the mistake of thinking that Question card makes it so Busted Crown is pickable. It's still really bad. If you get a Question card, that's awesome. You should go to lots of fights and see 4 cards every time. But you like don't want a Busted Crown. Don't make it so the fights are worse than usual when you had the relic that could have made it so the fights just like almost guaranteed win you the game. I think Black Star's not incredible in Defect because I don't think Defect is meant to fight that many elites, but I think it can be situationally solid if you've got like an Electrodynamics already and some good other relics for elite killing. It can be okay. I think Astrolabe's fairly strong. I don't think Defect has the best card pool on average. There's a lot of red stuff in here, right? Like Defect has a lot of like hit or miss going on in its card pool. So the transforms aren't incredible. But But the basics are very, very bad. Like, Defect should not want to be playing Strikes or Defends by the time you're, like, out of, I don't know, early game. So getting rid of those basics can be really nice. I guess we'll say it's situationally strong. Everything in the game is situational, right? If you have basics to get rid of, this can be an okay way to do it. I don't like Calling Bell that much. I don't know. Maybe I should like it more than I do, but I think it's pretty bad. I'm just gonna say I think it's pretty bad. I don't take it very often unless there's like nothing good for me whatsoever. I don't think Empty Cage is that good on Defect. Like, I'd much rather have an Astrolabe than an Empty Cage. I think it's like situationally solid in runs where you already have good stuff to play. So like if you have a Defragment and a Glacier, then it can be okay to get 2 starter cards out of the way. But you don't, like, I'm not usually excited about taking an Empty Cage. It's something that I will take on Defect if I've already worked out a core of a strategy. And want to get cards out of the way. More likely to take it at the end of Act 2 than the end of Act 1 as like a consequence of all the things I just said, right? Insert is quite strong. Inserter is one of the like reasons that play 4 energy worth of scaling cards is a thing that Defect can frequently do to win runs. Because over time, Inserter is just going to give you enough scaling to beat boss fights. Some things of note about Inserter. Obviously, very strong combo with Consume. However, you don't have to have Consume for Inserter to be good. Consume costs 2 and gives you 2 or 3 focus if you upgrade it. You don't need that. Like 2 or 3 defragments, Inserter is already good. Like, you don't need to scale infinitely to win the run. The enemies only have 800 health or whatever. You do probably still want a Capacitor if it's offered to you. Like, Inserter doesn't scale you so quickly that Capacitor becomes a bad card. If you're decent at creating orbs, it's very likely that you want a Capacitor, especially if you have a Consume. Like, you can play that Consume potentially once every 2 turns, at which point you're not even gaining orb slots net. So, getting a Capacitor out there is good. Yeah. That's probably all there is to say about Inserter. If I have an Inserter, I'm very likely to be avoiding elites. Because Defect, sometimes you'll have an incredible elite killing deck, but a lot of the time, even if you have a deck that can mostly kill elites, you are risking like a bottom decking electrodynamics or something like that. You don't tend to have a deck where every possible hand is good against elites. You tend to have a deck where there are a few cards which are very good against elites, but you have to draw them. And Inserter is just very, very, very strong in late game. It's kind of like how Sundial lets you like build toward an infinite. Inserter lets you build toward orb scaling in a way that like sometimes you can avoid risk as much as possible in order to do that. I think Nuclear Battery is very strong. Not only does it give you 1 energy per turn from the Plasma Orb, but it also makes Compile Driver and Fission draw more cards at the start of the fight, and you can channel the Plasma Orb to get like 3 energy on turn 1 or something like that. So this is a relic that like has no drawback, has upside other than creating the energy, and doesn't just make you 1 energy per turn. It can potentially make you 5 energy in 1 turn if you like get the 1 energy from the plasma at the start of the turn and then also dual cast it. Boom. This is a really, really strong relic. It's easy to look at this and think like, oh, it's basically like an energy at the start of your turn. Like, no, it's so much more than that. Very, very good relic. I think Pandora's Box is like strong on Defect, but yeah, it might be the worst Pandora's Box character. Defect or Watcher, I think, would be the worst Pandora's Box character. You just think about how many basics they have. Silent has 10, Ironclad has 9, Defect and Watcher both have 8. So, there's that. That's a pretty straightforward reason that Pandora's Box is worse on Defect and Watcher. I also think that Defect and Watcher have more variance in how strong their cards are, which makes the transforms less good, basically. Silent and Ironclad are always pretty much going to get stuff that is useful. Defect and Watcher are going to get some things which are very unpleasant to try to play. That said, it's still strong. if you transform like 6 basics and 3 of the things you transform into are bad, you can still remove 3 cards over the rest of the run. Like, you were going to try to remove the basics anyway, right? So, it's fine. I tend to think Philosopher's Stone is like situationally solid on Defect. If you have a deck which scales enough on Defect, like the downside of Philosopher's Stone isn't that big a deal. And Defect scaling is multiplicative, so like the inflection point comes very quickly. You very rapidly go from blocking 40 per turn to blocking 80 per turn. It just doesn't take very much. It's like one more card and boom, you're there. You do need a little bit more in the way of defensive relics to be really excited about Philosopher's Stone. It is problematic that the heart hits you for so much more on the first 2 turns of the heart fight. That is a big deal. So, those are the main things to look out for. Yeah. Runic Dome can be situationally solid. Here's the thing. I don't know when the last time I took Runic Dome was. I think I've taken it like once in the last 3 months. I streamed the game and people don't want to see a run with Runic Dome very much. It's just kind of less engaging for a lot of my viewers if they can't see what the enemies are doing. Which is fair. I get it. I also don't love not being able to see what the enemies are doing from like an enjoyment standpoint, so I get it. From a like winning the run standpoint, the place where Runic Dome is best is in the decks with a very strong linear strategies, which Defect does have a lot of. Defect has a lot of decks which kind of just do the thing they do every turn, and that leads to them winning. It's less of a like, oh, I'm going to cleverly retain Piercing Whale sort of character, like Silent is, and more of a, oh, I have this combination of really strong cards, I'm going to use them together to win, which is a bit more like how Ironclad functions, I want to say. So, Rune Dome can be situationally strong. Pyramid's just like the best relic in the game, maybe. Yeah. Defect has enough energy generation to want a Pyramid. It's nice that your early game upgrades are often energy upgrades because you're more likely to be able to go into Act 2 happy to take a Pyramid with like your starter deck it begins as 1-cost cards and then some of them upgrade to 0-cost cards, and sometimes you will take those upgrades in Act 1. So it just makes it a pretty manageable relic to be taking. What makes it particularly good on Defect? The fact that you can like play Glacier on the turns where you're getting attacked, the fact that you can line up the right amount of block with Static Discharge against enemies. You can hold Aggregate until you get to your second draw pile to get good value out of Aggregate. You can match up Amplify with a power that you want to double play. You have Genetic Algorithm, and you can hold that for the turns where you need to have very, very, very much block. You can hold your powers to be able to Echo Form them very comfortably. Just lots of reasons that this is a good relic on Defect, but also there are lots of reasons it's a good relic on everybody. Yeah. Secret Bark's like okay. I don't think I'd take Sacred Bark if I don't have good potions for it already, pretty much ever. But if you have like a focus potion, this is pretty solid. I think Slaver's Collar is solid on Defect. It might be my favorite of the like just normal energy relics so far. Like Curse Key was here too, but Slaver's Collar as well. There are a lot of Defect runs where you beat hallway fights on 3 energy just fine, and then there are a lot of Defect runs where you are terrified of hallway fights, and there aren't that many runs in between. A lot of the time, if you need a 4th energy for hallway fights, all it's going to do for you is play like a very bad defend or strike on Defect, because your deck like isn't that good, so you need help in hallway fights. And implicit in it not being that good is you like maybe have 7 basic cards left, and like the cards you have that scale really well aren't that great yet. So if I need help in hallway fights, the Slaver's Collar obviously isn't going to help, but I also don't really want to go to hallway fights in that situation, so the drawback on it isn't that bad. And Defect doesn't hate playing a run where you like try to dodge hallway fights, rest at campfires, and go to a decent number of shops and sometimes fight an elite. So it can be good in those situations.
And yeah, 4th energy in boss and elite fights is okay. I don't know, it's kind of situationally solid again. Everything's kind of situationally solid. Snecko is just kind of upsetting. The way that you take Snecko is if you took a Meteor Strike speculatively, and then like Snecko is like, oh, well, yeah, okay, sure, Meteor Strike's strong enough. Even if you do that, you can still lose the run, though. Snecko is honestly pretty bad. So it breaks Recycle Infinites, unless you get Meteor Strike specifically. It makes it really hard to power scale because, like, say you have to play Core Surge and Biased Cog. Those both cost 1, so no problem, usually. But if you have a Snecko Eye, it can very easily be the case that, like, 1 costs 2 and 1 costs 3, and all of a sudden your, like, time horizon for getting Biased Cog Core Surge both played is now, like, turn 8 instead of turn 3 because of your boss relic, which makes your deck a lot worse. Defect has a lot of very good zero-cost cards like Seek and Fission and Chill. This is just like a pretty bad relic on the character, unless you specifically have like Meteor Strike and Glacier already, in which case it's still pretty bad. Sunder is good with it as well. But like, I don't want to be taking Snecko Eye. The big thing about Snecko Eye, and it may be the case that you do better relatively than I do with Snecko Eye. Like, if you usually are hoping to win like half of your runs, you might find that Snecko Eye makes you win a bit more than that. Whereas I'm sitting here saying, like, I think Snecko Eye is just kind of garbage. The thing about Snecko Eye is it restricts the card pool that works for you very heavily. So like I was just saying, like Seek and Fission and stuff like that start to be a lot worse. You're like, you can easily name the things which are really strong with Snecko Eye, like Sunders and Glaciers and Meteor Strikes and Echo Forms. Like, sure, it's not like hard to do that. But as you get better at the game, you want to be playing a run and have like a huge number of things that are good for you and the ability to pick whichever one's offered in order to win. You want to know, like, if I got offered this thing and this thing and this thing, I pair them with this thing and this thing and this thing and win. Cool. Whereas if I get offered a completely different set of things, I can use those to win as well in a different way. And that's like the component that you get as you get a lot better at the game, is you're no longer thinking like, oh, I have this boss relic, that means I win that way, and then following through on the execution of it and winning or losing. In which case, Snecko is fine, because you have the boss relic and you know what to do and you try to do it and win or lose. You don't want to think that anymore, though. You want to think like, I have like these things, I have a huge array of options available to me, let's see what happens. And Snecko Eye is really bad if you're trying to do that, because all of a sudden your huge array of options shrinks massively. So that is the issue with Snecko Eye. It just kind of has like a cap on how well it can perform, and you will eventually, if you try to get really good at the game over a long enough time with enough effort put in, just kind of reach a point where you're outperforming Snecko Eye. Sozu can be situationally solid. I do think a lot of Defect's potions aren't that good. Like, a lot of the time, the best potions for Defect are Focus Potion, Capacitor Potion, Draw Potion. But there are a lot of decks where, like, even a Gambler's Brew isn't that good. But Gambler's Brew is, like, definitely one of the better ones. Like Dex Potion, Strength Potion, Flex Potion, Speed Potion, these are all often quite bad in Defect decks, where they're, like, usually much, at least more okay on the other characters. Yeah, so, you know, another thing is a lot of Defect decks don't need potions. A lot of Defect decks are like very far on one side of this inflection point with hallway fights. Either your hallway fights are like extremely non-threatening, you're even healing in them, and you're going to them, and so you don't really need a ton of potions because you're just using hallway fights to sustain, basically. Or you're completely the other inflection point where like your hallway fights are so bad and terrifying that you're trying to avoid them, in which case, again, you don't need potions as much because you're not taking as many fights. So Defect fairly frequently ends up in a place where like you are offered Sozu and you look at your current potions and you're like, these are like pretty good against the heart, like, and I don't really need these potions for the rest of the run other than that. I don't even need them against the heart. It happens. I wouldn't recommend trying to do that. I would recommend trying to use potions well, especially if you're like new to the game, but it happens. That's Sozu. Tiny House is also like situationally solid. I don't know. Like sometimes you just don't need the energy, and this has some stuff that it does, but it's not. It's not good. So for the most part, as Defect, you're hoping for Astrolabe, Coffee Dripper, Inserter, Nuclear Battery, Pandora's Box, Runic Pyramid. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Which is 6 hits out of probably 18. Is that right? Oh, this is 22. Okay, well, I was very wrong. So 22, choose 3 divided by, that's not how you do this in Sheets. Comban 22, 3 divided by Comban 16, 3. Other way around. Why didn't that work? Is it 316? Nope. Huh, I don't know why this doesn't work. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, I didn't. 36% chance to hit the good ones. Which sounds right to me. And then overall, you're going to get 6 over the course of the run, right? Wait, is this a chance to miss? Oh, it's a chance to miss. 1 minus that? Anyway, I think what I just said is you're like 2/3 to get one of the good ones at the end of Act 1 and 90% to get one of the good ones over the course of the entire run. Because I think this is 1 minus that. Actually, this is the chance of getting 1 over the course of 2 boss rewards. Which is pretty high. Pretty high chance. It's possible I did some math wrong there. But yeah, it feels about right. You'll usually get something that's like decently solid. And also like these categories are fuzzy, right? Like sometimes Fusion Hammer is solid. Sometimes Empty Cage is pretty good. Sometimes Philosopher's Stone or Runic Dome are fine. Sometimes Sozu's fine, etc. So, yeah. That is Defect. I gotta go. So we're gonna say that's Defect. I talked very briefly about the shop relics. The really big ones here, Runic Capacitor is incredibly good. Orange pellets combos with bias cognition to remove the debuff, which removes your focus every turn, which is very strong if you have bias cognition. Clockwork Souvenir with an artifact charge can also block that debuff from being applied to begin with. So that's good if you have bias cognition and the ability to draw it on turn 1, which is a little bit harder because a lot of enemies will remove your artifact charge on turn 1. Chemex is good if you have like a reinforced body and like it's enough of a big deal that it does influence your desire to take reinforced body. The fact that you might be offered Chemex in a shop. You can't really take it if you don't have an X-Cost card yet, but you certainly can if you already do. And then there's like, it's like a 50% chance or something that you'll see another X-Cost card over the course of the run, depending on where you get your Chemex. And if you have 2 X-Cost cards and you have Chemex, like that's a pretty good relic at that point. RE is incredibly good. The Abacus leans you into infinites in a really big way. Also really works well with Reboot, membership card, because you want to go to more shops. Sure, Lee's Waffle, often a really big purchase in Act 2 in particular. Dolly's Mirror obviously can be bad if you don't have a card to duplicate, but often Defect's winning decks are based around duplicates of like Defragment Plus or something like that. Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye is a very strong relic, but it's okay if you don't want to buy it. Don't feel like you can maximize it. Medkit is okay. I've certainly purchased Medkit on Defect before. Been okay with it. Strange Spoon can be okay on Defect, actually, if you have like a genetic algorithm or a fission. Defect's cards which exhaust when played do tend to be cards you'd like to play multiple times in the same fight, which isn't necessarily true on other characters. Like Silent, you don't really want to play Shiv again. Watcher, you don't necessarily want to draw your Miracle another time. Ironclad, the problem with Spoon is that you don't want to block your own exhaust triggers. So when you play a card, you want like Feel No Pain and Dark Embrace to go off. So yeah, I think Defect's probably the best character for Strange Spoon as well. So we continue to come up with reasons why Defect really likes rare relics and shop relics over the course of this video, which doesn't surprise me that much.
And that's that. I hope you've enjoyed this. I will probably do something for Watcher. I could probably talk about Watcher for hours, and there are probably people who would benefit from it. Realistically, it's probably going to be a shorter video, because once you go through the strongest synergy space on Watcher, the other stuff is much less relevant to talk about in detail, unfortunately. The character is so strong and has like so much surface area to her strongest synergy space that there isn't that much reason not to be taking advantage of her strongest synergy space every single time. And it's not that hard to understand it. And also it desperately wants card removes and skips, so there's not as much reason to take like speculative cards or like role-playing cards that don't work into your synergy package. But anyway, that is a thing for next time. For now, I'm going to go. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a comment, leave a like, tell your friends. Oh my god, this Jorbs guy, he's so cool. He's also very handsome. I can't believe how well he enunciates the word mauve. Who can say mauve as well as that guy? Not me.